as we like to say, cosmically aware, deep breath. Thanks, Jeff. And good morning. Welcome to this joint budget meeting of the Westborough Board of Selectmen and the Advisory Finance Committee. I will read today is Thursday, January 28th, 2021. This meeting is being held remotely, and I will read the governor's order that allows us to do so. Pursuant to Governor Baker's March 12, 2020 order suspending certain provisions of the Open Meeting Law, General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 18, and the Governor's March 15, 2020 order imposing strict limitations on the number of people that may gather in one place, this joint public hearing of the Westborough Board of Selectmen, Advisory Finance Committee, and Capital Expenditures Planning Committee is being conducted via remote participation. No in-person attendance of members of the public will be permitted, but the public can view this meeting while in progress by Westborough TV's online platforms, YouTube/Westborough TV and westboroughTV.org, or on Charter Channel 192 or Verizon Channel 28. Members of the public attending this meeting virtually will be allowed to make comments if they wish to do so during the portion of the hearing designated for public comment. You may do so by calling the Board of Selectmen's office at 508-366-3030 or sending an email to selectmen@town.westborough.ma.us to obtain the link to join the meeting. And Westborough TV is kindly putting that up at the bottom of this meeting so that if there are questions during the public portion, feel free to use that contact information to join us. With that, I want to welcome all the members here. Sean, as chair of the AFC, do you want to call the meeting to order for your group?
Thank you, Shelby. Yes, I call to order this meeting of the Advisory Finance Committee. Thank you.
And Christy, do we need to call, I apologize, the capital planning meeting, or did I do that by that opening?
The capital planning committee is on, so they could call their meeting also.
Okay, and who would like to do that?
Hey.
Tim could do it as the vice chair.
We have a capital meeting.
This is Steve Durrett. I'll call the meeting to order for the Capital Expenditures Committee as vice chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Steve. Appreciate it. Okay, and
mute unless somebody calls me.
Okay, sounds great. And I do ask that all members keep their phones on mute unless you are speaking, just to minimize background noise. And with that, so that we can enter into the public hearing, I'll entertain a motion from the board.
I move that we enter into public hearing for the purpose of discussing the fiscal year 22 budget.
I'll second that. Selectman Johnson.
Okay, roll call vote of the selectmen. Selectman Edinburgh?
Edinburgh, yes.
Selectman Johnson?
Johnson, yes.
Selectman Hashmi?
Yes.
Okay, and Selectman Marshall, yes. I will turn this over to our town manager, Christy Williams.
Good morning. So this is the presentation of the FY22 budget and capital plan. We always like to start off reminding everyone of our vision and goals. So an innovative town government trusted to provide high quality municipal and educational services that enhance quality of life and provide an inclusive and positive experience for the community. Just to give you a recap of our budget process for FY22, in the beginning of October, our capital requests were due. This was under the new capital planning policy that was approved by the Board of Selectmen in September. This policy was designed to create a process that really included all capital projects from across the town and not just ones under a certain dollar amount. That policy was reviewed by the Advisory Finance Committee as well prior to the Selectmen approval. In mid-October, we requested that departments give us their initial budget requests, and then we scheduled budget meetings with them. And in late October, last year, we did have the budget summit for the FY21 budget. Because of COVID and sort of the timing of the FY21 budget being completed, in lieu of that budget summit, we did issue a joint memo, myself and the school superintendent, talking about budget pressures for FY22, which really centered around the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as the need for budget restoration over multiple years because of all the cuts that we had made in FY21. In mid-November, myself, the assistant town manager and finance director met with the departments to go over budgets. And then we submitted our budget document to the finance committee and board of selectmen on December 18th. Today is our budget hearing and joint meeting. Budget hearing under the charter is with the advisory finance committee and the capital expenditure planning committee. That typically takes place at a board of selectmen meeting. The reason that it's taking place during this meeting is because yesterday Governor Baker released his budget numbers for FY22, and we'll talk more about that later. And then following on what we did last year, we have a full day joint meeting of the Board of Selectmen and Finance Committee to hear from some of the larger departments, including DPW, school, police, fire, and then we were also going to hear from Recreation and Conservation related to some Lake Chauncey articles. And then the closing of the town meeting warrant currently would be projected for the February 9th Board of Selectmen's meeting. This would be considering a annual town meeting on March 13th. As most of you know, the selectmen did have a discussion at their meeting on Tuesday about pushing this date to a later date in potentially May of this year. Meaning that we would have more time before we were to close the town meeting warrant. As you know, this is the second year in a row that we've done the GFOA budget document best practices. So it is inclusive of the Citizens Guide, org chart, community profile. All of the departments have provided their mission, successes and accomplishments, personnel information, short and long-term goals, as well as their budget figures. And then the appendix has additional information related to the budget. With this year, we've also included a debt maturity schedule as well as the road management plan. We have received a lot of really great feedback from the public related to this document and the ease of understanding the information that we put out. Some updates to the budget document. As we talk about all the time, the budget numbers are always changing. And so we want to make you aware of some of the changes that we've found since we published on December 18th. So you can see here, unrestricted general government. We had budgeted in your budget document. We had budgeted level funding of state aid, not knowing what was going to happen in FY22. The governor's budget that he released yesterday afternoon did give us a small increase in state aid of about $24,000. We heard from the Lieutenant Governor last week that our increase would be about 3.5%, which it was, though some of our offsets went up as well. Chapter 70, the budget document anticipated level funding of Chapter 70, except for the additional anticipated $808,000 for the full day kindergarten, which we talked a lot about last year. The governor's budget that came out yesterday actually increased our Chapter 70 amount by almost $3 million. That amount, Westborough is really an outlier in the governor's budget, with our Chapter 70 going up about 30%. It's inconsistent with other towns, and so while I'm showing that number here, the numbers that we go forward with are not going to capture that full increase until we're able to better understand and confirm that number. Our Worcester Regional Assessment went up from the budget document about $195,000, and our cherry sheet charges went up about $117,000. Some outstanding items. Last year, this slide showed you several contracts that were outstanding. This year, we don't have any contracts outstanding. The insurance budget is one that's always outstanding at this time because we're always looking for additional experience to drive and how that drives the rates. We are expecting, like last year, that our rates will actually stay frozen at the same level. Though in your budget document, we've estimated a 2% increase, which we've been told from our consultants is conservative. So if there's any savings, we would, once we finalize those numbers, we could potentially adjust the insurance budget. Assabet Valley, we don't have the final assessment from Assabet Valley. They also were waiting on the governor's budget number. So we expect that in the next few weeks, or maybe the next few days, that we'll receive that final assessment. And then the library renovation project, that's obviously not an operating budget expense, but something that we wanted to keep at top of mind because we know that that's something that's upcoming before town meeting. And it was discussed in the capital planning process, the need for the library to update their cost estimates this year. This shows a budget comparison from FY21. So a total 4.93% increase over FY21, with the largest percentage increases being the Worcester County retirement and cherry sheet assessments, and then also the Country Club Enterprise. As a reminder, the management of the Country Club is going from the contract manager to the employee position under the Recreation Department. And so we've budgeted within the general fund about $153,000, which is outside of the enterprise account. And looking at the budget documents this year, you saw some changes to the organization. We combined budgets for information technology as well as the communications budget. The IT director was already managing that budget, though it was under the town manager. So now we've moved it just into the IT budget. The finance department, which was created a couple years ago, has been functioning really as one department. So we've combined their budgets. This was also a recommendation of the staffing study. And then the Department of Public Works, you'll see the buildings and grounds budget in that section to be fully combined in future years. As you know, there's an article on the town meeting warrant that would formally combine that department, those two departments, and put the buildings and grounds or facilities budget as a division of the Department of Public Works. And this was also a recommendation of the staffing study. The FY22 budget does show some restoration from cuts that we made related to COVID-19, but there are cuts that we have continued. As I stated earlier, we expect that the restoration of these budgets is going to be a multi-year process. One of the things that we continue to leave off is the hazardous waste day. That was something that we had cut last year due to COVID-19. OPEB funding, we in the past have budgeted $1.1 million every year into OPEB. Prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, we had talked about reducing that amount based on just to give relief to the taxpayer. But then in the COVID-19 budget cuts, we did reduce that amount to zero, and it continues as zero in FY22. Again, this would be a long-term plan at restoration of that budget item. Department of Public Works seasonal positions has also been reduced in the FY22 budget, consistent with FY21. Training and travel lines, any training and travel lines that we cut in the FY21 budget, we've continued into FY22, not knowing what the training and travel will look like over the next year. And then some overtime that we had cut, we continue to cut in those departments. Our biggest impact, specifically in the town departments, has been salary. Our expenses have gone up about $44,000, and the rest of our increase is related to salary. And so these are just some of the impacts that these are the largest impacts that we're experiencing relating to salary in FY22. The largest one being the fire department. We've talked about this every year since we've approved the SAFER grant, that the SAFER grant would fall off over 3 years. So the SAFER grant is going to expire in November of FY22, increasing the town's financial responsibility from 48% in fiscal 22 to 88% of the cost of the additional firefighters. So this is the largest impact year for the SAFER grant, and that's a $234,484 cost. The Council on Aging outreach workers, we had in FY21 as a way to respond to COVID-19, we had used gift funds that were given to the Senior Center for Outreach to fund half of the cost of the salaries for the Council on Aging outreach workers. This was presented as a one-time strategy, and so we're restoring that in the FY22 budget. These are not new positions. In the library, They had a vacancy in FY21 and we had invoked a hiring freeze. So they had not filled that position. And looking ahead to FY22, we've actually adjusted the position that was vacant. And we've created part-time positions. So we've reduced the library by one benefit eligible position, and we've actually recognized a cost savings in FY22. Human resources coordinator, that was something that was recommended by the staffing study. We did create that position during fiscal 21 using funds from a position that we did not fill in the treasurer collector's office, moving a lot of the responsibility of that previous position into the HR coordinator position, but also giving this position additional responsibility related to human resources. And so in FY22, there's an additional cost increase because this position is rated, is classified higher than the previous administrative assistant position in the treasurer's office. Golf course management, I had already mentioned, that was previously a contracted position. And so the additional cost is the $153,178. And then in community development, in October, we had approved elevating the building commissioner to the community development director position for half of FY21. So that went into effect in January of this year. But in FY22, we're funding at the current classification for the entire year, which is an increase of $10,460. And then other salary impacts related to restoration and COVID-19 is the economic development director. That we had funded in FY21 for only half the year. So funding it for the full year is the $36,000. A DPW laborer position, we brought that back at the October town meeting. So funding it for the full year in 22 is an additional $41,000. And then the police department, we added a police officer that we had intended to add. And one of the police officer positions we had intended to add in FY21, we did add in October. And so funding of that for the full fiscal 22 is an additional $31,000. So we have not added any new positions for FY22, but in restoring positions over time, we are showing a large increase because we're going from funding partial year to funding for a full year. So the items above and on the previous slide represent 3.61% of the 6.56% that the town has increased in salary and wages. In looking at strategic plan priorities that are budgeted in FY22, we did have that one additional officer added in FY21, so that's the $31,000. Proactive public safety, fire department staffing, again, that's the additional $234 related to the SAFER grant falling off. We do have the tuition reimbursement article, which will increase by $14,000. And then the staffing study changes, which I already spoke of. So the community development director and the HR coordinator, that's the additional $18,744 in FY22. And then supporting the construction costs of the new library, where the library grant is expected in FY23, but to update cost estimates this year, the library is proposing using $100,000 of trust funds to update cost estimates. So again, using the increase that the governor put out yesterday for the unrestricted and general government local aid, and also recognizing the $808,000 for the full day kindergarten, but not recognizing any additional increase in Chapter 70, this presentation projects a $524 increase to the average single family in FY22. This is just a comparison with our data dashboard towns for FY21 tax bills, and you can see that Westborough is in the middle in the green. When we look at the town's total financial position, we also are looking at reserves. So as we talked about for FY21, in order to lower the tax rate, we did use free cash in FY21. We used $770,000 of free cash to lower the tax rate. The FY22 budget also recommends using that $770,000 in free cash to lower the tax rate. And so this slide here shows the use of that $770,000 in free cash, as well as the $250,000 that we use for the AFC reserve fund. which would put our total reserves at 14% of our general fund operating budget, which is well within our goals in the comprehensive fiscal management policy. This just shows free cash certified for FY20 compared to our data dashboard communities. And this shows our total town reserves split out. So our free cash goal is 5 to 7% of the general fund. We're currently at 11.25%. Stabilization's 5 to 7.5%. We talk about this a lot, about stabilization looking a little low and free cash looking a little high, understanding that free cash is more accessible for use by the community. And so the combined goal of the 10 to 15%, we're still within. Other financial resources. Other financial resources that we have are the sale of real estate account, open space, Wacom Robinson Trust. These are things that we talked about a lot this year when we talked about land purchase. So this is where those accounts are at as of the purchase of both Belknap and Eli Whitney. This shows excess levy capacity. You can see that using the assumptions that I discussed, so no increase at this point in Chapter 70 except for the kindergarten, we would be reducing the town's excess levy capacity in FY22. And this just shows our this slide's wrong. No. This is supposed to show the data dashboard, so we'll fix that for before we post it. But this is the same slide. And so we just want to talk about managing the impact of what we understand to be a large increase in the FY22 to the average single family. So again, I mentioned that in FY21, we had proposed and we did vote to use $770,000 of free cash to lower the tax rate. And we're proposing that again in FY22. If we choose not to use that additional money, then the increase to the average single family would be about $618, and we reduce our excess levy capacity by almost 1.5 million. If you use the current estimates that I discussed with the $770,000, with the $770,000, then it would be a $524 increase to the average single family, and the decrease of about $680,000 to the excess levy capacity. And then if the governor's numbers come in as on the cherry sheet, we could reduce the use of the free cash completely to zero, and then the increase to the average single family would be $365 with an increase to excess levy capacity of $604,000. If the governor's numbers don't come in the way that they are currently presented, the finance team will need to work on a multi-year approach to reducing the use of free cash over time, as our comprehensive fiscal management policies call for use of free cash during emergencies, which we feel the pandemic is one, but then going forward would really just be for one-time expenses. This just shows local aid growth over since FY19. This does show the governor's number, large Chapter 70 number. The budget assumes estimated receipts stay level with FY21. So when we talked about changes to the COVID-19 budgets that we put forward, we told you that we were estimating a 19.5% reduction in estimated receipts, largely in motor vehicle excise, hotel, motel, meals tax, and investment income. We continue to monitor those, but in fiscal 21, we are hitting targets that we had estimated. We did keep that level for FY22 because there are still a lot of unknowns. There's a lot of unknowns about vaccinations. There's a lot of unknowns about variant strains of the COVID-19 virus and how those would respond. And there's really a lot of unknowns about how people will do business here and across the country post COVID-19 pandemic, meaning, will businesses still be leasing these large buildings and still have people coming into the office as they were prior to the pandemic. Going back to the capital planning policy, as I said, we did adopt the new capital planning policy with the goal of really bringing all of our capital projects into one document. I think we made really great strides this year and we'll continue to work forward. We continue to have the capital projects should equal 1 to 1.5% of the general fund operating budget. If you look at, these are the proposed capital projects for FY22. So if the total free cash articles do equal within that range, that 1.27%, now that we're including larger projects, we'll probably want to go back and revisit the way that we phrase the previous slide, which is that 1 to 1.5% of the general fund operating budget. So you can see here that we have projects from several different departments with multiple funding sources. And so if we were to move forward with all of these projects, we would reduce the percentage of reserves from that 14.1% that I had shown earlier to 12.73%. So we would remain within the goal. However, we have reached out to all the department heads and have talked to them about the possibility of holding off on some of these projects until the October town meeting, as we did in FY21, just so we can better understand, how the economy is going to respond to the pandemic, given the current state of vaccinations. Next steps for the finance team is to continue to look at the capital plan, determine appropriate timing of funding by town meeting, continue to look at those outstanding items like the Assabet assessment, as well as insurance budget. Local aid, we really need to work to understand the town's actual Chapter 70 estimates, and then really understanding how we want to respond to any savings or revenue recognition. In the past, we would have just lowered the average single family tax bill when we receive additional savings or revenue. Now we have the $770,000 of free cash that we use. We also have the zeroed out OPEB budget line item. And then we have budget restoration, which has not come back completely on either the town or school budgets. And so there's opportunity there also to restore budgets. And so we end with the town of Westborough vision. Westborough, a vibrant, inclusive, safe, attractive, connected, and engaged community for a lifetime. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christy. There were a couple of questions that popped up in the chat, and I'm sure that there are questions. So I guess we'll intermix. Kim, have we seen any from the public come through?
No.
No. Okay. All right. Just want to make sure that we work those into the mix. So Sean, I thought the best way to do this would be for us to sort of alternate between the boards and Steve, sorry not to exclude you, as well as from the Capital Expenditures Committee. Sound like a plan?
Sounds good.
Okay. All right. So we'll start with the Board of Selectmen. Syed, I saw you just raise your hand. Go ahead.
So, Christy, thank you for that. Excellent presentation. I just had a couple of questions. One, when we had met earlier in the year, and I know we've talked about this several times, we had talked about looking at our fee schedule and potentially revising it. Does this budget include any revisions to the fee schedule by any chance? That's my first question.
No, it doesn't include any revisions to the fee schedule. We continue to look at fees, but the selectmen would need to approve those, and nothing has been brought before you yet.
Okay, is that going to be a priority? I mean, because potentially if there are other sources of, if there's other ways to mitigate that would, bring additional revenue to the town. Are we going to be discussing that before? Or I'm raising it to my own board that I think that should be a discussion we should be having sooner rather than later.
So certainly that's up to the Board of Selectmen. Again, with everything, that was a goal this year, with everything going on with the pandemic, and the fees that we're looking at are not going to have huge impacts on our revenues. I think you have also brought forward an interest in finding alternative revenue sources versus just reviewing our fees, which is a different conversation, and something that I think would take a lot of work in terms of identifying sort of specifics. And that I don't think will be done in time for this budget to be put before town meeting.
Okay, and then the second, I guess, is a kind of a more philosophical question. One of the things that we talk about frequently is the impact to the average single family, right? So the average single family. One of the things I just want to make sure, and I don't know if our town assessor is on the call and maybe he can help clarify this. Correct me if I'm wrong. For instance, if you live on if you have your house is worth whatever it's worth, but if your neighbor sells their house, right, in this year or in the prior or in your neighborhood, the assessment for that neighborhood then goes up by the new sales price. Am I correct in this when I say this?
This is John Steinberg, Chief Assessor.
Oh, John, we just lost you. John, we can't hear you. Can anyone else hear John? Because I can't. Okay, John, hold on.
Can you not hear John?
No,
No, I can't.
no, we cannot.
Here, hang on.
Somebody hold up a sign.
I
There you go. I'll slide over. Can you hear me now?
In the meantime,
Yes.
Mike, ready, I'll create that. Thank you.
Yes, please, John.
So the answer is that the values follow the market. So a single sale in a neighborhood certainly doesn't bring up a particular home. But as the market goes up, if the entire neighborhood goes up, the values of the homes go up, which follow.
No, that's
So the thing to bear in mind, though, however, if the market as a whole in town is going up, that could have a negative impact, could have a positive impact and bring the tax rate down. So it's not just the value of the home. However, as the average single family home that's used in this equation goes up, you are multiplying by a higher number. So there is a component of that to take into account, but in theory, that's the same house which would have gone up in value. So
right. But I guess what I'm saying is, and the reason I'm getting to this is, John, I know you monitor home sales in Westborough. Despite this pandemic, home sales in Westborough are robust, and people are paying a premium to buy homes in Westborough. Am I correct in this?
you're absolutely correct, and that is throughout the area. The residential real estate market has been very strong, and people are
Right.
once again paying over asking. But bear in mind that is often a segment thing. So not all segments and price points within the market are doing the same thing. So sometimes you can have the high end coming down, the low end going up, the middle doing different things. So the impact of the average single family home cannot necessarily be extracted simply from limited samples within the market. But yes, the residential market has continued to be strong.
Right. So I guess what I'm trying to get at is that because the residential market continues to be strong and puts an upward pressure on home values, right, it eventually transmits into the average single, quote unquote, average single taxpayer, not just seeing an increase from the town on their tax bill, but also seeing that the increase is potentially higher because of the value of the real estate in the town is going up. Would that be at least a somewhat correct assessment or a correct statement?
Well, I mean, there's a ratio. So if all the value in the town went up and there was no impact on spending, then the tax rate would come down. You know, so it's not as binary as simply saying because because your home went up in value, your taxes necessarily go up. I mean, it's the values are the values. Again, if all the values went up the same and the spending didn't change, the rate would come down. So I understand your point, and it's somewhat simplifying things, but it's not necessarily a direct correlation of one to the other. While it is a factor in the math, it's not necessarily saying because your home value is going up, your taxes are going up. It needs to be accompanied by an increase in budget or an offset and decrease in other values.
Okay, thank you, John. The reason to my board at least, the reason I bring this up is that, you know, and Christy alluded to this, that we do not know how this year is going to turn out. There are still a lot of variables in flux. Unemployment is still very, very high. It's hard to a lot of big retailers have closed. It is hard to understand how things will, where and how things will line up. I understand that there are things that we as a town need to do, but, you know, if you, quote unquote, are that average single family person who, you know, potentially, you know, is this could be a major impact, especially if you have lost your job. And so if you look at the governor's budget, if you look, and Christy can perhaps speak to this, they've only increased, they got some additional money, but they have just increased their budget by 1%. Their budget has not gone up by like 4%. The governor's budget, yeah, granted he's given extra money, but that's coming through additional revenue, one-time expenditures. But the state as a whole has only increased its budget by 1%. And so I think that we need to seriously think about how much of a hit we want to give people this year, especially since we don't know how many of them will have jobs by the year's end. I'll just stop it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Selectman Hashmi. Sean, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Shelby. Is there anybody on the AFC who would like to ask a question? No folks can raise a hand or.
I'd like to ask a question, please.
Sure, Mike.
Christy, assuming the governor's numbers all drop in our favor, and I know it's a big assumption to make, you suggested that we withhold that $770,000 reduction on taxes. And I'm wondering if we do receive all the funds we're supposed to receive from the state, why not continue that and reduce the tax burden even more? Or as an alternative, why not use that $770,000 to start refunding, putting back into place our OPEB contributions so that we're not stuck 2 or 3 years down the road or more with a very large debt to OPEB?
So the $770,000 in free cash is really a hole that the town needs to bring itself out of. And so in FY22, we didn't feel like we could even recommend reducing that at all. And again, the use of free cash is really for emergency or one-time expenses. So it's really important that over time, we reduce that use of free cash. If the governor's budget comes in with that large of an increase, it's not something that we would expect to continue to get in terms of that large of an increase year over year. And so we would be able to simply use that additional local aid to completely eliminate the use of free cash in our budget, so that we're not continuing to increase the tax bill every year as we try to decrease the amount of free cash used. In terms of using the money to OPEB, we've started that discussion. We started that discussion when we saw that almost $3 million yesterday. I think that that's something we could continue to discuss, where we would eliminate the use of free cash to lower the tax rate, and then potentially use some free cash to put towards OPEB. So I think that that's a discussion that if the numbers do come in as proposed, that we would have, and we would eliminate the 770, but then talk about using some free cash to fund OPEB.
Thank you.
Andrew, you have a question?
I do, thank you. Looking at the country club budget, I understand where the extra 150,000 comes in for the new staff that are going to be supporting the country club, but there's also a line in the country club 5700C, which is the superintendent contract, and it appears that that number actually has ticked up a little bit to over $230,000, $239,000. So with the addition of the staff, could you help me understand why the superintendent contract remains on the budget?
The superintendent responsibilities has nothing to do with the responsibilities of the golf club manager. So the golf club manager would become the employee, and the superintendent, the maintenance of the golf course would continue under the current contract that we have.
Andrew, you?
Yeah, I hear that. I guess I would have thought that the addition of internal staff would have equated to a savings somewhere down the line for the country club. Otherwise, we've just taken an asset which is struggling to break even and added 150,000 in cost to it. And maybe I'm just misreading what the play is here for the long-term viability.
So there was, to my knowledge, there's never been a discussion about adding additional staff to support the maintenance needs of the country club. And at this point, that continues under the contract. In terms of the additional cost of the employee position, certainly I think we've heard from the country club operating committee that the expectation is that we'll be able to do things under this new model to increase revenue. And so hopefully, in the future, we won't see that 153,000 to the general fund, and it could be covered by the enterprise fund. But at this point, that's not the case. And so we were able to project about $500,000 in revenue in the enterprise fund, and then the remaining is that 153,000.
Thank you for the clarification.
Jody, you have a question? Oh, you're on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right. This is just asking for clarification on some of the numbers that Christy presented to us. And I looked at the chart that said that what the tax increases were for FY 2020, 2021, and 2022. So the increase in 2020 on the average tax bill was $277. In FY21, it was $228. But that the budget we have before us has an increase of $524 for the average home owner. But you mentioned if the governor's number comes in, that increase would be $365 per household. But you made one reference to asking all of your departments to go back and possibly look for decreases. Are you looking to try and level out those increases rather than having a spike in this very unpredictable year?
No. So, well, yes, that would be great. But there's, like, as I mentioned on the town departments, the increase to expenses was about $40,000. So our increase is fully salary. And as I mentioned, more than half of that increase is due to the SAFER grant falling off, which again, the chief and the previous town manager were clear about how that would work at town meeting, obviously not anticipating a pandemic. in the same year that we would be most impacted by the SAFER grant falling off. And then also in budget restoration, because for FY21, we had zeroed out some positions or only funded them for a portion of the year. And so it looks like a much larger increase than it would have if we had not partially funded those positions. Certainly, as I stated, we did level fund our estimates for local receipts. We don't know. I mean, we really don't know. Typically, we can forecast and estimate, and we are conservative, but in this year, we feel like we need to be even more conservative because we really don't know, how the economy is going to respond on July 1st. And so, so certainly there's a possibility that those revenues will come in higher, but we don't know. I don't want to make any promises, but as a reminder, last year we had anticipated a $456 increase to the average single family at this point. So numbers certainly change. They could change for the better or the worse.
Hank, you have a question?
I've got my answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Hank. I know I see John Steinberg on here. Do you have a follow-up or? Oh, no, you good? Can't hear you.
He's all set.
Okay. Melanie, please, floor is yours.
So I have a question following up Mr. Beretti's question on OPEB. So in your presentation, you talked to a multi-year reinstatement of that. What is that going to look like?
It's multi-year reinstatement of all of the budget items that were cut for FY21. And so that's inclusive of OPEB, but it's also inclusive of those other items that I mentioned. So training and travel line items, some positions that are still outstanding, overtime that we had cut, and the school certainly, is also doing a multi-year restoration. So I don't have an answer as to what that would look like in terms of specifically OPEB, but we know that we want to go back to funding it. This discussion related to OPEB started before the pandemic and something that the finance team was committed to looking at prior to the pandemic when we really were budgeting the FY21 budget all year. So I don't have a specific answer, but it would be a multi-year. We wouldn't anticipate just increasing back up to that 1.1 million in one single budget year.
Melanie, you have any follow-up or?
Well, no, I'm just thinking, because I've lived in other regions of the country where this has taken place, where there's been underfunding, and then there's a huge scramble. So I guess I'm just trying to get some clarity with regard to, when people say multi-year, how long are we talking? Because if you look at it, we're going to be behind the 8 ball in the next fiscal year, 3 million, correct? Because we had been funding it higher than it needed to be, but we're going 2 years without.
So we weren't funding our full arc. The 1.1 million, that number was arrived at because of health insurance negotiations in 2014, and the savings that the town recognized was that 1.1 million. So that's where that number came from. So rather than reduce the budget based on savings in that year, we started funding OPEB using the 1.1 million per year. Certainly the number is a large number, and we are not close to it. And that's not unique to Westborough. That's true in towns across the Commonwealth, where some towns are not even funding OPEB. The strategy that a lot of towns have taken, and one that we've talked about for years, is that when we fully funded our retirement, that we would use that money to fund OPEB. But we don't have a funding schedule in place at this point, or we don't have a funding policy in place at this point.
Does anybody else have any questions? I don't see any other hands.
I have one more question.
Oh, sure, Mike.
Thank you. Christy, it's kind of a general question, but I'd like your take. Have any of our department heads come to you with any concerns about maintaining current service levels to the town in the upcoming fiscal year?
No, I mean, we haven't heard that people are concerned about maintaining current service level. I would say that, obviously some departments have a much larger role in the COVID-19 response. And so those departments have shifted focus to responding to COVID-19, and that may impact other programs or services that they would otherwise provide. I guess I would also say that, that we did have a staffing implementation plan for the police department. And so I'm sure you'll hear from the chief later today that, this will be the second year where we haven't followed that plan. Last year, we only added 1 police officer versus 3. This year, we're not recommending any additional positions inclusive of the police department. And so I know that, that's something that the chief is looking to get back on track, as am I.
Well, I guess maybe it's good news in a way that we've become a little more efficient in the way we operate. And hopefully we can continue that thinking as we go into the new fiscal year and beyond. So that's just my observation, but thank you.
So if there are, I see that there may be members of the public who have joined. If you would like to ask a question, there's a raise hand function at the bottom of the screen. If you're just here to observe, that's fine too. Alan, help me out because I'm not sure I can see the whole board. Is there anyone from the public raising their hand, Alan? I don't see one. Okay, Alan, you had a question?
Yeah, well, just more of a comment. I mean, we've as part of this discussion, we've talked about, obviously we all share concern about the impact on taxpayers, particularly, the continued impact of the pandemic and people's personal financial situations, and recognizing that, when we look at the expense side of the budget, given that all the cuts that have been made in the level funding, and really only a $40,000 increase, that the majority of the increase we're seeing is on the personnel side. The challenge is, any reduction in personnel, particularly since we've held some positions off, would result in reduction of services and direct impact on the services the town provides. And that's always a challenging balance as we look at the impact. I think the surprise on the cherry sheet, hopefully it's not false hope, and that something along those lines come to fruition, because we are looking at a pretty significant swing in impact. And the question at this point is, personally, I'm not sure I'm ready to start making decisions on what services we should be reducing to the community. Particularly since some of the departments have and will continue to play such a key role in COVID-19 response and the health and safety of the public and the long-term, near-term and long-term well-being of the town. So, sort of a perspective with respect to the overall impact and the overall budget. I think we're fairly lean going forward. We may have some options, seeing how the governor's budget and the play out.
Alan, okay, you're all set because your video's frozen there.
Yep.
Okay, great.
Can I just respond?
Yes, of course. Go ahead, Christina.
I think, we're all sensitive to the fact that an increase of over $500 is significant. And, certainly we would love to reduce our use of free cash in lowering the tax rate. And, but we thought it was important to put forward because we did recognize the increase as significant. But I would say that, some of this is that budget restoration of positions. A lot of it is the budget restoration of positions and also the falling off of the grant. And, that's the reason, in response to Mike's question, that's the reason that departments aren't coming forward saying that they're not going to be able to provide services, because we've restored most of the positions that we had cut in FY21. And so, I think that, it's important to remember that one of the reasons that this number is looking so high is because of our anticipated level funding of the local receipt estimates. And so because we know that has, has gone down and may continue to go down, that has a significant impact.
Oh, understood. I mean, I'm generally speaking in support. I'm not.
No, I understand. I just wanted to follow on your support. I didn't.
We look at some of the positions. Being involved in the Economic Development Committee, and you can argue, well, can't we postpone, bringing on an economic development coordinator? It's like, well, yes, that saves personnel costs in the budget, but it's dramatically hampering our ability to support business development. And as we've had some several vacancies appear in town with businesses, and while we have had some other businesses move in and open, if we want the commercial contribution to those fees, if we want the commercial contribution to the tax levy, then we need to have the resources to do it. So it's always this tough balance, but I think we're striking the best balance we can, and hopefully the cherry sheet numbers come through as currently projected. And there was no typo involved. So
yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
We've
Thanks.
got a few more people who've joined who may have questions. So
Yep. So I think the easiest thing to do is I do see the raised hand view here. So I'll take the questions in order. Sean, if you're okay with that, that seems to be the easiest way to do that. And if there are folks from the public who aren't familiar with that function, I'll keep an eye out for your visibly raised hand and call on you as we work through the process here. So I think Andrew from AFC, you have a question?
Nope, sorry, my question was already answered.
Okay, I think you can unraise your hand. Hank Roush, do you have a question?
Yeah, no, my question was answered. Thank you. I unraised my hand.
Okay, all right. Melanie Board from AFC, do you have a question?
No, I don't.
Okay, Selectman Hashmi, I know that you raised your hand.
Yeah, actually, I wanted to kind of offer a different opinion to what Selectman Edinburgh said. I just wanted to find out, and this is one of the things I wanted to find out, what is the data on the effectiveness of a community development person? I mean, did they play a role in getting us for any of the large developments such as Amazon moving in? I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, that happened without any involvement of the community development person. I don't think they had that. Did the potential move of the Mass General site in Westborough, did that require any involvement of the community development person? There was no one at that site. That happened without that. So I recognize that there's already a Chamber 9 Commerce. There are other business avenues. So I'm wondering.
Syed, we lost your audio. We lost you so I'm wondering.
Shelby, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Go ahead. Yep, go ahead.
So I was just wondering, we have, what I was saying is that, we've had certain major developments that have occurred despite us not having. So I'm just wondering, is there any objective data that quantifies, the impact of a development person when we've had certain developments in our town without this person currently?
So I would say we don't have any specific data, but we certainly have examples of companies that have come here that have worked directly with the town, specifically on getting TIFs. Also, we recognize other communities that have successful economic development positions and departments that are able to be proactive in going out and supporting businesses, bringing businesses in. I think that we're seeing that not having someone in that position has been, we've certainly lost that relationship. And we've tried to fill in as much as we can with the committee, as well as Kim, our assistant town manager, has done a lot of work to support that committee. But there is a real advantage to having someone in that position.
And I would go on to say that, with town staff, with Kim stepping up, it's, we're barely getting the minimum done because we don't have the resources necessary. So, we've received, we're part of a grant program with the state. We've got a grant program with matching funds, storefronts in our downtown district, but we actually don't have staff dedicated to market and run that program. Businesses. We've, the outreach, the marketing of the community, the engagement. The EDC is a committee, and the volunteer is there to provide guidance and set policy and consist. But without the staff resources, it's hard to execute.
Absolutely.
And we see a lot of interest from the community, for example, in increasing the vibrancy and diversity of the type of businesses in our downtown district, which is to quality of life, and it's also to town revenues, and to the tax base. And so it's definitely a position that's lacking, that is putting us, yes, we've had these move in, and a lot of that has to do with changes we've made to zoning and our willingness to go after mass work grants for infrastructure to make those developments possible. And we certainly want to see those continue. But historically, a lot of the expansion with some of the businesses in town, such as Coughlin, the community development person and resources at the time were instrumental in that expansion, and helping that company navigate the process to do several expansions in town. So it's one of those, if you want the return on investment, you do need to make that investment.
So,
Am I the only one appreciating the guy brushing his teeth in the background?
Yes. So, Syed, did you have any follow-on questions or comments?
No, I'm good. Thank you, Shelby.
Okay. Just want to make sure. I believe there's a member of the public under the name of Bellman that visually raised a hand. Mr. Bellman, did you raise your hand? Okay. Nope. Okay. No raising the hand. Okay. Hank Roush, you have your hand raised.
My screen says it's lowered.
Okay. Okay. All right. That's okay. Melanie, do you still have your hand raised? No.
It's lowered.
Okay. Okay. Just still showing on mine. Thank you. Okay. Are there I don't see any other hands raised. Christy, from Kim's view, are there any members of the public?
Nope, there's no one else.
Okay. Okay. We are at 9:36. And I think that was sort of, I don't know if we got lucky or or it's good planning. But at this point, I think I would entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
I move we close the public hearing, the fiscal 22 budget public hearing.
Bradley, second.
Okay. I think, can we take a mixed, I'm not sure what the protocol, can we take a mixed motion here? I don't want to have to do a roll call of everyone. I'll take a motion from Selectman Hashmi if he wants to keep it neat.
Yeah, yes. Yeah,
Okay.
Go ahead, Shelby.
Okay, Great, thank you. All right, roll call vote of the Board of Selectmen to close the meeting. Selectman Edinburgh,
Edinburgh, yes.
Selectman Hashmi,
Yes.
and I believe Selectman Johnson is back.
Yes.
Thank you. And Selectman Marshall, yes, that's 4-0-0 to close the public meeting. Again, Christy, help me out here. Do the other boards need to close it as well, or are we okay?
The other boards should close it also.
Okay, thank you. I guess we have to go through it. Sean, to you, please.
Mr. Bowman, I have a question.
Oh,
I move that we close the public hearing on behalf of the Advisory Finance Committee.
Second.
Thank you, Mike. All right, so we'll go around. Ms. Hensley,
Hensley, yes.
Ms. Ford,
Board, yes.
Ms. Blumberg,
Blumberg, yes.
Mr. Roush,
Roush, yes.
Mr. Beretti,
Yes.
Mr. Hugel. I think you might have dropped off temporarily. Mr. Bradley,
Bradley, yes.
Keo, yes. Did I miss anyone?
Leslie, yes.
Leslie, pardon me, Walter. Thank you. All right, that's the AFC.
okay, and members of the Capital Expenditures Committee, Steve Durrett, do you want to lead that?
Yeah, Durrett motions that we close the public hearing.
Second.
Okay. Bob, being that you can see everyone, I'm not sure Steve can you call for a roll call vote, please?
I don't think I can see everyone on the Capital Committee.
Okay.
Johnson, yes.
McLean, yes.
Bradley, yes. Durrett, yes.
Haley, yes.
Okay.
I think that's it. for
Okay. Okay, so this public hearing is closed, and for members of the public, we'll be heading into our budget summit discussions with the various town meetings. That is also available through Westborough TV. So thank you for joining us this week.
Trust me, there's no lost etiquette on our high schoolers. If they belong to us, they know that they were misbehaving. Trust me.
let's do the countdown for Westborough.
For members of the public who may be watching this meeting, we are now entering into our department head meetings to review the FY22 budgets. And with that, I'll turn it over to our town manager. Before I do, I should say we also have the Advisory Finance Committee here and lots of town staff, so who will be recognized throughout the meeting. So thanks, Christy.
So we'll start with the DPW director, and I'll let him introduce everyone that's on the call. But this department, similar to other departments you'll hear from today, are going to give an overview of their budget, can answer questions, and are also going to speak to you about their warrant articles. So capital, as well as any other articles that might be on the version 3 of the draft town meeting warrant. That's the latest version if you're following along, but we'll be putting out a new one shortly. So Chris.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Chris Pant, the Director of Public Works. Also on the call here is our Assistant Director, Derek Sari, our Town Engineer, Lisa Lane, our Water and Super Operations Manager, Josh Van Houten, Maria Elena Ruggieri, our Business Admin, and Jim Stewart, our Facilities and Fleet Manager, and Joe Bucknor, our Assistant Town Engineer. So big crew here today, but we're here to hopefully answer all your questions and communicate, our plan for FY22 budget-wise. As Christy said, we'll take a similar approach to what we did last year for those that were participating last year. And I do have a little presentation to help guide us through the discussion, but at any time, certainly happy to just put that away and have a conversation. So unless there's any other opening comments, I'll just dive in.
Chris, I would just say, I think it's important that we'd let you sort of get through your presentation, because usually you're, in my experience, very thorough in answering the questions. And then I think if everyone's okay, we'll sort of hold questions rather than interrupting and then finding ourselves down pathways unknown. So folks can hold their questions. We'll do the raised hand. I think that makes it more efficient for everyone. Okay. Thanks, Chris.
Okay. All right, so as mentioned already, I'll do a quick overview. I'll talk the budgets, and then we'll go into our warrant articles. So this first chart, I know we're here to talk about the budget and money, really, but we showed this last year, and I think it's important just to reinforce how we frame our operations and what we do. And it's those 3 things that are listed: deliver essential services, set conditions for the future, which is really the purpose today, and then strengthen the foundation. That's really our people. And an important point I'll highlight here is just that under strengthen the foundation, which is probably the most important piece of really any organization, in my view, is because that's the people. And so we spoke last year. I was new, the town engineer was new, the assistant director was new. This year, we've now replaced our water and sewer operations manager. We have a new assistant town engineer, and we're currently looking for an engineer inspector. And so I highlight that because, all of those people are very talented, and we've got in my opinion, very, very good team assembled. And, our process for managing our money is very iterative because as we bring on smart people and get new ideas, we want to jump on them. And so I think at this point, we're pretty close to a team that's hopefully here for a while, and we'll have some consistency moving forward. But that's an important piece of how we operate is the people, and most of those people are assembled on this call today, and you'll probably hear from them. This chart, not going to go into it in too much detail, but it's just a reminder of what the Public Works maintains. These are all assets, and many of these assets listed have subcomponents and things that require maintenance over time, and that's really what the theme will be throughout this discussion. I think is just we want to be preventive in our maintenance versus reactive, and we would prefer, if we can avoid it, to defer maintenance, because we think in the long term that just costs the town more money. And so we want to be aggressive about finding all these things, and because in some cases we have to find them first, and then clean them up, put them in good condition, and then maintain them. So speaking to our budget, as you all know, we have really 4 budgets, the snow budget, but I didn't list that here. Our wages, I think those adjustments are pretty self-explanatory, so not going to dive into that too much, but certainly can answer questions later on. For our general budget, you've all seen the budget chart and the table. Our DPW core budget was level funded, and we think that's appropriate. There is an increase overall to the general budget for DPW because we've added the buildings and grounds. And as Christy mentioned earlier, it's merged, and so that's captured. And of course, that will just the mere fact of adding those numbers has increased our budget. And within the buildings and grounds, there has been an increase, and primarily those increases are due to a need to take care of the buildings we own and have the funding necessary to do the preventive maintenance that's required. And that's and we can talk the specifics of those, and really I'll blow through this, and then we can talk specific line items if there's interest in that. Our water budget, level funded. The only unknown there is we are in the process of procuring a new contract operator for the water plant. I think it's been mentioned before, but the current contract has been in place for 20 years, or at least with the same company. It's been a 10-year, then a 5-year, and a 5-year extension. And so in March, those proposals are due. We'll go through the process of selection, and that will include people well beyond the DPW to do that selection. But we don't know what's going to come back in terms of a cost for that contract. We've had a lot of interest. We're hoping it's a competitive bid, and so that hopefully influences the cost. But we don't know, and we won't know until probably the March-April timeframe for that impact, if any. And then the last one there is the sewer, and we can talk this more in detail as well. But we have, as been mentioned many times before, pump stations throughout the town. Those pump stations require significant maintenance, and in many cases, it's been very reactive, and we are on the path to a preventive maintenance plan, but it requires money to do that. And the trade-off is that especially for those that were participating in the capital discussion a couple months ago, two of our line items were a grinder and a sewer grinder and a generator. And those have been typical requests for us over the past several years, as many are familiar. And I think you all know the reasons for those things, and those are good reasons. However, I believe, and really we believe, having looked at this pretty thoroughly, that rather than come to the town every year for an amount of money to buy a grinder, that is a good thing to have, and we should get them in some cases, but it's not an absolute necessity for us when sometimes there's other things that are more important. And so what we're proposing with this increase is that we stop asking as a separate article for a grinder or a generator, and we roll that into our routine repair and maintenance operations. And within the DPW, we can make that determination as to whether we need a grinder or we want to fix a pump. Because in some cases, those decisions have to be made. And to elaborate on this a little bit more, I guess I'll throw this chart up. In the middle of the box there, you see a list of items, mixer repairs, grinder maintenance, impeller maintenance, check valve repairs. So all of these things are hefty costs. These are in the tens, 20s, thousands dollars worth of repairs. And the town has typically supported these two things in bold, this grinder and generator, which is great, but that pot of money is appropriated for something very specific, which is those two items. And in my view, we should be making a decision on whether to purchase those items in the context of what other items do we need. And so if we need a $20,000 pump in a station, which is not something we can just delay, we have to have it if we want the pump station to work, we might decide that, and some of these things can be projected if we're looking at it from a preventive maintenance. I'm not really talking about responding to an emergency that something breaks. I'm talking, we can forecast the life cycle of some of these things. And so we might decide that this year, even though we want a grinder, it's more important to replace two pumps and choose down the road to do the grinder. And I think we can make those decisions internally. I think this saves the town some money because we're not appropriating money that we can't tap for anything but a grinder or a generator. We're now allowing the DPW potentially to make that determination in-house or within our existing budget and incorporate that into our long-term preventive maintenance program. These things in this list here have typically been responded to once they break. So it becomes sort of an emergency. And that's not really the best case scenario for operating, because we know that when things are an emergency, they often cost more money to repair. They're usually at inconvenient times, and there's an impact to the customer when there is an issue. And so if we can anticipate these things, which in many cases we can, if we have a program to repair them, we can do that. So the question could be asked, why hasn't our budget reflected this in the past? And what is our current budget paying for if we're saying this stuff hasn't been accounted for? And I can tell you in the last year, at least, we have been doing some of this work. It's just we found ways to mitigate the cost in our budget. For example, there have been quite a few gift accounts that have occurred over the last, say, decade or so, even more in some cases, where there was money that hadn't been essentially tapped into. And so we were fortunate enough to have that. We scooped all that up and been working closely with Leah to police up those funds that are out there, and we use those funds to pay for these repairs that have taken place over the past year. But those funds aren't endless. So once we use them, which we have, we now don't have the money essentially to do these repairs. So our current budget pays for a whole separate list of things that are on the lower scale of cost. And so there's still things we need to do that are beyond this list. And we've been doing sort of the easy things, like going into a station and replacing a fuse, or fixing lighting or contacts, and some things that are important, but not at the cost of doing some of these things. And so that's the explanation of our increase to our repair and maintenance line in our sewer budget. And actually in the budget document that you have, I believe it says 166,000 is the line item cost. We're actually going to pull that back to about 136. And we've discovered, or not discovered, but we realized, and I'll explain that rationale here, is that grinders and generators, which you've heard a lot about over the past couple of years, if you look at this chart, and this is totally an example, and probably on the high side of an example, but if you look in the center, so first off, we do have requirements for grinders and generators, and these are our projections for the coming years, should we think it appropriate and have the money to buy them. But in the past, you've supported a a grinder typically about $60,000. And so, but that grinder itself doesn't cost $60,000. It's a number of things to get to that cost. And again, these are just ballparks to make an example here. So the actual item might cost $37,000. You have to clean out the well that this thing goes into before you can install it. There's potentially some excavation for conduit and things like that need to be installed. You have to pay to have someone come in and install it. And then you have to turn the station off essentially to install this thing. So you have to bypass your station. The items underlined are things that we in the past didn't have the ability to conduct or didn't think we had the ability to conduct. And we've realized that that's not accurate. Well, it's not accurate now because we now have an electrician on staff, which was vacant for the past year and a half. And his capability brings us the ability to do many of these things. So the installation, the excavation, we can do in-house. When you're looking at a generator, there's a cost to a generator that we've typically said is about $35,000, but part of that is installation. We now have an electrician that's in-house that can do that for us, and we're not hiring someone outside to come in and do it. So when you look at these two numbers, that's $95,000. That $95,000 added to what our current budget is gets you to 166, which is what's listed for repair and maintenance pump stations under the sewer budget. And so by subtracting, and it may not add up exactly because these are examples, but by subtracting these costs that are underlined, we get to a lower number, which is about 136. And so we're really, in my view, saving some money by incorporating the purchase of these two items into our repair and maintenance costs and forcing us and holding us accountable to make sure we're prioritizing our work and deciding what stuff we need to spend our money on. So that's the driver for that line item. This is just an example picture to highlight what I'm talking about. So this is the inside of a pump station. You can see this is a pump. There's all kinds of parts and pieces that go inside of this thing. All of that stuff has to be maintained. In many cases, it costs a lot of money. And that was that list, an example of that list that we're talking about earlier. This is piping that's inside of a well. And you can see in this case, this pipe is in bad shape. This is a recent repair for us. And in this case, you can see that this pipe is heavily corroded and needed to be replaced. And had we not replaced it, I can't tell you when, but I'm confident at some point that pipe would fail, and then we'd have an issue in terms of sewage and where it's going, and probably not in the right spot. And so, certainly we could just wait till it fails and solve the problem. But I think we all know that that's probably not the smartest way to do business. And so, again, this increase allows us to proactively tackle these problems and identify these issues, and then program smartly to repair them over time. So that discussion was really about our budget. I'm going to breeze through capital and our two warrant articles, and then I'll just take this slideshow off and we can talk about whatever anybody wants to talk about. So capital, this is a reminder of our fleet. So we have a pretty sizable equipment fleet, vehicle fleet, and we are asking for some money to replace some vehicles, and we need to do that consistently over the coming years, I believe. And these pictures here I just wanted to help paint the picture of why we need these vehicles and what their function. So these trucks in the top left are 1-ton fleet. We're asking for a couple of them this year. These are the trucks you probably see mostly driving around town. These are what our guys move around town in. This is what our supervisors operate out of. It's our most heavily used fleet. These trucks on the right, these are plow trucks. And as you can see, they're dump trucks. So they haul lots of equipment and material. and I realize you can look at these pictures and figure this out, but my point is that the fleet of 55 vehicles it's not as easy as just saying, you know, why do you need this? There's specific reasons why we need each of these pieces of equipment. So on the left, the backhoe loader, those are very specific pieces of equipment. This is to dig, this is to move stuff around. And then these three items here, a catch basin cleaner, a street sweeper, not only are those important things to do in terms of maintenance that we're gonna do, clean out a catch basin and sweep our streets, but those are mandated, that work is mandated through a permit that we have through the DEP regarding stormwater. So whether we, it's not really an option for us not to do this work. And so this is the equipment that allows us to do that. And then some additional stuff here down on the bottom that is, I think, explanatory. So the average age of this equipment is about 14 years. And this is, it says key vehicles for a reason. It's 55 key vehicles because there's a whole bunch of other stuff that we have, trailers, chippers, hot box, that do all kinds of other things. This is a focus on our primary fleet. So the average age of those vehicles, the 55, is about 14. If we included those additional 18, that number is going to go up even higher. We know that the high end for a piece of equipment is typically 10 years in terms of its useful life. And many towns nearby operate off of a 6 to 8 year cycle for replacement of vehicles. I'm not necessarily proposing that, and I think especially for some of these pieces of equipment in the center here, we can probably work on the high end of a life cycle, and those are the high dollar pieces of equipment. But these items up top, like these 1-ton trucks, really we need to be consistent and I think disciplined about having a program or replacing those items on I think 10 years is probably our max, and that's what we use as our guide because that's what the GASB says, and I'll show that. But that's where we are with equipment. We do have 2 mechanics that take care of all of this equipment, plus all the police department vehicles and other town admin vehicles. And so I realize we're not necessarily going to make budget decisions on how much work someone has to do, but those 2 gentlemen who do fantastic work for this town, I don't think it's necessarily something we want to do to just hang on to stuff and have them continually piece it back together and band-aid it. And in some cases, that's what we're doing. And I'll give you an example of something that's part of this 18 right here, which is not reflected on this chart. So we have it's a trailer. It's called a hot box. And in the wintertime, when you need to fix a water leak, which we've had a couple, you cut the road and then you have to pave the road. Well, all the asphalt plants are closed during the wintertime, except for one that's local and it's about an hour away. So you have to drive there, get your asphalt, bring it back. Well, when it's 20 degrees outside, that asphalt does not stay cold. So you need something to heat it and keep it hot while you're transporting it. And so you have a hot box. Well, our hot box last year, we took it out, and this is unfortunate, but towing it back from picking up asphalt, and the wheel fell off, and like the entire wheel, just sheared off of the axle, which is unfortunate, but that happened. Nobody was hurt, and over the summer before this current winter we're in, we paid some money and fixed it. Then we took it out again, and this year, early in the winter, we were taking it out, and the wheel on the opposite side fell off. So now that thing is parked in our yard. I won't allow anybody to use it. It's unsafe, and we're not using it. So if you travel around the town right now, you're going to find in a couple places some water leaks that have been repaired, and they're not paved yet. They're marked off with cones. We're actually out on a road this morning fixing something. And we will address that. It's part of this 18. We're going to figure out how to solve that problem. It's not an issue that I'm asking anybody here to fix for us. We'll come up with a plan to keep our roads paved and do the things we need to do to keep the roads safe. My point is that equipment was old and it should have been replaced a long time ago. And there are many pieces of equipment that you're looking here on the screen that are very old and just need to be replaced. And if you came to our yard and just looked at it, just like if you went to a used car lot, you know, it looks nice on the outside, but when you look in the inside, it's in rough shape. And so that is we really need to tackle it. And it's just part of owning a fleet and taking care of it. So we showed this chart last year and not much has changed. We were fortunately supported at the town meeting last year to purchase 4 vehicles, and we're in the process of doing that. It takes, I think it mentioned on the previous slide, if we ordered today, we probably wouldn't see the vehicle for 8 to 12 months. That's just typically what we're seeing in terms of fielding those pieces of equipment. So it's a long-term process, even beyond the budgetary process, to get that piece of equipment here. So this chart highlights those 55 vehicles. So the left side lists the type of vehicle. This is our quantity. These colors as a reminder, so the green is good. The orange is going kind of on the negative side and the red is not good. Outlined in red here is what we're proposing for this year. And so you can see listed here at the top, 2 trucks, 1-ton pickups, and you can look over to the left and you say, well, it's green. Why do we need to buy 2 pickups? Because it's green and we want to keep it green. What we don't want, and eventually we want this all to be, you know, in the green-yellow range. And so if we don't discipline ourselves to be consistent about maintaining these trucks, then we're just gonna, this chart will just kind of do a circle and, you know, we'll have green and red and it's not gonna help us. And so we wanna keep the fleet where it is, if it's in a good shape, and then start chipping away at some of this older stuff and hopefully turning it yellow, if not to green. One other point here is the second bullet, the trade-in value. So, you know, we will look for opportunities where it makes sense to buy something used if it's appropriate. But it makes sense. You know, this isn't just my thinking. This is industry thinking in terms of how to maintain a fleet, and the life cycle discussion about between 6 and 10 years, say for a 1-ton truck. You know, you're not making all your money back, but you are getting something back when you trade it in. When it's 12, 15, 18, 20 years old, 30 years old, you're getting nothing back for it. And so, you know, there is a trade-off there, and there's some cost benefits, and that analysis is looked at. And so we just want to take advantage of the opportunities for trade-in where we can. The next 4 charts, here's a summary of our capital requests. So this, I mentioned earlier, the grinder and the generator. So with those 2 things were taken off of this chart. So if you were at the capital committee meeting, you know, this is a little bit different because we took off the grinder and generator. So this is a breakout of what we're asking for in terms of capital projects or capital equipment. So 2 1-ton trucks, a utility truck with a crane, that's our maintenance truck, a loader, and then a building assessment. And then important to remember, I think for all of us, that you know, this doesn't all come out of our town's free cash. So it's just this money here, this 232 that comes out of free cash. And then we also, because these vehicles that are listed here are used for plowing, but also for water and sewer operations, or hauling equipment or whatever, we can divvy up the funding of that vehicle between the 3 funds that we have. So the water sewer enterprise funds and the free cash. So just something to be aware of. So the next four charts or three charts are just these vehicles. I can come back to these and talk to any of them if you want to, but these two 1-ton trucks, they're 10 and 13 years. I talked about how 10 years is hitting the max. And if this is approved, say in this spring, we probably wouldn't see it till next spring or early next winter, next year. So, we're looking at 11, almost 12 years old, and the one for the one, and then the other one, 14 years old or so. So we want to keep the fleet on a path that's going to sustain it. We want to keep the vehicles safe. All of these vehicles, anything that goes on the road that has tires has to be inspected, outside of the DPW, just like your own personal vehicle has to be inspected and get a sticker. And so that's sometimes a challenge, getting those things to pass, and it has been, not just these trucks, but many of our vehicles. And so we just want to get on a cycle that's sustainable and affordable, and because we recognize there's a cost, but that's this one. This is our maintenance truck. So it's similar to the 1-ton, but it has this crane on the back. And this vehicle is 22 years old. And then this is a loader. And you can see it's 33 years old. So the price tag's high, but it's been around a long time, and we're spending money to maintain all of these vehicles. And then this is a building condition assessment, and some of you may have read the article already, but as you know, we have several buildings around town. There's two specifically. There's three listed here, but the two I'll talk about are the Country Club and the Harvey building. So these are two buildings that they have known capital maintenance requirements, and we need to address them. Roof repairs, there's some siding, windows, there's electrical, plumbing, HVAC issues. But before putting money into these buildings and repairing them, we think at least that it would be a smart thing to do. And this is not Jim Stewart, Chris Pant coming up with an idea to go do another study. This is industry practice to go look at your buildings, do a condition assessment, and figure out, what really needs to be fixed, and then come up with a prioritization plan that tells you how to, or recommends where you should put your effort in terms of funding and repairs. So if we come up with this, if we execute this assessment, we'll get this feedback from someone who's trained to do these sorts of things, because we don't have the ability in-house. And we can certainly go look at a building and see a roof's bad, but when it comes to the mechanicals inside, you really need to bring in an expert and give us assessment. So we get that assessment, and it gives us a list and tells us how much it's going to cost to address issues. Well, then it's a discussion with the town as to, okay, what are these buildings going to be used for? So I think we know what the Country Club is used for, but the Harvey building, maybe not. So, it's sitting there now, and there is a tenant in there, but the use of that building is not entirely clear in terms of its future use. And so, how much money we spend conducting repairs on that building is, I think, correlates to what we think the intended use is. And so if it's going to sit there because we're just figuring things out, we're not sure what we want to use it for, well, then we just need to do something that's kind of good enough to sustain it, right? So it doesn't go down in its condition, but it's not necessarily improving. We just keep it steady. If we know we're going to use it for something and that purpose is A, then we put the money into it to get it to be able to do A. If the purpose is going to be B, that might require another amount of money or we might approach it a different way. The point from our perspective in terms of the buildings themselves is that let's figure out what needs to be done, and let's get it all captured at one time instead of chipping away at it individually, where there's no doubt we spend more money. We would or will spend more money if we just chip away at things individually and don't have a comprehensive look at the entire building and understand all the issues. And there are many. For example, that Harvey building, there are some ADA compliance issues. But if we're not going to use that building and I'm totally just making this up. I have no idea what we're going to use that building for. I'm just saying, if we were going to use that building as a warehouse to store documents, then the amount of effort we put into making it ADA compliant might be different if we're going to turn it into an office building or something like that. And so the idea of this condition assessment is to give us some information that we can make smart decisions off of. And it costs $45,000, and that's money, but we think it's money well spent if it's going to help us make smarter decisions down the road. So I'm going to talk the two articles that we have. So this first chart, this is one of two. So this is water. Next one will be sewer. I'm not going to go over all these lines individually, and you may not even be able to read them all. But I had mentioned previously in previous discussions with the committees and boards here today that we need to come up with a water and sewer capital plan, and this is our current document we're operating off of. And so it's going out almost 10 years. On the left side of the chart, you can see a list of things that need to be done. And then you can see the projected costs and then how we've translated them to a timeline over the next, this shows 8 years. And the bottom line there, as you can see, is the cost we'd anticipate each year to do this work. And if you remember, last town meeting, the town approved a water main replacement, which is something we need to start doing. We're replacing old water mains that are buried underground and have been there a really long time. So on this chart, it lists water main replacement, Flanders. That's the one that was approved. And we asked for it last year. And on this chart, it's shown in FY24. That's because in the meantime, we've encountered a couple other things that are going to be more important for us to address. And so it's likely that water main replacement is going to be pushed out a year or two in order for us to address some higher priority issues related to our water system. And I don't necessarily need to, well, I can later. I won't necessarily go into all the details of these, but there's two issues here. One is, which many of you heard about, the PFAS discussion. So there's a dollar value here listed at $200,000. So we're pursuing a grant to hopefully fund that. And then the other issue is a chlorine residual issue, which means we have a section of the town where chlorine, which is part of the treatment of our water, it's measured and sampled on a routine basis. There are parts of our town where the system is set up where it's not getting to the right level of chlorine that it should be. And so that issue is addressed. So it's not an issue that's so we don't have an issue with chlorine in our water not being at the level it's supposed to be. But the problem is we've been addressing it in a temporary manner for several years. And as part of a routine inspection that's conducted by the Department of Environmental Protection, it's been identified as something that they approve the temporary measures that are in place, but and have been in place for quite a long time. But we need to come up with a long-term permanent solution. And so we're on track to do that. But my point is this capital plan, while it looks the way it does right now, it'll evolve over time. In a future discussion, and we've started this discussion with the town manager and the finance director, but this bottom line, these totals each year where it says, at the bottom of the chart, that's a lot of money over time, and we realize that. So we've discussed ways with those two about a strategy that would help us maybe mitigate some of that cost or figure out how to do it in a smart way. And so I'm hoping our next step sooner rather than later, we can have a discussion with the finance team, broader and maybe come to some conclusions on how we want to do that. But again, this chart was really just to show you that we have something out there, and there are costs. One other point is when you look at the budget document, and you can see a section under the water and sewer enterprise portions about the debt payments. We pay a lot of money every year to cover our debt from previous work. And I think, so my point here is bringing that up is that just about all of the work that we're paying for in our current debt was work done over the past 10, 15 years, good work, but it was to expand our system. It wasn't to do any of the work that's listed here, which is to replace. So we expanded our system, and we're paying for that now. And it was a good thing to expand that system because we were bringing services to residents, water and sewer. But these costs shown on the bottom left chart here, this is all water main maintenance and replacement. That's to replace pipes that have been in the ground for 60, 70, maybe more years that just need to be replaced. And that costs a lot of money. And so I'm just trying to make that point. This is sewer, and it has its own layout for the next few years. And we can talk that more specifically. I think it would be appropriate, hopefully soon, to get a smaller group together and talk the funding strategy, and then bring that back to the larger group in terms of how we propose to do that going forward. But wanted you to know that we actually have something, and because we were talking about it for a while. All right, so we have two articles that we're presenting. This first one is related to stormwater infrastructure improvements. So it will fund, it's a $60,000 request, and it funds two things. I'm going to talk about the bottom half of this chart first, which is the majority of that money. So we applied for a grant at the end of last year, and we found out actually just last week that we will be a recipient of the grant. This is a grant. It's part of an asset management planning program. It funds the assessment of all of our town culverts and rates them all and tells us which ones are, need to be repaired like right away and which ones can wait a while. And it gives us a plan associated with that at the estimated costs and all those sorts of things. Gives us a plan. The second piece of that is a stormwater funding evaluation. So it's going to look at our needs for stormwater maintenance and give us some recommendations on how to develop a funding strategy moving forward. So really, that boils down to we can either pay for stormwater management out of our taxes, out of general fund, or we could potentially come up with a stormwater enterprise account. And this is the initial step for us to take a look at that process and see what might make sense for Westborough. So this grant, it's outlined here in this red box. So this chart, I put it in here because there were 16 towns approved for this grant, this portion of the grant, and these towns are rated here. So your listing on this chart is based on how you competed in the grant. So you can see that Westborough was number 3 out of the 16. I put that here because I think it's evidence that what we put forward as a scope of work for this grant was appropriate, and clearly somebody outside of Westborough thought our work that we asked to get done is something that's necessary and should be funded. So the grant cost is $133,000, but there is a match to the grant, and that match is the difference between this $80,000 and $133,000, so about $53,000. We can fulfill some of that grant match with in-kind services, meaning we can provide workers and equipment to help the consultant that's going to do this work do their work, and we can count those hours, those man hours, against the match that we owe. But there is a cash requirement. It's about $40,000. Excuse me. It's about $40,000 that we would pay cash to get this grant. So yes, we are paying what could be considered a substantial amount of money, but we're getting $133,000 worth of value out of it. And we think it's appropriate and important for the town to do this. We're not committed to the grant because we don't have the money appropriated yet. Once the town decides they want to appropriate that match, then we'll be committed to the grant. So, but we thought it was something that was worth the expenditure. To the gain was obviously worth more than the cost. The second piece of this article, so that $60,000 article, $40,000 of it would be covered under this grant. That would pay the match. The second piece of the article is the remaining $20,000 would cover one-time costs that we need to expend to improve our stormwater infrastructure. So we have infrastructure throughout the town that is not functioning. So this is an example. This is a little stream here. There's a stake here and a stake here. Right at the end of this stake, actually, I've been using my mouse the whole time and I didn't check to see. Can you guys see my mouse moving around?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so just making sure. So this, at the end of this stake here, is the end of a pipe, but it's buried. And so we have many instances around the town where this is the case. So there's no water flowing. So towards you, coming towards you, the pipe would be going to the street, and then from the street, the water flows down the pipe, and it comes out here and then flows into the stream. It's not obviously happening in this picture because, well, you can see it's all buried and there's no way the water is getting there. So that was excavated, as you can see in the bottom right, and now water flows from the street as it's supposed to, and then flows through this trench here and then out to where it goes. So this is something we did. Our team here does this, and we do it. We've been doing it over the past 4 or 5 months all around the town. There are instances where these outfalls are buried in locations that our equipment can't get to, but we need equipment to clean them out, uncover them. And so we can go rent one or go hire someone with an equipment and operator, and they bring in the appropriate excavator that we need, a tracked excavator, to come in here and dig out these outfalls. So we are identifying all these things around the town. We get a list together of 10, 20, 30 of these things, and then we need to tackle them and actually go back and address them. So the $20,000 that's in this article would fund the one-time cost of tackling these outfalls that we can't get to, hiring someone to come in, uncover them, and open them up. Once they're opened, like this one on the bottom right, then we just maintain them. Like, we don't let this fill in, and we keep the pipe clean, and there's no more cost in terms of excavation, which is what this money is asking for. This chart is another example. So this is on the left, you can see the end of a pipe here. This pipe on the right was pulled out of this section here. And if you followed this pipe away from you, so into the screen, it would go up to the end of a cul-de-sac. And so this pipe runs down really between two properties in a neighborhood, but it was buried. And so clearly no water was moving through it. And in a lot of cases, especially when these are in neighborhoods, no one knows this pipe is here. And so, a lot of people take their leaves, branches that they cut off trees, they take them to the back of the yard. Maybe they're near some woods or something, and they just kind of push them at the end of the yard, right? Well, if there's an outfall there that's buried, and which in this case it was, they don't know that. They don't know that there's something there. So they essentially continue to bury it. So we dug this one out and replaced that pipe and cleaned it back up. But you can see the pipe itself is full of dirt. And so there's two components to this project. It's one is you have to dig it out and let find the end so that the water can daylight. But inside the pipe, there is also all of this mess that in some cases, if obviously this pipe had to be replaced entirely, but if it was just filled with dirt, you can jet this pipe or basically run water through it and clean it out. And so there's a cost to that. And so this $20,000 again helps us knock out these outfalls, the ones we can't get to, uncover them, daylight them, clean out the pipe, and be done with it. And then after that, it's just a matter of maintenance for us. And so, as an aside, not really part of the budget discussion, but on this bottom right picture, there's a little placard here, and it says, Public Works Utility. And so you probably haven't noticed, but they are popping up around the town. And the intent of these is to identify these outfalls so that, especially when they're in neighborhoods and places that people maybe didn't realize were, making it known they're there, so people can hopefully avoid covering these things up in the future. And as we go into these neighborhoods, we talk to the residents and explain to them what these things do. And of course, they immediately realize the significance and value of them. So, this cost, I think, is a one-time. I know it's a one-time cost to uncover these outfalls that we can't get to with our own equipment and take care of them. This is my last thing, and then I'll stop chattering here. So this is our second article that we're presenting. You've seen, or most of you have seen this before, this little picture, but it's this again has two parts to it. I'll talk the second part first, or the bottom part first. So this map shows in a red line what's called the interceptor sewer line. It's our main sewer line that runs through town. Many of our neighborhood lines dump into this line, and then this line carries wastewater to the treatment plant. So in 2019, we completed a project to line this whole section of pipe. So the inside, there's a process where you can basically create a pipe inside of a pipe, and you don't have to dig it out. You just line the inside of the pipe and fix the pipe essentially. And so that's what we did in 2019. And then at the end of last year, we requested funding to do the design for the finishing this repair to this interceptor line. And now we're asking for the money to actually pay for the construction of this line. And we're not sure yet if it'll be a pipe lining or we'll have to actually take the pipe out and replace it, or if it's going to be a combination of the two. So this article asks for $1.8 million. $1.6 million would pay for this effort here to basically complete that work that was started in 2019 and get that line, that entire sewer line back to its condition that we need it to be, and it'll last that way for the next 50 years. The second half of this article, so the remaining $200,000 is associated with the comprehensive wastewater management plan. So that is that's a plan that the town had initiated 20 years ago. It's a document that it takes multiple iterations over years to at least this one done 20 years ago. I think it was, by the time it was actually approved by DEP, I think it was 2012. So it's a lengthy process to update this document, but that's what allowed the town to expand its sewer service in the 2 decades of the 2000s, 2010s, which is when we had a lot of expansion of our sewer. So now it's been 20 years, and we need to relook at our wastewater management plan. And specifically, this relates to what our immediate interest is. We have a wastewater treatment plant, the town does, and we operate that plant with contributions from Westborough, Hopkinton, and Shrewsbury. And the DEP permits that plant and tells them you can accept X amount of wastewater every year. And then each town is given an apportionment. So Westborough has an apportionment of how many gallons of wastewater we can send to that plant every year. Inside of that apportionment, it's broken down into how much can be industrial, how much can be commercial, how much is residential, and then residential is broken down into multifamily and single family. And so there's discussion frequently about multifamily housing in Westborough, and I know there are developers that are interested in multifamily housing and developing multifamily housing in Westborough. But our problem right now is that we don't have an updated, accurate reflection of how our wastewater is apportioned. And so based on what we know right now, our apportionment for multifamily is capped. So we've maxed it out. We need to take another look at that through this CWMP and figure out how we can, if it's appropriate, and how we can modify that to basically reapportion our wastewater flows to the treatment plant. And that's not something we can do in-house just on our own. It requires extensive study, analysis, and also communication with the DEP to make that determination. And so this $200,000 that we're asking for in this article allows us to get that process started and get us to a point where we can hopefully tell the town, if the town decided or wants to, what options we have for multifamily housing development. So that's what this article covers: the placement of the completion of the repair to the sewer line, and then the funding of the wastewater management plan. And that is it. I feel like I blasted through that, and hopefully didn't confuse anybody, but I'm gonna stop sharing and hopefully we can have a discussion.
It was fantastic, Chris. Thank you very much for what I felt was very thorough. And I usually have a million questions, and as we went through them, you answered them one by one, but I'm sure we do have questions, and I see a hand up from Hank Roush, so we'll continue the same process before.
Yeah, Chris, thank you very much. Echoing what Shelby said, thank you for a very thorough and very professional presentation of both the current budget and some long-range thinking, which really pleases me that we're thinking long-term, because we'll probably be here for a while. At least that's the plan. My question is, one of the suggestions you're making is that the town kind of change the way we're budgeting for some of the capital improvements and a move from a line item by line item budgeting basis to basically providing a lump sum capital budget for water and sewer major maintenance to the DPW. I believe that's what you're suggesting. My question is, when we do that, will the funding still come out of the water sewer revolving revenue funds? I guess they call them reserve funds, or.
I can answer that, Chris.
Yeah. Okay.
So if it went into the budget, then it would still come out of the enterprise funds, but not the reserve funds.
I'm sorry, enterprise. Thank you.
Yeah.
I was using the wrong. I still have trouble with all the terminology.
No. So right now, when Chris proposes the article, if we can fund it out of the reserve, then we do that typically with the capital projects. But if it were to become a budget line item, then it would still be funded out of the enterprise fund. So it would only hit the ratepayers, but not out of the reserves.
But again, I believe would also move the specific detail of what we're spending for out of the purview of the capital review committee, and technically move it out of the capital allocation.
Yeah. So it wouldn't be listed as a separate article. Historically, these articles haven't come before the capital planning committee, but they have come up as separate warrant articles specific to the project. In talking with Leah and Chris, especially where Chris is talking about replacement, it's really, we're really seeing that as a operating expense and maintenance. And so potentially over time should be incorporated into the budget. But as Chris described, we still want to have more discussions about that and talk to the finance team before we are ready to present a plan.
Good, thank you.
Okay, Walter, I see your hand up.
Yes, thank you. Hank asked one of the questions I had, which is, I had that same thought. Okay, my, I guess, question is on the fleet replacement. The chart shows a lot about average years, but at least in one case, it seems like the actual year of the replaced item is more important. I think your loader was actually 33 years old, but the average might have been more like 14 or 15. So I'm wondering if somehow average isn't the right color bar metric for that, because it seems like if you had three 14-year-old loaders, that's different than having a 40-year-old one and two new ones or something. But that's just something I think that might help me. My question, well, I don't know if you want give me a chance to say something.
Well, I don't know if I can, I don't know if I'll address your questions specifically, but broadly, that chart that we showed that you're referring to, we needed a start point essentially for how do we quantify our fleet, and so because of the age, the easy thing to understand is the age. I mean, if it were not old, then we would start talking about miles, hours, vehicle usage. But when it's 30 years old, it's a little easier to just like, yes, I mean, that's kind of an obvious way of defining the need.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think it's just the one being replaced age more than maybe the average of the whole group that's still there. Okay, I had another question that's sort of independent of what you did, but was in the information that we got in our booklets, which is the street lighting budget has about $100,000 in electricity. And I was wondering if we've gotten any further on potentially going to like LEDs on some of these street lights or something that might be quite a electricity savings, particularly if we could fund some of that with a grant.
Walter, just for everyone's benefit, is there a page number? I just think it would be helpful for folks, a page number and an account number, if you could reference it.
It's on page 171, electricity budget line 5212.
So this budget gets thrown into the Department of Public Works, but Chris isn't the one who's responsible for it. So I'll answer the question. Okay. We have talked to National Grid about the possibility of switching over to LEDs. There's also, conversations about, does the town own the streetlights? Should the town, they have programs where they'll move from them owning the streetlights to us owning the streetlights. And of course, there's pros and cons to that. I know that I don't know if it's a Sustainable Westborough or the Climate Action Plan, but one of those groups is really encouraging us to have those conversations, and I think is in a plan going forward. So it wouldn't impact fiscal 22, but it is on our radar.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Is that all, Walter? Yep. Okay. Syed and then Melanie.
So Chris, thank you so much for that really excellent presentation. And one of the more impressive things about Chris is that you often see him and Derek and basically out on the roads checking things out. So that is always impressive. I actually wanted to expand on something that Mr. Rausch actually brought up earlier. And the thing is, with regard to the generator, I think you had mentioned that I think he was asking about the water enterprise funds being used. Will that also be used to fund the water main replacement? And also, can some of that money be used to pay for the like the trucks that you were talking about?
We do use money out of the water and sewer enterprise funds to pay for trucks. If you're the discussion about increasing our line item in the budget for sewer was really focused on preventive maintenance, and so when you talk about either sewer line or water line replacement, those are capital projects that would be funded separately from our budget and normally in the $1 million or higher range. I don't know if I'm answering your question correctly.
No, you are. Thank you. That actually is clarifying it a lot. And so thank you for that clarification. And then also, and I think you said this, but I just want to be clear, the PFOA, assessment, will that also come from the enterprise, or will that be a separate capital line item?
So we're waiting on the results from the grant request. If the grant request is not funded, then it would be, if we wanted to pursue it anyways, the town would pay for it out of the water enterprise fund.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And the last is not, the last is just a philosophical comment again to the two boards. I was interested in Chris's mention of the repairs of the country club site, and I'm supportive of his efforts to get that assessed. But again, I think we had an earlier discussion. I think someone had raised the question about the viability, and I think we really do need to ask ourselves, long term, like how much money are we going to be putting into the country club, and how much are we going to be getting out? I'm not saying that we need to answer this question, but I do think we need to have at least be thinking about how much we're willing to invest and what we're getting out. I'll just stop there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Melanie.
All right, thanks, Chris. I got a couple questions. One, can you tell me how many grants you're overseeing now? You talked to the stormwater grant, and throughout this book, it's referenced that we need to look for alternatives to funding the budget, and grants are mentioned throughout the book. How many do you oversee now?
We have, over the last, say, 8 months, we've applied for 6. I think it was 6. And we were accepted for all 6. And we have 5 that are actually active right now. I believe it's 5. And I guess a point on grants is we are aggressive about looking for them, but we're also cognizant of the fact that, one, there's kind of 2 parts to it. One is there's a lot of work that goes into getting a grant and on the front side, and someone has to do that work. And I'm not saying we shouldn't, but it does consume time. And so the second part is once you get the grant, particularly for us, because our grants are typically for projects. And so the implementation of that grant is often over weeks or months. And that means we have to do the reporting and the management of that project. And we certainly will, but we're trying to be smart about how much we take on, because we don't want to take on something that we can't end up, executing. And so, there are lots of opportunities out there for grants, but and we want to take advantage of them, but we also want to be able to execute them, and we can't overwhelm ourselves with those projects. So, but that's the answer.
Okay, so you kind of segued into my next question, which is more for Christy. Have we thought about a centralized grant writer, since this is not the only department that oversees multiple grants at a time?
Yes, we've thought about it. It's definitely come up in the staffing study. It hasn't risen as sort of a top priority additional position, but it's something that we've considered. One of the other positions that they've put forward, the staffing study put forward, is the need for a procurement officer. And so there could be some overlap in job responsibility in terms of managing the grants. I think the departments themselves do a great job applying for the grants because they have the information. But I think in terms of grant oversight and administration, yes, it would be helpful. Absolutely.
Okay, and then my last question is to the, it was kind of a future project with regard to the truck shelter. It's like in the back of one of the things years down, I think 2025 maybe, or 2024. If we're investing in all this new equipment, why are we delaying putting in some sort of shelter that protects our investment?
So it's a great point, because we absolutely want to protect the equipment we're purchasing. Well, two answers. One is we don't exactly know what we want yet would want for a shelter, but in the meantime, so there's a lot of work to be done to figure out costs and size and all that sort of thing. It's more of a conceptual idea right now, but in the meantime, we are have been pursuing other options that are much lower costs to mitigate outdoor storage. So, for example, the Explorer Post had a big canopy here in our DPW yard that they didn't need anymore, and so we took it from them for a small fee, and we're able to store all of our snow equipment in there now. And there's a couple other options that are out there in the very near term, like in the next weeks and months, that we're pursuing, that require working with some other organizations, but potentially, in the town, but potentially we could solve our problem, at least in the next several year term, and do what you said, which is protect our equipment, but not have to spend money building something new to do that. So it's on the horizon as a kind of a placeholder, because we're not sure we've solved the problem yet, but we want it on the horizon in case that's something we have to really look hard into. So that's not a perfect answer, but that's how we've approached it.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Melanie. I think Andrew?
Yeah, thank you very much. So last year we were talking about an issue that you'd uncovered with regards to how apparently we had about 20% of our metered water wasn't being tracked, or we were losing track of it, and that there was a standard of around 10%, and there was an opportunity of potentially recovering lost revenue because of water that we weren't tracking properly. Do you remember that discussion? Maybe I'm not even framing it right, but do you remember that, and have we made any progress on making sure we're capturing it?
Yeah, I absolutely remember that discussion, and we have not made significant progress on that. And the reason why is, and these can be called excuses, I guess, but it's kind of the reality is the pandemic had an impact on water usage across the town. Obviously, we had a transition in personnel in terms of the person responsible for our water for the town, and that put us off track a little bit for several months. And then in the meantime, another funding opportunity, a grant, was popped up through DEP that would conduct a water audit for the town. So someone else would come look at our water for us and tell us where it's going. And so that all happened over the course of the last 5 months of 2020, after what you mentioned was approved, and because you appropriated money last year for us to hire someone to look at this. We didn't spend that money yet because some of these things happened and we didn't want to dive into something and not have the right people ready to really look after it appropriately. So, and then end of the year came and this opportunity through DEP for an audit came up. So we applied for that. We're waiting on an answer for that one, which we expect in the next few weeks. They said early in the year, January, February. If that is approved, then we're going to jump on that and let that audit happen, which is funded by somebody else. And then the money that the town appropriated last year, we can then apply that money to pursuing the resolution of the problem. But, you know, our money goes further essentially. So that's where we are. It's totally something high on the list to continue to get after. But yes, there has been a delay, and everything you said was accurate.
I appreciate that. And I think that one of the things that comes to mind as a sooner need than others would be, how large is this opportunity? I think we kind of know estimate. It sounds like you're really on top of that. But I think there's also about a 2-year turnaround to get that money, because the audit needs to be done. The targets of the issue may need to be identified. Equipment may need to be brought in to replace old equipment that's not measuring properly, or that needs to be added to capture this. And then we would start recognizing the revenue. So we're still a couple of years out, I would imagine, from seeing any benefit from this. But given that it's a couple of years start, I'm glad it's a priority as something that we're looking at to move on, because, you know, revenue being what it is, it's just a positive. So thank you.
Thanks, Andrew. Ellen, you're next.
Okay, a couple of quick comments. One, with the building assessment, particularly for the Harvey building and the golf club. Obviously, I know there are many, many ideas out there for the Harvey building on what it could be used for, as opposed to its current use, and certainly understanding what needs to be done for that building, and then having options for use and making smart payments. It was mentioned earlier by Selectman Hashmi, you know, should we be spending it to look at the building at the golf club? But the situation is there, right? If the golf club's going to continue operation, then we should understand what's needed to maintain and prepare that building for use of the golf club. If there's going to continue to be a restaurant there, what needs to be done to support that? If we at some point say, well, you know, the golf club isn't sustainable, we're going to use that property for something else, then we would need to know the condition of the building and what work would need to be done to repurpose that building for something else. And so having the data that understands this, you know, the assessment of the building, whether it's continued to use in support of a golf club or some other purpose on that property, not knowing what, you know, the next several years will bring in that direction, I think is important. In looking at the line item budget and the move of the grinder and the generator to maintenance, I realize that it is a change in process, and as far as things that are separate warrant articles and capital items moving into operating. But as I looked at the list of things already included in that line item, we have other major expenses, you know, and maintenance costs that were already able to be put into that budget line item. And so I do see this as making it, you know, a little more consistent, right? You know, what, you know, pumps and other major maintenance in the pumping stations can be in the repair and maintenance budget item, but somehow a generator or a grinder is special, right? And maybe we all like seeing the pictures of what a grinder is at town meeting and the presentations, but I think it actually adds consistency and the ability to give the DPW the flexibility to manage the maintenance and make that transition from reactive to preventative will save us, you know, tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars a year going forward, as we're able to take care of things and prevent problems rather than the higher cost. My third comment was I'm very glad to see effort to update the comprehensive wastewater management plan. As the town looks at things like making downtown more vibrant, we look to address housing affordability. We look at development potential. Yes, we're blocked from multifamily at this point, but we're also reaching limits on some of the other allocations as well. And it hampers the flexibility in our ability to respond to the needs of the community and to execute plans that'll help benefit the community. And so I just am very supportive of taking a look at that. I wish it didn't take multiple years. Months would be better than years here, but again, I think that's money that's critical and investment that's critical for us to be able to manage the town and improve our tax revenues over time, as well as the quality of life. So thank you, and great presentation.
Can I just make one comment? Just on the CWMP, the entire process does take potentially multiple years, but to get the answer that we're looking for, that you're interested in terms of the allocation, that is a short-term, like that data will come up in the early part of the study or the process. So we expect that once we kick this off within a year or so, we'll have that, or maybe sooner, we'll have that data. And the second, just to add on to what you said about, besides just the multifamily, we do have a cap for how much we can send to how much wastewater we can send to the state, to the wastewater treatment plant. And part of the reason we fix sewer lines is because there's a lot of infiltration of stormwater into the sewer line, and that gets counted against us in terms of what we're sending to the plant. So by fixing that interceptor sewer line, that's step one that we did and the one we want to do coming up, we are eliminating opportunities for stormwater infiltration, which then gives us more flexibility in terms of what we can send wastewater-wise to the plant. So just wanted to highlight that.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
Great. I see Melanie, you have your hand up again? Nope. Okay, Sean?
Thank you, Shelby. Hey, Chris, thank you very much. In reviewing the 55 vehicles that you have on your plan, the specialized vehicles, and I appreciate the red, yellow, and green coloring, but in looking at those 1-ton trucks, I think one set was at like an average of 9 years, when really the guideline is 10-year, sort of the life cycle of that truck, right? 10 years. I don't know if our fleet's at 9, I don't know if green then is kind of generous. If we're going to replace 2 of those trucks each year, I guess the majority of the trucks must be closer to the end of their useful life than on average. So is replacing 2 every year going forward going to be sufficient, is my question.
And it's a great question. And I honestly don't know. I know, based on this plan, I think it gets us to a good place. I don't know. I guess the answer, so in terms of the color coding and all that, we needed a standard. We needed something that could be easily explainable. So we used the Government Accounting Standards Board. Their useful life for most of these trucks is 10 years. And so, to give us the greatest leeway, we said, 10 years and you're still green. Your point is well taken and absolutely correct in terms of, if you're at 9, you're not programmed to replace that truck, then you're gonna exceed what you said was good. You're gonna turn red. In terms of, is 4 trucks a year going to solve our problem, or put us in a sustainable path so that we're not at a point in the future where everything's old. I think it's pretty close. I mean, I can't show you any data that says that. I mean, we've kind of run the numbers in this chart, but I think it's pretty. I think it's pretty close. I won't say it's perfect, and we've taken advantage of. Last year we got 2 new trucks through a grant from Sustainable Westborough that they pursued, but we've had some other things pop up that I mean, it's unfortunate we had a truck burn, but then in the meantime, we got kind of that insurance money got us some replacements. So we've had some kind of pickup in what we've been doing beyond just the 4 trucks that town meeting approved. And so I think I'm kind of bumbling around here because I'm comfortable with the plan that we have, and I think it's going to get us to the right track. And we're also conscious of the costs associated with buying this equipment, which is, expensive. And so that's what we're trying to balance.
Thank you.
I don't see a hand raised, so I'll use this opportunity, Chris, to ask you a question, or just maybe more of a statement as a follow-up to Alan's comments about being in favor of the approach that you're taking with incorporating the sewer grinder pumps into the maintenance schedule. It makes perfect sense to me. I think that it makes perfect sense sort of with the, if you will, the condition of this level of sort of transparency and ongoing sharing of information about the work that is being done. So it's sort of not, it's just not lost. I mean, not to imply that the work isn't being done, but I think it's important for the public to understand that it is being done and how that's being allocated. So when it appears on a town warrant, everyone goes, oh my goodness, right? That's a big number, but it calls attention to it through that process. So I'm very comfortable under your leadership and your staff that the work will be done, but I think it's important to continue to bring that communication forward. Thank you. Are there any other, I don't see any other hands raised for Chris. Okay, so Chris, want to thank your entire team for being here. I know it's a big chunk out of their day, and certainly know that they probably helped you with the presentation to make it be as awesome as it was. So thank you so much. I think in the past you've provided us with the actual copy of the presentation. So Christy, will we get a copy of this? Yep.
Yeah, we can provide that.
Okay, great. Excellent. And thank you so much. Okay.
Thank you. And we are, I'll just put another plug in. I talked the capital plan for water and sewer, and we'd love to sit down with whoever the appropriate people are to figure out a game plan for a funding strategy. And we have a proposal. We just want to get that, on the table and figure out if that makes sense for everybody. But thank you very much.
Excellent. Seeing heads nodding. That's great.
Thanks, great.
All right. Sorry, Sean, go ahead.
Just saying thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, so I know I saw Chief Lori join us. I'll just sort of ask the group, do we need like a 3-minute stretch break? I know we're all sitting down here and my posture is slowly falling. I show 11:14. Do we want to just take, if Chief Lori is okay, 5 minutes and join, or call it 6 and join back at 11:20? I'm seeing heads nodding. Okay, 11:20, join back here. Thank you. Thanks. Jeff from Chris, we'll let you go through your presentation. We'll hold all questions, and then we'll ask questions at the end through a raised hand process on the board. So you have the floor.
So, hopefully you'll see that basically we held off on additional positions because of COVID right now. So the budget that you see before you with the total number of $4,099,432 basically is contractual obligations and to pay the bills moving forward. If you have any specific questions, we did make certain cuts in certain areas. What we're seeing right now is as we're coming out of it a little bit, where we are seeing an uptick, in areas that are going to need our attention. Obviously, we have some retirements coming, some people out right now, which is incurred overtime costs. But as you can see through this budget, we have 2 cruisers, an ACO vehicle. I can explain why. The deputy chief is with us, can explain that as well. And then we have an article in regards to body-worn cameras. But I don't know if there's any specific questions that you want. If there's any issues, I can go line by line if you'd like.
I guess the first question, if we just want to make sure if you have a formal presentation to give, that you have time to do that. If you don't, then we can just open it up for questions.
Yeah, I just feel that right now we're not really presenting anything new. There's no curveballs here. This is just the cost of doing business, with contractual obligations that we have, and just keeping the PD afloat. I think a conversation that we'll need to have it probably before the fall town meeting is then address some of the staffing concerns to get back on track. But just to briefly explain what I mean by that is the staffing study projected our call volume last year to be 21,000. Even during COVID, we're knocking on the door to 31,000. To be exact, we had they were at 20. They predicted 21,197 in 2020, and we were actually at 30,931. So that's what I'm really going to have to present to you folks to say, why we need to get to where we need to be. At this point, we're really with this present budget. We're a reactive police department. We're doing our best to meet the needs of the community. I can just tell you, last night we had a juvenile that was distraught, suicidal, threatening to jump from a bridge, and it shut the whole PD down. This morning, midnight to 8, a TT unit hit the bridge. It shuts the shift down. When we look at certain shifts at night, when we only have 3 or 4 officers on, this past weekend, we had 5 arrests. And during COVID, we're doing whatever we can not to arrest people. We've got an officer at the hospital with people. We've got 2 officers booking prisoners. There's no one on the road. So, we're dealing with mutual aid. So that's the presentation really for October, not to frighten anyone, but there are some things that I want to do as your police chief, as a deputy chief wants to do, that is, thinking outside the box proactive, that we just can't do. This budget that I'm presenting with the deputy is just so we can meet the needs and just get, through COVID and through the summer into the fall town meeting. But I'd be happy to answer any specific questions that you have.
I think why don't we do questions about the police department budget first, and then I can put up the articles, each of the articles that the police department is presenting on the warrant, so that you can look at those. I think what Jeff has described is the level service budget for FY22. One increase to that. I mean, when you look at the salary increase, about that $30,000 addition for the additional months for that police officer we added last year is part of that increase, but everything else within the salary, there's no additional positions. It's really, the same number of staff as was approved through October town meeting or November town meeting of 2020. And then in terms of, additional expenses, it's a level service budget. So if anyone has any questions specific to the FY22 budget, we can start there.
Okay, so I see some hands up. Hank, And again, just a reminder for everyone, please keep your phones on mute if they're not.
Chief, thank you very much. I believe in the past, and well, it sounds like what you're suggesting is that you understand we need to stay with a level service budget at this point in time. Is it part of your thinking that if the financial situation for the community is much improved, you'd be coming to the fall town meeting looking for some enhancements to your staffing and spending?
Yes, Frank, you're right on point. We understand these are very difficult times, and we're team players here at the police department. We're going to do the best we can with what we have. And you're right. If things look better, I will ask. As I've always stated, I'm only going to advocate, for the needs of the community when they're actually needed. This right here is just to get us through. This budget just to get us through, making sure we, still provide, a top-notch service to the best of our abilities.
Good. Thank you very much.
The police department did come forward for discussion. When they brought their initial budget request forward, they did bring forward for discussion the additional patrolman and also a lieutenant position. And we don't, in working through and talking with them, we understand the need for relooking at the implementation plan of the staffing study. But we did discuss the potential of bringing something forward at the October town meeting as we did last year. So we don't want to get into that too much right now because we don't know at this point what we'll be proposing. But, the implementation of the staffing plan is still top of mind.
Okay, Hank, you're all set. You're off mute. Ian, please.
Thank you. Just a quick question. Since we as a board finished negotiations and voted and approved a new chief's contract at our last meeting, the numbers in the budget book, I don't believe reflect that. I guess I'm asking Christy and so more of a heads up to folks that number will change slightly based on the successful negotiation we had with the chief on a new contract. Is that correct, Christy?
It's correct that the budget doesn't reflect it at this time. One of the things in the new contract that increases the chief's salary but does not increase the budget was the incorporation of holiday pay into base salary. So you'll see when you look at when you would look at the detailed budget, you would see that the chief's salary is budgeted and additionally holiday pay is budgeted, but now that's incorporated. So the impact on the police department budget for FY22 is minimal.
Okay. Alan?
Sure. Just a question on something Chief Laurie mentioned, that the department is expecting a number of retirements. I know that most of the officers who join the department are transferring in from other departments, so they're not, we're not getting entry level officers. We're getting officers with years, some few or many years of experience or specific expertise that we're looking for. Does the budget estimate for salary and wages reflect any potential savings? Someone who's retiring after 20 plus years of service would naturally be at a higher pay grade than someone coming in with 3 years or 5 years of service.
There's some dynamics to that, Alan. One of them being these 3 retirements were unanticipated. These are people that recently announced that they were leaving for personal reasons. So yes, there could be some savings, but the savings come into play where, let's say an officer that's retiring has no degree, but yet we're hiring an officer that has a bachelor's degree, and they have that educational incentive. So we really don't know until we get these people on board. We have budgeted, based on the personnel that we have in place now for next year. We could be a little short, or you're right, there could be a savings. Time will tell. I'll have those answers, as we start the process for promotion and replacement of these employees.
I think though, we the chief and the deputy just received actual confirmed retirement dates from these individuals. And so it is something that we would look at for FY22 in terms of, what we would expect to get in those positions. So I think you're right, Alan, that's something that we've talked about as
Right.
something that needs to be reviewed, because we did just maybe in the last week get confirmed retirement dates.
Okay, thank you for the information. I know it's complicated, but now I understand, so thank you.
Hank, is your hand up again, or? I don't think so. I just want to make sure. Okay, thanks. Ian, you have another question?
Yeah, I did. Thank you. Chief, I know we've talked a lot about the jail diversion program and the use through the grant funding and kind of the success that we've had that. And I noticed in the write-up that, we want to continue that with grant funding. Could you just remind me and us again of that grant, how long it's for, and I guess any thinking you may have down the road, if that grant expired, would this still be a program we may look to offer based on the success that it's had?
So yeah, it's $91,000. We were awarded the grant again, so we're all set for next year. I don't see it going away anytime soon. It's an extremely successful program. In fact, there's another chief from Worcester County contacted me yesterday that they want to start the program in their area of Worcester County. So we're in the queue right now. And this was, like I said, the deputy did a phenomenal job researching this and bringing this to fruition. And I think it's going to be here for a while. We could easily probably justify having a full-time clinician, but this is working well right now, and we'll continue to monitor this moving forward. But we're in really good shape. I think we're going to have this grant for years to come.
That's great news. Thank you.
Just Chief, a follow-on question to that. Do you see the need increasing? So beyond that which is part of the grant, do you see something coming forward in fall town meeting where we need more counselors, mental health folks to assist the team, and thus increasing the overall budget?
Like I said, COVID's been interesting. Getting through this, we've had definitely dealing with different issues where the clinician's been extremely useful and helpful to us. When it's needed, it's available. We have on-call abilities through advocates as well. But like if things change, if there's an increased need, we're going to obviously ask for increased hours. But I think right now we're in good shape. They're actually in the process right now. We have 2 clinicians that are covering for us, where they're replacing our former clinician that was full-time with the borough program. So we're dealing with that right now as well, where this is such a needed service. It's impacting a lot of police departments right now, and we're doing okay. We're managing.
Okay, thank you. And do you, given the changes that have happened sort of, I guess at the federal, but more specifically the state level with respect to police and police policy, can you give us sort of an outlook, 1 year, 3 year, 5 year, as to kind of what that, what sort of big picture long-term impacts might we see and expect as a town as a result?
Are we talking about post in legislation?
Yes.
Right. So, there's so many unknowns right now, and I'm very involved with this with Mass Chiefs and Central Mass Chiefs. We're meeting quite frequently on it. The issue that I see, first of all, it has to be funded. They're going to have to come up with a budget to get this off the ground and working, and there's a lot of logistics to it. I think there's going to be a lot of changes made. Who's going to be doing these investigations? Who's certifying, decertifying? There's a whole host of things right now. Qualified immunity. There are so many unanswered questions. I don't think this program up and running is going to be for a while, really to be effective. That being said, I have 3 officers that work for us right now that come from post states. So we're going to get through this. The our politicians did make some changes through the governor. I know Secretary Turco, he was planning on retiring. He's staying on, to kind of navigate through this. So there's a lot of unknowns. I'm hoping this time next year, I'll have some concrete answers for you. But we're in uncharted waters, and it's going to take a while before we're, all oars are in the water. This is going to be a work in progress.
Okay, well, appreciate as many updates as you can provide, as the picture becomes less murky.
Yeah, we're meeting weekly on this.
No doubt. Okay. I don't see any other hands raised. Melanie, do you have your hand up? I'm sorry. Sorry, go ahead.
I have a couple questions. So it's our understanding that your overnight staff is really, really lean. And so one of my questions is, can you speak to, do you think there's compromised safety for your guys and gals?
So, I mean, how I can answer that is let me just bring you back to last weekend. We had 5 arrests over last weekend. We're trying to do whatever we can not to arrest people. We have no choice. We had overtime shifts on all shifts to cover prisoner watch for this. So I'll give you an example of part of the issue. So if I run the midnight shift with a minimum of 3 officers and we have an arrest that's made, that's 2 people are off the road booking a prisoner. So if we have another arrest comes in and that person goes to the hospital, and this has happened, even with 3 or 4 officers on the road, you have no one on the road. We rely strictly on mutual aid when those things happen. We don't have really a station officer in the building, which is something I really want to do, man the station. We were supposed to put 3 new hires on last fiscal year. We put on 1. I'm very thankful that we were able to put on 1. We were supposed to do 2 this year. Right now, we're level funded budget. So it's not just the issue of the midnight shift. All the shifts at times are very lean, where we have to call in overtime to watch prisoners and assist. The issue with the midnight shift is recall is much easier on days and on 4 to 12s. It's much easier to get people to come in. The midnight shift's pretty much on their own, which is why I really would like to see that shift staffed with 4 patrolmen and a supervisor. That's the minimum manning. Well, right now we're actually going 2 patrolmen and a supervisor. So, that's kind of the issue. And like you said, we have been busy. I know I watched your meeting, and Mike had brought up to you folks about, we had a melee at one of our medical facilities in town that houses some juveniles that they're put there by the courts, and officers are assaulted. I mean, it was, we had Hoppington here, Southborough here, Upton here. I mean, we're relying on mutual aid, and we're doing the best with the manpower we have. But as I stated, the staffing study said, hey, you need to hire 5 as soon as you possibly can just to answer your call volume. And quite frankly, we haven't done that. And COVID kind of put us even behind the curve. So we're going to do the best we can with the staffing that we have. And we're going to utilize mutual aid when possible. And like I said, I'm available, the deputy's available. Our deputy chief was in, watching a prisoner last Saturday during the day shift. I'm sure he much would have rather been with his family. So we're making the sacrifices and doing what we have to do as salaried employees, as public safety officials for the town of Westborough. But staffing has been an issue since I took over. COVID has put that on the back burner a little bit. And things happen in this line of work. Officers get hurt. People get deployed in the military. People retire. So we really do need to address that, I think, in the fall. But right now, I promise you, we're going to do whatever we can to the best of our ability to ensure we provide public safety services that are second to none. And part of the reason we're able to do that, quite frankly, is we hire real hard. We're hiring really good people, and we're giving them the tools and the training they need to be very effective police officers. The town manager gave an update. Fair and impartial training for our entire department has been completed. Understanding biases and making sure that we provide the very best to those we're entrusted to serve. But at times, we may not meet expectations as timely as we'd like because we just don't have the tires that meet the road. We have that proactive traffic officer position. We could easily have 3 traffic officer positions. I mean, it's the #1 complaint that we get, especially as we're coming out of COVID, we're seeing an increase in traffic. But we're going to do the best we can. understanding these are very, very unprecedented times. But I do thank you for the question, and hopefully, if funding allows, with some of the development that's coming in Westborough, as we all know, that we'll have the support to get us where we need to be. The last thing I want to be doing is asking for major increases in the budget, but I also need to do as a temporary caretaker of this agency, making sure we have the resources we need, and sometimes that means tires that meet the road.
And I'm just curious, do you keep any statistics on how long your behavioral health calls last? Because I know they have to be lengthier than just regular traffic stops.
I will tell you, like I said, that call last night, you're dealing with it for hours. I suggest to all of you, turn the scanner on and listen. And when you don't hear any activity, it's because they're in here doing reports and booking prisoners and doing follow-ups. But yeah, we had I think it was 4 or 5 juveniles escaped from one of our facilities, and to include myself, we were tied up for over 4 hours. Trying to corral these kids, make sure they're safe, and then find a place to put them, to get them back to the facility they need to be. So we're working with Judge Erskine, the juvenile justice, dealing with some of our issues, and we're doing whatever we can to keep those hours down by having the clinician, which frees up an officer to do that follow-up call. So like I said, it's been interesting. And like I said, to go from 21,000 projected on the staffing study to 31,000 in COVID. And like I said, we're doing whatever we possibly can not to bring people into this building for the safety of our staff and those we serve and our families, quite frankly. But it's been busy. I mean, like I said, we still did over 100 arrests than we did last year, in COVID. We would have doubled our arrests. We would have easily had 500-600 arrests this year. I mean, our hotels, extended stays, the amount of call volume that we're having there, the things that I want to do proactively that we just can't. Like I said, multiple arrests out of there this past weekend. These are people that are being placed there that are living there. They were at 70% occupancy prior to this past weekend, and they were at 100% capacity, 1,800 computer during the weekend. People come in. That 70% is people living there that are being placed there. So we have a lot of work ahead of us to get a hold of, but your staff here, police officers, are just a talented group that are up for the challenges that we're going to face, in FY22.
I just want to add a note. So just before we started our meeting, I contacted the hospital, Marlborough, because I wanted to know, when we come in, we check our track board. 7 of 14 people in the hospital were mental health related. 5 of those were people under the age of 15. So that we're one teeny hospital. Just imagine what the university campus and the Memorial campus and St. Vincent's are doing.
You're absolutely right. And the behavioral hospital, they have a juvenile unit there. We have, and they're great spectrum. I can't say enough about them. They work extremely well with us. But we're there every day, dealing with calls. Like I said, I mean, these are people with substance abuse, people with mental health issues. It's definitely, these are definitely challenging times. And Westborough is a unique community that we have so much commercial. We have so many of these facilities now. You look at the facility they're going to build, off of West Park Drive. There will be calls for service for us there. There will be ambulance runs. There will be, calls the police department's going to have to respond for unruly people or a vehicle broken into or whatever. It's just, like I said, the nature of the beast. And we're doing the best we can with the resources we have. And I say that throughout our entire town departments. I mean, we work very well together, trying to help each other, making sure we serve the community to the best of our ability.
Thanks.
Andrew Bradley.
Hi, thank you. So this is for the chief, really more looking ahead, because I know you said this is a conversation to come. We've talked to some extent around this conversation about the 21,000 calls, the 31,000 calls, but I think we all know that not all calls are created equally, and I don't know how to represent the calls in a greater level of texture that is meaningful from your perspective, from a resource perspective. Maybe it's number of people on your staff who need to engage in each call? And is it 1, is it 2, is it a mental health call? I'm not sure, but just looking ahead for when we are ready to have that conversation, it'll be tremendously helpful to understand some of the texture behind that 31,000 calls, and really what is required to stand up the support for those calls, and potentially even over time, how is that mix changing? You know, we've talked about the mental health calls. Are they increasing? Are they decreasing? So really just looking ahead, not a question, just a request as we prepare to have this really, really in-depth conversation, that we prepare ourselves to address that greater level of texture, if we may. Thank you.
I will dazzle you with data for the fall town meeting. And like I said, you know, my suggestion would be turn the scanner on. There aren't too many days that it's quiet. So
I appreciate that. As a data person, I love hearing you say that, but I also know that the scanner is what's considered anecdotal data, not the kind of thing we should trust. But which is why I trust what you guys are able to assemble. And you've done some great work where you worked hard to try and categorize and better bucket this activity. So I'm really looking forward to seeing that. Although, to your point, the scanner can be really illuminative in a narrative standpoint as to what's going on. Thank you.
I don't see any other questions, Jeff. I have one, or actually two. So if I understand correctly, you're saying that current year, FY21, you're pushing 31,000 calls, correct?
correct.
So wouldn't we want to project given that we'll be coming out of COVID and we'll be a more active community, both on the residential side and kind of commercial side, I guess I don't understand why we're projecting 30,000 calls for 2022.
I mean, that's just what, you know, we're projecting now based on what we're dealing with. You know, we don't know. I mean, let's face it, we're still in COVID. We're still dealing with this. So this is going to be a very interesting year. It really is. And then, you know, when, you know, Otis Street is completely up in operation, you know, when Olympus and, you know, these different, you know, we don't know. We just don't know until, you know, we start looking at that data. But we're not, I can guarantee you, we're not going to be quieter.
Well, yeah, and I think I sort of, I guess it's a double-edged sword, right? We don't want you to just throw darts at a dartboard and say, this looks good. You know, you're going based on past data, and I appreciate that. But one of my concerns is in the way, you know, as we're looking at the budget right now, and I know we've already sort of said we're going to talk about this at fall town meeting, is I feel like this budget is a little short-term sighted. And I don't want us to get, I mean, we just had a presentation by our DPW director, you know, just even talking about vehicle maintenance. And I know that's different than, obviously, than staffing. But while I don't want to just sort of be spending money, I'm concerned that this feels, to your point, reactive, and it feels that we're putting our public safety, while still maintaining, doing the best you can, and safety levels, we're kind of kicking the can down the road. I guess that's just my feeling about this. And so I just want to express that I'm not looking for a response. But, you know, I think accreditation is important. I know it's referenced in the document. My understanding is that you're going to be able to achieve that under the current staffing levels, and that we can wrap that up. And that, you know, obviously that sets the stage for continued work and maintenance on the part of your entire department. But I'm just concerned with the short, you know, the kind of the short term and the long term, and particularly as it comes to addressing mental health, community engagement, all of which takes lots and lots of time. I don't have to, you know, tell you that. So I just wanted to share that here with this group.
Thank you.
Yep, Christy?
Christy, can we start with the body cameras? Because I'm going to turn it over to the deputy for the vehicles if you wanted to go over the warrant articles.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond. I know that you weren't looking for a response, Shelby, but I just wanted to be clear that the police department did bring forward a request for not only additional officers per the staffing study, but also an additional lieutenant. And, you know, I don't want to say that I don't want the public to feel like they're at risk. I think that, it's a balance of, the need and then also the funding. And that's why we talked about, similar to what we did last year, really looking at the town's overall financial position when we had a better picture in the fall. So I just want to be clear about that.
Fully agree. And again, I think Chief Laurie has stressed, that they're doing the best that they can, and clearly they're active and they're visible in so many different ways. And I don't want to cast a sense that we're not safe at all. I think that we just need to pay close attention here. And I'm not saying we're not, so that we don't lose sight of this, because look, it's hard to spend every dollar. Everyone's crystal clear about not raising taxpayer dollars as, or raising them as slowly as we can, if you will, if at all. But at some point you reach a place where you're digging yourself out of a hole, and ultimately it costs more money. So.
So do you want me to just go in order of the warrant articles? I think that's probably the easiest thing to do, Jeff, if that works, and Shelby, if that works.
No, that's fine. So,
I'm sorry, just Melanie raised a hand. I just want to make sure it's not relevant to, or is it about the budget, Mel?
No, it was really more about, is there anything that we can do proactively as a community? So we know that they're doing the best they can, but is there anything that we could do to maybe remind people of what the resource is for? Because I'm sure that they also field plenty of calls that, eat up time and resources for no reason whatsoever. Like, people aren't aware of what you use these resources for, so they haphazardly use them. Is there anything we can do in the community board, maybe, to say, just as a reminder, this is why we use the police?
I mean, it's just, I guess the message really is that, we're just not, as much as we want to think we are, we're just not Mayberry. We're a town that has a lot of transient people that come in and out. We have, I don't know, as many hotels as the city of Worcester. These people are living here. When I say 100% occupancy, we're talking, those are 87 rooms, 2 or 3 people in these rooms. There's families living there in those hotels. So, it's one of those that, like I said, I looked at our social media numbers today. We've got, 8,200 likes on our police page. We have 8,800 followers. That's 17,000 people that are watching, the Westborough police page. And I put the log up on there. And granted, it's the press log. And it doesn't have domestics. It doesn't have protective custodies. It doesn't have, sex assault information along those lines. But it does paint a picture of what we're doing. So it's just getting the message out there that, it's a safe town. As the town manager, stated, I don't want people to feel afraid, but we do have crime. We've had some major incidents just since the time that I've been here as your chief for the past 3 years. And let me tell you, it's gone by at a snap of a finger. As Ian alluded to, just very honored to say, I'm here for another 3. We just settled that. So just your support, knowing that, we're going to get into this warrant article, about these retirements. They weren't anticipated. Things are changing in law enforcement where officers, over 61 police chiefs have retired since COVID. Just police chiefs in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. There are officers that they were not anticipated. So when you see this to come full circle, this $59,000 article, we didn't expect that. It's contractual monies that they're owed for their service to for this town. We're losing 2 senior sergeants and a senior patrolman. I'm looking at potentially promoting 8 people over the next year and a half. It's very, very unique times in Westborough, and a lot of departments are seeing this. What separates us really is the fact that We do have the educational incentive. We have a very supportive town, both you, all you folks that are here. And we're a destination now where people want to come work here. I was just looking at lateral transfer resumes before that, where I talked to other chiefs. They're getting none. You know, we have, I think right now, we have 9 academy trained right now that have piqued my interest. And there are others academy trained that do not pique my interest. So, you know, we're in really good shape. You know, as far as we're going to hire hard to manage easy. But this warrant article, like I said, to keep on track, this was unanticipated. We didn't see this coming. And I'm doing my best with the deputy to try to find funding within this current budget to take care of Sergeant Gallagher's buyout, because now town meeting's being put off till May because we had an officer, again, we just found this out a couple of months ago, that he's being deployed overseas. We're not quite sure yet, Afghanistan or Iraq, but we're hoping that funding is going to be able to pay that particular buyout, so to speak, you know. And the other issue I'll just say is where I may need your support is, you know, we do have, you know, people out or whatever where overtime, you know, we get really low expended and maybe before you in the future, just to make sure, like you said, we maintain a decent level of service for the community, a satisfactory level of service for the community.
I just wanted to respond to Melanie's comment initially regarding resources. I think it's a great comment. I know during COVID we've tried really hard working through the Youth and Family Services to put out clear resources related to mental health and wellness for people who might be struggling with COVID. But I think just in general, that's a great comment. I know that the fire chief, when he talks about power outages, he often asks people, or he often directs people to call not 911, but you know, the electric company. So I think pulling that information together and trying to, you know, direct people towards the correct resources is a great idea.
So, Christy, I don't know if I covered that article satisfactorily for everyone.
Let's just talk about it a little bit. I don't mind. I'll talk about it, and then you can jump in, Jeff. But
Christy, just.
Oh, sorry, it's not. I could see it. So the first article for the police department is the time owed payback. This is not the first time that we've seen this. We've tried to do some things in the contract so that we're not coming back to town meeting, but these are very long-term, 3 long-term police officers. This is who have you know, comp time and vacation time that needs to be paid out per the union contract. Also personal time, and so. This is the 59,000 is about what we're projecting for all 3, though as Jeff has described, we're hoping to capture some of that money in the current budget due to savings of people being out, you know, on military leave or whatever. So we're hoping that this number will be adjusted, but currently that's what this is covering. Does anyone have any questions, or Jeff, do you want to add anything?
No, I think you hit it perfectly. Like I said, we're doing whatever we can, knowing that we didn't anticipate this officer when we first presented the budget would be going overseas in the military. We're looking at, you know, potentially it could be upwards of a 10-month deployment.
Okay. I just looking at the hands raised. Melanie, do you have a question that was from last time? Okay. All right. And I think the unknown is you, Christy. I don't think you have your own question. Walter?
Yeah, my question is, I guess in all the businesses I've been involved, things like these types of times are accrued. Is that not possible in government? Like the company has to put aside the vacation time and personal time as you earn it. It's not.
Yeah. I mean, that's a great point, Walter. And if someone, you know, I would ask my employees, you know, can you give me notification on when you're going to retire, so I could go to the town manager and say, listen, I'm going to need this much money, and build it into the budget already. These are 3 retirements that, based on certain personal situations where I'm retiring, I'm leaving now, I have the time, I can leave superannuation, it's time for me to go. So I didn't expect these, to be honest with you. And that's why we're kind of scrambling right now.
But you're correct. I mean, we do budget for vacation time. That's correct. The challenge is that when we have these very long serving police officers, and we are trying to maintain, obviously the staffing levels, we're replacing them quicker. So, if you're these police officers, I don't know if all of them, but most of them are probably at 5 weeks vacation. So instead of waiting for 5 weeks to replace them, we're coming to town meeting asking for that funding so that we can quickly replace them and get someone back into the position. Comp time is another one that we pay out. And so obviously that one's more difficult in terms of budgeting if we're not aware that someone's retiring.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Melanie, question?
My computer is showing that I lowered my hand. Sorry.
If you want to speak to the capital articles, I guess Deputy Minardi is going to do that. So.
Yeah, okay. The first one's animal control.
Yeah.
Yes.
A little hard to see it on my screen. Oh, that's better. Thanks. So, yes, we're looking to replace the animal control officer's vehicle. The current vehicle is a 2002 GMC pickup truck that was repurposed from the DPW. At the time I submitted the capital, it had almost 120,000 miles on it. I'm assuming it's got over that by now. The vehicle doesn't have any air conditioning. It's not really configured for animal control, especially dealing with live animals. The air conditioning in it is an issue not only for the animal control officer, but as we all know, it's not safe to leave animals in a hot vehicle either. So in looking around and talking to other people and talking with our vehicle distributor, MHQ, a very popular vehicle is the Ford Transit. It has 145 cubic feet of cargo storage, 24 miles to the gallon, which I'm sure is considerably better than a 2002 GMC pickup truck. It also has auto start and stop technology that reduces fuel consumption and vehicle emissions. And really, we put a few lights into it for safety, but there's not really much upfitting to it, like you do with a police car. I think the price is pretty reasonable. It's pretty straightforward. I don't know if there's any questions on that.
Chunkio.
Pardon me. Thank you very much. I know this is a shared resource with another town, correct? Or contracted out to another town. Are they paying a portion of this, or sort of how does that work when a vehicle is added?
I mean, Christy, if you want to answer that, but my understanding, it would be the town of Westborough's vehicle, and the town does bill the town of Grafton for the services, but this would be a town of Westborough vehicle. But Christy, if you have anything else to add to that.
Yeah, so that's so the money that we get from Grafton goes into the general fund, and so we would fully appropriate the cost of the vehicle, and then we would work through the agreement that we have with Grafton to try to capture a portion of that.
Thank you.
Christy, can you elaborate on that? I'm not sure I understood that.
So the town, so Westborough would appropriate the full cost, similar to the wastewater treatment plant article. We appropriate the full cost of the projects that we host, and then with the animal control agreement, we were just saying we need to look through it to see what opportunity we have to capture this capital cost. And so we would just let the town of Grafton know, and then it would come into our general fund. So they wouldn't necessarily cut a check for a portion of the vehicle when we purchase the vehicle, but they would sort of be reimbursing the town at some level based on the agreement.
Okay, and so I guess that presumed, I don't recall the contract, but that our contract with them goes beyond just paying for kind of wages and just, daily expenses. It actually would apply to an investment like this?
So that's what we have to go back and look at. We actually, just before that question was asked, we said, we need to make sure that we're capturing that and letting Grafton know to the extent that we're able. But they do capture, it does charge Grafton for salary and expenses. And so we just have to work through that. But I can certainly, once we do that, I can forward a response to all of you.
Okay.
As to what that amount might be.
And we just renewed that, although time flies. Are we already in past year one of that renewal?
Yes. Oh yeah. So we were renewing it annually. So
it's annual.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, Paul? Mr. Hugel? If you're talking, you're on mute. Oh, no.
No, he said no.
Okay, sorry. Thanks, Ian. Just a question on this vehicle. Is there an opportunity to purchase maybe not an electric vehicle for this, but even a hybrid? And do we look into that?
This particular Ford doesn't make a hybrid or electric model for this particular configuration for their vans. This does have fuel and emission reduction technology in it. Like I said, the auto start stop technology. And I think even the 24 miles per gallon meets the town's criteria.
Yep, just wanted to understand. I mean, I think it's important as we look at what I call lighter use vehicles, that anytime we have an opportunity to look at that going forward, we should be. And I know the CAP will be bringing that forward. So, thanks.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead, Paul.
Okay, thanks. My mic wouldn't come on. I didn't know it until I tried to do it. I just priced one of these vehicles recently, and it was less than this for a 2020 brand new model. And I know you said a little options, but you said minimal. But we have to buy this off a state list thing, right? Not competitively.
Yeah, MHQ has the Greater Boston Police Council contract, and that's where this price comes from.
Right.
The actual price of the vehicle was $23,750, and then there was upfitting for it was an estimated increase for FY22. There was some upfitting for some lights in the front, side, and rear. A cargo barrier for the bulkhead so that you could put live animals in the back and they wouldn't get into the driver's compartment, and just some rhino lining on the rear cargo area so that it can just be washed out.
Okay, then that does sound like it's in line. Thank you.
Deputy Chief, I'm curious, what color will this be? Will this look like right now it's a yellow vehicle, I believe. What's the plan for the
white?
White.
And we'll have to, we'll design. MHQ is really good at designing graphics. So obviously it'll be, there'll be graphics on it indicating that it's, the Westborough Animal Control vehicle.
Okay, thank you. Melanie, is your hand raised? Sorry, just want to make sure.
It is not.
Okay. All right. I don't see any other questions. We can go on to the next item.
Okay. Police cruisers, again, pretty straightforward. We have a regular replacement schedule, systematic replacement and acquisition in accordance with the town's capital planning policy. This is only for 2 cruisers, replacing 2 cruisers. We initially were asking to add one to the fleet. We've cut that out of this capital request for now. Again, these vehicles are also listed on the Greater Boston Police Council bid contract. And we are looking at hybrid vehicles. We do have one that we got approved in November. We've been able to take possession of one of those, and it seems to be working pretty good. We haven't had any real issues with it as far as patrol wise. So we would hopefully be looking to continue to purchase those at this point. There is some issues about availability and how long it might take to get a particular model. We're having some problems with that right now. The second, one of the other 2 vehicles that were approved in November, we're probably not looking to get that in at least for another maybe 3 months. And that's what happens when, you know, some of this starts to get pushed off. Shelby, as you said, kind of kicking the can down the road. The vehicle we were trying to replace with the next one we're waiting to take delivery of already has about 130,000 miles on it. In another 3 or so months, it's obviously going to be higher than that. We're hoping that it lasts that long. Right now, pushing these requests back would push us into, you know, really delaying replacing them another year, where, you know, the ones that we're trying to get now, we should have had last summer. So it's kind of pushing that off quite a bit. We have 5 2017 utility models in our fleet right now. They're in the upper 70s to 80,000 miles each. So even by replacing 2 of those, the following year, we're going to have at least 3 of them that are going to be getting really high in mileage. We also have a Ford Taurus, it's a 2008 that has over 110,000 miles on it. And we have a 2015 that we'd be looking to replace through this capital plan that has over 100,000 miles on it currently. So we do have a number of vehicles, probably about 7 vehicles in our fleet right now that, you know, we definitely need to start replacing as soon as possible. And obviously, if we do 2 in FY22, we'd probably be looking to do at least 3 in FY23.
Mike Moretti?
Todd, just to clarify, the vehicles that you're replacing, they're going to be repurposed to other town departments or sold off?
So it's my understanding that the town is looking to repurpose at least one of them, with a slight change in the town's vehicle replacement policy. It allows the town to do that if the vehicle that's being replaced has a poorer fuel mileage. So I mean that can work in our favor, and we're all for doing that, even though we don't get any trade-in value on it. We believe that you know, the numbers we ask for the capital project are adequate enough for us to be able to fund what we're asking for, even without the trade-in value.
Thank you.
It would be great in the future to have maybe a chart of the department's vehicles, similar to what we saw for DPW, in terms of, you know, average age and whatever other metrics that you use. I know that it's a little different, maybe in terms of use, but it would be helpful to sort of see big picture of how many vehicles we're talking about and projections as to replacements. So thanks.
Yeah, sure. And you know, a big issue that I haven't really discussed is engine hours. You know, the cruisers do spend a lot of time idling, and that also creates wear and tear on the engine. It's not the drivetrain, but the engine. And Ford, their metrics is for every hour, it's 30 miles worth of wear on the engine. So we have cruisers that are, you know, 8, 9, 10, 12,000 miles of engine hours. And that doesn't, you know, exactly show what the mileage is. So there are some different metrics there that we can show you and that, you know, to help you understand where the fleet is at.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands raised.
So we're at body worn cameras. So I'll say I'm a little excited what I'm about to share with you. Obviously, the town manager is aware of this, but the general public is not. We wrote a grant, you know, through the state for body worn cameras, and we were awarded approximately $40,000. The grant was $39,530 to initiate a camera program.
Sorry, if folks could just mute, we're getting some disturbance. Andrew Bradley, I think that might be you.
Sorry, my phone died.
So basically, there's a breakdown that the cameras are $27,960, the docking station $7,475, the wall brackets $219.50. Storage for all the devices and licensing. Storage is $5,040. Licensing is $7,452. There's a tech plan, $15,210. It provides replacement if the equipment is lost or broken, replaces old cameras with new tech through the life of the contract. New camera due in 2.5 years. Tech services $1,350 for a total cost of $64,706. This is for 1 year. So what we're looking for is we're looking for the difference in the grant for the first year. If this is accepted by the town, if this is a direction you want your police department to go in, which I think is showing our transparency, I think this is going to only help us. Is basically, you know, we need this $25,000+ to make this happen, and then obviously yearly costs to keep it, you know, operational. The 5-year total for this is basically after you apply the grant is $130,385. So we would have to commit to this for 5 years. I have some other exciting news to share is that I was contacted by the Secretary of Public Safety, Mr. Turco, and asked if we would participate in a pilot program. He was looking for an agency with a population of under 50,000 and asked if we would participate. And yeah, of course we will. I have assigned Sergeant Michael Daniels as our liaison to that program. He's the individual who wrote this grant, so he's really on top of this. We were able to beat this down from $77,000 because our tasers, the software, the equipment that we use for the tasers is compatible with this piece of equipment, again, off the state bid system. So we think we've really done our due diligence with this. I'm hoping that we have your support. And I think this is a very positive move for the town of Westborough. I think maybe not in my career time, but I think this will be standard equipment in the future. And I think we're getting ahead of the curve. But there's a lot of work to this. Negotiating with the unions, redacting these videos, you know, is going to be a lot of work. It's a big commitment. We're up for the challenge, and hopefully we have your support. And if you have any specific questions, I'll try to answer them.
Hey, Mike, do you have a question?
I think he,
No.
Yep.
No.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. Alan?
Yeah, quick question. Is there any specific training requirement that would come with the program that would be, we need to consider outside the existing training budget and plans?
I really don't think so. I think it's going to be a real learning curve for the lieutenant who's going to be overseeing this. They're basically strongly suggesting that someone that is redacting and supervising this program is not a frontline supervisor, so that would be a lieutenant here. And it's just a matter of a learning curve. And how I'll explain that to you is you know, we have officers that are critical incidents at times. Say they jump out of their cruiser and their face mask isn't on, right? I mean, so this is one of those things where we're just going to have to really muscle memory that you hit that button, you know, when you step out of your cruiser. And I think it's just going to take some time. And I may sound like a broken record, but you have an amazing staff here. You have phenomenal employees in this police department. And I believe I'm not going to have major issues implementing this, because this is definitely a major change in working conditions. But I think it's critical in this day and age. And I don't have to tell you folks what you hear in the news every day, you know, since you know, Minneapolis occurred, and different instances across the country, where we believe this is going to be able to show the public that, hey, Westborough's doing things right 99.9% of the time. And when we don't, the deputy and I, we take appropriate action, you know, and make sure that that we're maintaining, you know, professional standards for our staff. And that's top down, bottom up.
Ellen, you're all set? Okay. Andrew?
Hi, Chief. I'm sure not in all instances require the use of body cameras, but I'm wondering, in your own opinion, about how many times a year do you find yourself in a position saying that there was a circumstance that would have benefited us, the town, something that would have been a benefit to have had body cameras, like number of instances a year that this would be addressing?
I mean, I can't give you an exact number, but I say it's infinite. It's daily, where they're going to be a help, where we're making arrests, we're doing different things where, you know, basically, you know, juries, courts, citizens, they're going to see, hey, these folks are doing things right. I think it's going to reduce liability, quite frankly. You know, we've had some interactions with people that haven't been very nice with us, that have been assaultive to us or different things. We're going to have that to show, you know, where it's not, you know, an officer's word against, you know, an assailant's word. And I'll give you just an example of years ago. We had a prisoner not in Westborough, in a department that I worked for, that alleged police brutality. Well, the booking room cameras showed a clear picture of what actually happened. And you know, it saves the department. So I think by having this tool, I think it's infinite in how they're going to assist the department. I don't think they're going to be a detriment to the department. I think it's just going to be, like I said, a learning curve, a training curve, you know, making sure when we can turn them on and when we have to turn them off, you know, et cetera. But I think it's going to show the professionalism of this agency to the community. And there've been some negative interactions we've had where I'd love to be able to say, this is what happened. Look, this is actually what happened. So I think it's going to be a lot of work, but I think it's something that I feel is important to add to our repertoire, to our equipment, our standard equipment for each officer.
Thank you, Chief.
Okay. All right. Not seeing any other raised hands, Sean?
I have a quick question.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, Melanie, go.
How many grants do you oversee right now?
That'll be in my town report. We just finished up on the traffic grant. We have this grant, the grant through advocates, clinicians. I'm not sure if there are any private grants right now. I'm working on finishing up my town report. You'll have that at town meeting.
Thank you.
I just had this grant.
Oh, and the Stanton grant, I'm sorry.
Bulletproof Vest Partnership Grant, both on the state and federal level.
So 3 to 5? At least 5?
At least 5.
Yeah, okay.
Minimum.
Okay. All right. So I want to, on behalf of both the Board of Selectmen and AFC, want to thank Jeff and Todd for being on. And I think you've answered all of our questions. And we are running about a half hour behind schedule. So I'm going to suggest, if everyone's okay, to take about a 20-minute break for lunch, which would bring us back here at 10 till the hour. Is everyone okay with that? It's a little short, but we stay as close to the schedule as possible. I'm seeing thumbs up. I saw 2 thumbs, 3, 4. Okay, good. All right. All right. So we'll reconvene here at 12:50, and we'll Just a reminder to put your cameras on off screen in case you want to eat in front of the camera, although Westborough TV will pause us and mute your lines. Okay, see you in a few minutes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Stay safe.
Thanks, Chief. Great
Also good. I will. Great. So Jeff, we'll give you 5 seconds and we'll go live. Okay. Welcome back to this meeting of the Advisory Finance Committee and the Board of Selectmen. We are hearing from our town departments about their FY22 budgets as well as articles in the upcoming annual town meeting warrant. And our next guests are Fire Chief, Patrick Purcell, and his team. I'm not sure who else will be presenting, so I'll let him take it away.
Good afternoon, and my name is Patrick Purcell. I serve as your fire chief in the town of Westborough. As far as my team that is here with me today, I have Deputy Chief Jason Persky. And just to go over quickly what we'll be talking about, we're going to talk about our budget for fiscal year 22, which is why we're all here. We're going to talk a little bit about the last complete budget year that was closed out for fiscal year 2020. And we have 2 capital projects we're going to do presentations on. I'll do one of them. The Deputy Persky will do the other one. And I just wanted to give a little bit of an overview about the SAFER program, because that seems to be the hot topic and the cost of that as we move forward into the next fiscal year. So if anybody has any questions, unless anybody has any questions before we start, I'm just going to go right to a presentation now.
Chief, the only thing I should say, since you came on, our process has been to let you all get through the budget presentation, then we'll pause before we get into any of the town meeting warrants, and we'll go through a raised hand approach on the board here as folks have questions. Okay?
Sounds great. Thank you.
We'll let you get through your presentation. Thanks.
All right. Thanks. So I, as well as many members of my organization, watch a lot of the town meetings that go on, everything from the selectmen's meetings to planning board meetings. We frequently attend those as well. Advisory Finance Committee, Capital Committee. And recently we were watching one of the public meetings, and there was a suggestion about there was a conversation about the future and labor costs in the town of Westborough. And during that conversation, one of the committee members suggested that perhaps, and I'm not sure if it was a joke or not a joke, that we would consider looking at incorporating, transitioning the fire department from what we have today to a volunteer fire department. And that made me sit back and reflect a little bit on my job performance. And I know that I don't get out as much as I did when I first got the job, but I thought that perhaps I didn't do a good enough job reflecting what exactly it is that our department does every single day. So I thought before we get into where your money actually goes, I could just highlight those really quick. And so the fire department, since I've taken over as chief, has incorporated several new divisions into it, which has affected our overall budget and made that go up. It has also helped some other departments to see their budget go down. The major one that includes is the Public Safety Communications Center, otherwise known as the 911 Dispatch Center. That was a big cost for us. Another responsibility that we didn't officially have until I became the chief was the Emergency Management Division, which within the last 10 months or so has really become popular and demanding. Other responsibilities day to day include the obvious things such as fire suppression, inspectional services, technical rescue, emergency medical services, hazmat, emergency management, like I just said, public education, and we do a tremendous amount of community outreach. I wanted to transition, like I told you earlier, back to fiscal year 2020. And why I'm bringing this up now is it's going to tie together a future slide with the SAFER grant. And I don't know if we do a good job telling not only you all, but the residents as well, about the offsets to our budget that we strive for every day. We take the fiduciary responsibility of taxpayer very seriously. We don't leave a stone unturned where we can capture a dollar. And it has always been my goal to try to offset the budget here as much as physically possible. So the last completed fiscal year is really where my data lies. And I wanted to tie that to my budget for the same year and tell you where we're going, where we're at and where we're going. So for three main sources of revenue that we have include EMS billing, the ambulance certified public expenditure program. And I know that you don't like when I use abbreviations, but that was really long to put onto a slide presentation. So that's what CPE stands for, ambulance certified public expenditure program. And then our inspectional services. So for that fiscal year in 2020, you'll see that the revenues that we generated were over $2 million. It was $2,084,632. If you look at our overall budget that year, which was $4.8 million, and you offset it with the revenue, which we don't ever get to take advantage of those revenues, they go back into the general fund, which helped to offset tax rate. It drops, if you compare those two things from what we bring in and what our original cost started out at, really for the whole kit and caboodle down here, and I'm proud of this fact, that for 2.756, you're getting all of the services that you have, which I believe we work hard through social media to show people where their tax dollars go. I mean, you can look at our overnight last night, very busy and productive night, and you see the things that go on here really on a daily basis. Also, during that same fiscal year, the deputy and I work hard to write for as many grants as we can. And you heard earlier someone suggest a grant manager, and I'll tell you that as an example of somebody who writes a lot of grants, writing them is the easy part. For me, the management after is tedious. It's very time consuming, very difficult, but $926,000 in one fiscal year is the amount of money we brought in during that fiscal year towards various programs in the department. We oftentimes tackle or target capital projects that we have on the capital plan and trying to reduce those. If you reviewed in the previous years, projects that we had outlined, such as redoing our cold storage room where our extractor is that we use for laundering contaminated fire gear, we were able to remove that from the plan because we got grant funding to do that. The self-contained breathing apparatus, that we were able to remove that, the majority of that money from the capital plan. We got a $260,000 grant for that. So that's really where we target, and we try to help the taxpayer out by not buying us the very expensive things. And as long as I'm the chief here, and I'm sure Deputy First continues to work here, those are some of our primary responsibilities, is to keep our costs down. So the next slide was really boring. But this is all why we're all here. It's a simple spreadsheet, and this really breaks down the salaries and the wages of the fire department. I'll draw some attention to three lines in particular, and one involves the operating costs of 5104, and that was the big topic of the SAFER grant expiring in November, and our overall costs for that going up by $234,000. But I'll also draw your attention to two other lines, which are 5105F. I'm sorry, three others, 5105D and 5104B. And you'll see some small reductions in those of our overtime costs. And I'm going to get to, on the next slide, why those are important to know. So to talk about the SAFER grant and the impact to the overall budget, you heard the town manager speak this morning about our budget going up $234,484. That is 100% true. That is not, there's no secret behind that. When I presented this at a special town meeting in September of 2018, I was fully transparent, and I put a slide up that was made by the town accountant and with the information that I provided to show exactly year by year during that grant and at the expiration of that grant, how that would affect the homeowner. And unfortunately, I could not find that slide today to introduce into this presentation. But if my memory serves me right, and someone wanted to go back and research that, the overall cost to a taxpayer for the 8 firefighters to work here was about $95 per household. On the other side of the coin, we just talked about revenues. During the fiscal year 2019 to the fiscal year 20, we were actually able to capture more of our own ambulance calls rather than give them away to mutual aid. And we saw an increase in our revenue during that span of $195,693. During that same period, when I spoke about the ambulance certified public expenditure program, we typically see an escalating amount that we receive every year. In fiscal year 19, we received about $224,000, and in fiscal year 20, $244,000, of an increase of $20,000 there. That combined with what I told you on the last slide, reducing our overtime by $12,000, is $227,693 out of that $234,484, which netted a difference of $6,791. Now, I balance a fine line within my organization. I am tasked with financial responsibility and thinking like a business. I'm also tasked with running a public safety agency, and I have to be very careful not to overstep the lines on either direction. So when I bring to you that there is a financial impact for the safer firefighters, the 8 of them that we hired, we not only were given a letter by the Board of Selectmen for sustainability, we also have to recognize the fact that it's not all about finances when it comes to these positions. It's about public safety. These positions have not only helped to reduce property damage in our community. Last year is a prime example. We cut fire damage in half. We have had less fire-related injuries. And overall, we're doing some pretty remarkable things that we would have really been hanging ourselves out there and compromised doing and saving lives. I've attached a picture to the slide where 2 of our firefighters were recognized by the Commonwealth for really putting themselves out there and saving a drowning person at Mill Pond. So that was a success story that the federal government picked up on, and we didn't follow through with it, unfortunately. They wanted to highlight that story and just how impactful this program is to our community, and they wanted to see how they were getting a bang for their buck. Well, that was a prime example of that right there. The second part of my overall budget, another PowerPoint, a spreadsheet, is our expense line. And for the majority of this part of our budget, it was level funded. The only thing that changed was the 5202, the grounds and building maintenance. That was the major change, and that went up by $9,300. And on the next slide, I can show you why. We came before the Capital Committee. My philosophy is that you provided us with a public safety building to house fire and emergency dispatch, and it is my responsibility to take care of that building. So we put a spreadsheet together on routine preventative maintenance things, and we presented that to the Capital Committee with a capital plan. But rather than waiting and going through that process every year, I had worked with the town manager, and she was very gracious to increase our line so we could start addressing some of the things that are already failing here, like the apparatus floor is already cracking, and the parking lot. If anyone knows anything about construction, you don't really top coat a parking lot right when it's installed. Well, it's 7 years old now, and I have still failed to complete that project. That is on our agenda for the spring. And being that it's one of the only buildings, one of the few that are fully occupied and heavily occupied 24/7, 365, there is a significant amount of wear and tear. That was great. Significant amount of wear and tear that goes on, and we're starting to see that and looking to reinvest that money into keeping this building in tip-top shape. I'm in no hurry to retire, but when I do someday, I would like to turn a turnkey operation over to the next fire chief and not leave that person a boatload of things to come before you and ask for at a future time. Before I close out and entertain questions for this line, I'd like to say that in the last year, I would have liked to have seen some overtime costs go down even more, but unfortunately we were taxed with a lot of different things, and that included a period of time for 4 months where we eliminated the ability of firefighters and dispatchers to take any benefit time, and we fully maxed out our shifts during COVID-19, and that was in an effort to protect our workforce. So we challenged our overtime budgets there a bit. We're still seeing that right now. We're now starting to staff, as you saw me talk to the Board of Selectmen perhaps on Tuesday night about vaccine clinics. So I'd like to think that going forward, I'll be working with the town accountant pretty hard. There are opportunities through FEMA to be reimbursed. We've already taken advantage of some of those opportunities, but any of these vaccine clinics that go forward, will be trying to recover that overtime money the best we can and keep the costs down. But like I said at the beginning, I try to maintain that fine line where I have a responsibility to the taxpayer and to my employees here to make sure that they are safe and they are receiving the very same public level of public safety that they not only expect, but they pay for. That's really where I stand with my primary budget.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Chief. Appreciate that. We'll transition here to see if there are any questions from the boards. Give everyone just a moment.
If I can I add one more thing?
Of course.
I apologize. I
Yeah.
completely forgot. That wasn't the only thing that caused my operational budget to go up at the beginning. There was also a contractual obligation where both unions that I oversee did negotiate pay raises. So those, as well as the SAFER, were contributed to the majority of the increase.
Sean, you're up.
Hey, thank you, Shelby. Thank you, Chief. A question for you on mutual aid. And, you know, I think it's important that we kind of give what we get, right? And I know that since we've added these new firefighters, do you feel like we're on a more even basis with other towns in terms of being able to give and receive mutual aid? And is that sort of, have you noticed a change in that kind of percentage?
So I'd say that we receive it slightly less. I'd say that some of our numbers on mutual aid are going to be skewed because we're starting to operate a little bit more on a regional basis, which is what as people frankly have demanded. We have engaged in automatic aid agreements so we could satisfy the requirements of ISO, which is the Insurance Services Office. So we have a very robust relationship with Northborough and Southborough. So they come here a fair amount, particularly on the fire side. On the EMS side, we rely on 3 towns primarily, the same 2 I just spoke of in the town of Hopkinton. I would say that because of the volume of ambulance calls that we do, we probably receive more. And I find that we're by far the busiest of all 3 of the 4 communities. Just to set an example, when we did the study in 2017, when they was recommended that we pursue the SAFER grant, we did 3,700 calls that year. Since that time, we have written the SAFER grant, obviously been successful. And in calendar year 2020, we are almost 4,700 calls, almost another 1,000 calls. So the numbers of mutual aid calls you're talking about lie somewhere between us receiving 60 to 70, I believe, and providing about 100. But a lot of those are also regional. We're part of regional dive teams, so we don't have to outfit every single person that works here with scuba gear. We're part of a regional technical rescue team. So we give, but we're also prepared to receive. We actually put ourselves in a position where we work with not only those other District 14 communities, but we also work with Homeland Security, and we've put together some teams where now we're set up to work that way. So it's kind of a tight number between receiving and providing, but the difference there is probably made up in the equipment that we have. An example of that is we were able to remove a piece of equipment that we had in service. It was a boat, an expensive boat, and that went out to surplus. And we wrote a grant through Homeland Security to get a regional boat. So Fire District 14 was able to receive that, and they have agreed to insure it and cover all maintenance costs. And it has a lot of the tools that we need, like sonar. We just used that to recover a body 3 weeks ago in the town of Ashland. It has a dive platform, so it's easier for us to get in and out of the water. But at the same time, we reduced our fleet size, reduced the maintenance costs, reduced the insurance costs, and it happens to be stored here in Westborough. So we really reap the benefit on that one.
Thanks, Chief.
Jody? Jody, if you're talking, you're on mute.
Here we are. Start
Yeah.
over.
Yeah.
Thanks, Chief. I wanted to say I really appreciate the way you opened and signposted this presentation, so we know that we're going to see budget, then we'll see last year 2020, then we'll see capital, and then we'll see an overview of the SAFER program. But I also kind of want to offer you an apology. I was in the meeting where the comment was made about we could have a volunteer fire department, and I wanted you to know that I never took that comment seriously, and I don't think any disrespect, at least on my part, was ever intended. It was a rather obtuse example to demonstrate that if you're going to have real high quality professional services in a town that has 40,000 people in it every day and 20,000 people sleeping here every night, it's a real part of our budget. I'm very sorry if you were insulted by that. I just wanted you to know that I never took seriously that was even something that we would consider.
Not insulted. I just want to make sure that I'm doing my job well. And the unfortunate part is that, like I told you, I have a handful of people that watch all of your meetings, and it affects, so then they tell the story and then the next person tells the story. It's a morale killer. And really, my guys are hanging themselves out there every single day with COVID-19 right now, amongst the array of other things that you can see, like just last night, overnight, a building fire and then a water rescue overnight, so that's kind of a morale killer. And it also doesn't help with retention of employees if they start to think that, and I don't want them to start job hunting and going somewhere else. So it's kind of I just wanted to make sure that I'm doing my job appropriately to let people know what the mission is of our department, and let people know that we are working hard every single day. And if we're not on calls, which would actually be a perfect day if you actually think about it, if we never left the firehouse, that's like a perfect day for our community. Unfortunately, it happens somewhere 15 to 20 times a day during the week. But if we're not doing that, we are training, and I really believe people get a really good bang for their buck here.
Well, it's a good reminder to us that what we say matters, and explaining exactly why we're saying and how we're thinking about it really matters. But it also had you, if that motivated you to put together this very strong presentation, there's a silver lining there, and I really appreciate it. The other thing I'm impressed with is that you're showing us that the salary went up, and I was in that meeting when you told us what the per household cost would ultimately be, so I can vouch for what you're explaining to us. I don't have the visual in front of me either, but I'm very impressed that you could show that increased revenues are offsetting most of those salary increases. That goes back to the general fund and is an offset to the tax bill. So I just wanted to say thank you for pointing that out. It's a real, it gives some clarity about where the resources are going and the new resources that you're generating from the way you're managing the department over there. So thank you.
Thanks.
Great. I see Alan's hand up next. And Sean and Jody, if you could lower yours, that would be great. Thanks.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Chief, for the excellent presentation. One of the elements that you've brought forth in your near-term and long-term planning has been the insurance office rating, the ISO rating, and the fact that each time that rating goes down, it has a material impact for homeowners, building owners, commercial property owners with respect to insurance coverages and premiums. I noticed in your performance, in the budget book, in the performance measures, that our ISO rating has improved from a 4 to a 3. Is this something that homeowners and business property owners should be contacting their insurance agent about to trigger a rate reduction, or is it something that would generally happen automatically? Do you know?
So the answer is yes, they should contact to make sure, but don't do that yet. So I was notified verbally that it is going down. I contacted them again yesterday because I wanted to have the letter for this meeting, and I don't have it yet. But the town manager and I will receive that in writing. I'm actually anxious to get it. I'm not sure if we're a 3, to be honest with you. I wrote 3 because that's the next step down, but there is a slight possibility we're going to a 2, which would be significant. Where that has greatest impact is overall insurance premiums per occupancy. So yes, in my house, I pay $1,200 a year. So if I get a 6% reduction, I'm happy. But if I'm one Research Drive and I get a 6% reduction, that's a lot of money. That's a tremendous amount of money. So I would say don't do anything yet. I should have that letter. I was told by Sarah Chafee from ISO that the letter should be here any day from the town manager and myself. And as soon as we have that exact number, whether it's a 2 or a 3, I'm going to advertise it a lot anyways, because it's something we're proud of. Obviously, with the goal of getting to ISO 1.
Okay, thank you very much.
Great. Melanie.
Hi, Chief. I have a quick question because you referenced all the ambulance calls and greater frequency with which you're doing them. Somebody shared an article yesterday that Mass General Brigham is looking to move into our area as well. So I'm wondering if the fiscal year 24 for the ambulance replacement, if that's realistic or if you anticipate that being looked at sooner.
So I don't think it'll be built by fiscal year 24. Well, it might be. The answer is I'm not sure yet. I'm gonna be, completely honest. I don't know. So I need to get a better handle on exactly what's going to go on within that that facility. I know that they have a mirror image, pretty close to mirror image facility in the town of Foxborough, and I know that they're doing about 1 or 2. I'm sorry, doing about 2 or 3 calls during the weekdays out of that facility. So if I was going to look at something down the road for an occupancy like that is not occupied 24 hours a day, I would, if I needed to do something to satisfy the demand for that facility, I would probably come back. Listen, I'm shooting from the hip today on that question. I would probably come back for impact staffing for a daytime, just to satisfy the demands of that facility, which coming out of a facility like that, the revenue would probably exceed the cost, frankly.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Welcome.
Paul?
Yes. Thanks, Chief, for a great presentation, and the pride and the display of the revenue is very interesting and eye-opening. Have we? This may be a finance question too. Have we ever looked at the profitability per call or per year or whatever of just the EMS part? If you devoted, fully loaded with the vehicles and the people, I'm sure it's profitable. But have we ever looked at cost versus expense?
I don't understand the question. I'm sorry. What do you want me to?
So you get a ton of revenue from EMS, and also costs associated with that, whether it's personnel, equipment, space, whatever. So I know it's profitable, but have we ever looked at the numbers on that? Just isolating that by itself.
So I can tell you that we buy the ambulances out of our revenue. So no, I don't. I guess the answer is no. I guess I just kind of know it in my head. Usually if I need to add equipment to a new ambulance, I come before you, like I think I did 1.5 years ago for new cardiac monitors, which is like every 10 years. We did IV pumps, I think, in the same one, and vents for the vent dependent patients from Whittier Rehab. But other than that, I can put that together for you though. I think there's actually a program on that through the International Association of Fire Chiefs. But I can put that together for you. I never looked at it because we don't usually come before with an article for anything really, other than the occasional 10-year equipment. Our regular costs for pharmaceuticals and supplies for the ambulance are in our overall budget, and we spend about $50,000, I think. Sorry. I think it's about $50,000 a year for medical equipment.
I think it was 60,900 if I saw it correctly, Chief. 5205, is that the right?
Yep, sorry,
Right.
5205, $60,900. And there's unfortunately some really expensive things. Like there's a drug that we buy that we have to carry that we never use. We have to have 6 doses, and it's right off the bat $1,000 a dose. And we probably use it once a year, but we have to carry it. No, I've never done the whole spreadsheet out, but I can do that.
Paul, are you asking if our revenue from ambulance calls exceeds our expenses? Is that really your
Well,
question?
I'm pretty sure it does. I was just curious
Yeah.
if we had, if we had the numbers.
If you sit back and you think it's actually, it's kind of hard because you're getting dual purpose out of our firefighters. So my firefighters that staff, depending on our staffing to the day, if we're at full strength, we have to close the ladder truck every time the third ambulance goes out. If I'm at minimum staffing, which is the majority of the time because people are entitled to their benefit time, I close the ladder truck every time there's a second call. So, but so that it's kind of a challenge. We're getting 2 for 1 running that service.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other hands raised. Do we want to go to the articles?
Yes, can we do Turnokia first? And Deputy Firstky is going to present that.
Sure. Christy, do you want to just pull that up, or if Deputy Firstky is going to pull it up on the screen just so folks can see it?
I'm happy to pull it up if Deputy doesn't have a presentation.
I think he's orienting. There we go.
Sorry, just bear with us. We have some audio challenges that we're overcoming.
Jason, do you have a presentation or do you want me to put up the warrant?
You have a presentation. Am I doing that?
No, I have a presentation.
Okay,
Just trying
all
to get to the.
It will probably include pictures, which is much more exciting than reading the text, so that's good.
Or seeing my face.
I didn't say that.
So I thank the chief for the privilege to sit before you and present this article. It's kind of bittersweet because in one regards, I'm disappointed that we weren't able to remove this from our capital budget. But I think by the time we get to the end of the presentation, you'll see that we've pretty much exhausted all avenues that we could pursue. So our personal protective equipment, the article before you is to discuss the funding that will provide personal protective equipment for 33 of our firefighters. It's a second set of personal protective equipment. Sounds like my video is not catching up. So it is recommended that turnout gear be held to the standard of the National Fire Protection Association standard 1971. And basically what that standard, the big caveat with that standard is that our turnout gear or our personal protective equipment is only good for 10 years. What is our personal protective equipment? And I think when you look at this slide, it's a pretty busy slide, but the overall picture, what I'm trying to demonstrate here is that this is the stuff that we use every day on a variety of different calls. It's the lifeline that protects our firefighters from all the hazards that are out there. If you look in the upper left-hand corner, motor vehicle accidents are very common. There's a lot of shrapnel, a lot of sharp edges, jagged pieces of metal that they're exposed to. And then all the other pictures that you see that involve usually the biggest concern we have there is that the toxic products that are being pushed off. And then the personal protective equipment that we're using consists of the helmet, specialized gloves, specialized pants, specialized coat. The pants and the coats are complex. There's not just a simple coat. There's a thermal barrier, a moisture barrier, and then an insulation barrier. And then there's also specialized boots, and then the protective hood. So the big question is, why is a secondary set necessary? So we're actually, unfortunately, we're behind the standard. The industry standard changed going back to around 2004 with an update around 2007, where basically the industry standard has become that every firefighter shall have a second set of turnout gear because of the stuff that we're exposed to on a daily basis. Carcinogens being the number one. Pretty much everything in the house is made out of gasoline. Plastics are great on a lot of fronts, except for when they're burning. Every time that they burn, they release all kinds of nasty stuff that's absorbed by the protective equipment. We're also exposed, just the other day, we had a fairly large chemical release. The turnout gear gets exposed to that. And then with the EMS calls that we run between motor vehicle accidents with body fluids, bloods, but also COVID in recent, the last several months. The challenge that we face is that the turnout gear, when you're laundering it and you're putting it through the wash, it takes about 24 hours to do the whole process. We were fortunate enough to purchase through a grant in the last year a larger specialized washing machine. It holds up to 6 sets of turnout gear. The previous one only held 1 set of turnout gear. But basically, once we have to wash a set of gear, it pulls it out of service for at least 24 hours, sometimes longer if it doesn't dry, or depending on what it's been exposed to, it may have to go through the wash a second time. It's pretty important that our firefighters don't wear gear that's saturated. Unfortunately, I actually have a couple of scars on either one of my shoulders as a result of this, but wearing something that's wet, when you get exposed to a high heat, produces steam. And then as soon as you get touched, it causes second-degree burns. When we pull that set of turnout gear, like last night, they went to a fire in a industrial building. We had 4 firefighters that were on scene at that incident. All 4 sets of those turnout gears must be removed from service to get washed. And unfortunately, that was at 6 o'clock last night. They still had another close to 14 hours of their shift that they're still required to answer emergencies. And then the National Fire Protection Association updated their standard 1851 that just came out. The most recent update was about a year ago, this is basically enforces how we have to maintain and clean our turnout gear. They require us to anytime it's exposed to contamination to launder it, again, taking it out of service for 24 hours. And then they also are enforcing that twice a year they go through a deep cleaning process. So the big question is, what have we done to try to reduce this or decrease our request? Our original request under this article was almost double what it is today. Through the last 3 or 4 years, we've pursued just about every single grant opportunity that's been out there to offset the cost. Each set of turnout gear costs just under $3,000. We've received a couple of large donations in the last year from Spectrum Health Services. We were able to offset our purchases with about 13 sets of turnout gear there. We've kind of been begging, borrowing, and pleading with anybody that'll hear our case to receive turnout gear. Central One Federal Credit Union was nice enough to donate a set of turnout gear, personal protective equipment. Middlesex Saving Bank was also nice enough to donate some of the funding. But at that current rate, we're really only getting 1 or 2 sets of turnout gear here and there to accomplish the 33 sets of turnout gear that we need. We would be looking at several years to accomplish that. Again, we've been trying to set up a program so that we can procure this within our budget. Unfortunately, in 2009, the department received 100% replacement through FEMA. In 2019, we expired that turnout gear, which forced us that the plan we had on track ended up getting sidetracked with having to replace that, as well as dealing with retirements and attrition and people coming in or leaving for other places of employment. Occupational impact to the existing gear. So most of our turnout gear is when it's exposed to whether it be a motor vehicle accident or interior structural firefighting, it usually sustains some type of damage. We've had a couple sets in the last several years that have been damaged out. Sharing of personal protective equipment. I think the easiest way to look at this would be like sharing gym shorts with someone else. Each set of gear is custom fit for several reasons. All of our firefighters are different shapes and sizes. The fit is very important, and I'll show you on the next slide some of the reasons on why that is there. These kind of double draft pockets create safety issues for our firefighters. Where it's appropriate, we recycle. Anytime we get a new hire, we try to find turnout gear that either the outgoing retiree or the firefighter that's left fits. Sometimes we get lucky, sometimes we don't. Sometimes we can get away with it putting them through the fire academy. We try to use recycled gear to get through the fire academy because it's 10 weeks that really kind of causes excessive wear and tear on the turnout gear. A majority of our new hires lately have not been coming from other departments. So there's no ability to transfer gear back and forth. And there's a couple other reasons why that's a safety issue that I'll get to in a minute. And then the gear So every department chooses for whatever reason. It's kind of like someone having a love of Ford and Chevy and GMC. Everybody kind of chooses their own turnout gear that seems to fit and work for their department. We try to make sure that we maintain all the same manufacturer and specifications for safety reasons for the firefighters. Although they're all built to the same standard, we do have issues where, manufacturer A, you'll start to feel heat or you'll start to have issues with the turnout gear maybe sooner than someone else. Where we enter environments as teams, if one of the team members becomes compromised, it could drastically affect the mission of the entire team. So why is proper sizing important? So probably two of the most handsome of the 44 firefighters that we have were nice enough to stand there for us. These two gentlemen were actually working last night. As you can see, the gentleman on the left is a little bit shorter than the gentleman on the right. Although capris are in style, if the gentleman on the right tried to wear the gentleman on the left's turnout gear, he would not be protected. So the picture on the right, the right side of the screen, is a study that they did recently, and why is proper fit important? If you look at the kind of highlighted pictures on the right column, what that is those are the most common areas that were exposed. So if you put a coat that's way too small for someone on them, you're going to start to see how the wrists are glowing, and then along where the belly button would be, all of those areas, that just increases the exposure and the likelihood of contaminants. And then another interesting fact that I found is that skin becomes 400% more absorptive for every 5 degrees increase in core body temperature. And they estimate that during firefighting activities, our body temperature increases about 3 to 5 degrees. So if we have soiled or contaminated gear that we're not able to pull out of service and properly launder, every time our firefighters put that on, even if it's just going out the door on a regular call, not necessarily a call that involves additional toxic products, it's just like, I guess I'll equate it to putting on a snowsuit. Every time you put it on, you start to sweat a little bit. It gets a little bit uncomfortable, so you're opening up the pores in your body, and all of those contaminants that are still sitting in your personal protective equipment get absorbed into the skin. So the other thing I looked at was renting and leasing versus purchasing. To sum it up, it's not practical. The long-term rentals, and a lot of times what they do is for the fire academy or a lot of the different introductory programs, they put you at about a 12-week rental. That costs almost as much as purchasing a full set of gear that has a 10-year shelf life. The savings was marginal at best. And that is strictly for the pants and the coat. They still don't allow you to rent shoes, the hood, or the gloves. The other problem is that when you start renting or looking at leasing, you're starting to get a variety of manufacturers. Gear is standardized for safety reasons. A lot of the stuff that we do in the fire service is muscle memory. We kind of instill through the fire academy, the training that we go through is repetitive, and it causes you to go over the same standards. If you have turnout gear A that has a setup a certain way, and then turnout gear B is set up a separate way, if your partner in an event gets into an emergency, you really struggle to be able to figure out, okay, the zipper is supposed to be here, but it's actually on the other side. I guess I would equate that to, if you shut off all the lights in your house and you start walking around at your house, you can probably stumble your way through pretty easily. And I don't recommend this, but if you shut off all the lights in your neighbor's house and you started stumbling around, you would have a hard time. You don't really know where all the rooms are. So our gear is standard across the board to make it easier for, in challenging and in emergency situations, to know where everything is. So could you delay this article? Currently, we have several firefighters that are forced to continue to wear contaminated turnout gear for the remainder of their shift. Contamination occurs regularly from numerous different sources. Gear off gases in the apparatus. So basically, if you were to put this into a confined area after you've worn the gear, you get that smell. Sometimes it smells like burning plastic. Sometimes it smells like rotten straw. Last night's fire smelled like rotten food. So all of those gases leach out into the not only the fire station, but also the apparatus. the biggest thing is that the more that we wear contaminated stuff, the more we're increasing the risk of cancer to our firefighters. Another important note, we're not currently meeting the industry standard that we're supposed to have 2 sets of turnout gear. And ultimately, it is a firefighter safety issue. So with that, I am done with my presentation, and I'll gladly entertain questions.
Thank you so much. That was great. Melanie, see a hand raised? That's a hand raised.
Well, I just need to know, the chief deputy, are you really opposed to Capri's? Are they're out, they're off the, okay, I was just wondering.
I've been wearing uniforms for 25 years, so I'm not the one to ask or take fashion advice from.
The analogies were entertaining. Thank you.
Okay, Andrew Bradley.
Thank you, Chief. Totally with the idea of bringing us all up to code where everybody now has 2 sets of turnout gear. Is there an opportunity at looking at this going forward whereby smaller purchases are made on a more regular basis so then they're not such big individual hits, like 5 units every 2 years or something to that effect?
That is our goal. That was the original plan on the project, and our plan. Again, the 2009 large purchase kind of set us off track a little bit, and then we had over the last 5 years, we've had an exuberant number of retirements and some departures. So it's made it challenging, but that is the intent.
Gotcha. Thank you so much.
Jody.
Thanks for this presentation. Very persuasive case that this is important for our firefighters to have here. I am curious about the cost of cleaning. Does it require a specialty cleaning to bring these the turnout gear back to kind of performance primed for, ready to wear again? So
fortunately, through other grants, we were able to secure that. It's called an extractor. It's basically a washing machine that's super powered. Okay. The new capability has the ability to hold 6 sets. And then we also have a special laundry detergent that's used.
Okay, thanks. You're not sending them, then you do that all in-house.
Yeah, it's all in-house. I'm sorry.
Okay, thanks.
Great. Beth?
Hi, I have a question that's actually in opposition to what Andrew just asked, in that if you need to keep the same style of suit for everybody, so your uniform, if you're buying them in small batches, are you going to start to see variations as technology improves?
So there is that possibility. A lot of what I've been trying to do is when I'm our firefighters work in 4 groups. So the 4 groups, there's 10 firefighters per group. I've been trying to cluster the purchases that I've been doing around, so that we're trying to keep it as close as we possibly can. We're going to have some variations, but we try to keep keep it clustered so that if group 1 is all wearing brand new turnout gear, or this version of the gear, it's all group 1's wearing all of that gear.
Okay. If you had a preference, would you buy them in batches every X number of years, or would you do the smaller batches?
So I think that it's my preference would be to do the smaller batches.
Okay.
Because I think that not only are there advancements in the turnout gear, but there's also even in the 3 years that we've been using the current manufacturer, they changed the fit a little bit so that as the stuff evolves, it's becoming a little bit more comfortable and a little bit more user friendly.
Okay.
So I think
you have to wait 20 years to get the next batch.
that is, I would prefer to do it. Okay. Ideally, I would not like to have to sit before you to present this article again. I'm hoping that we can handle it the way that within our budget.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Ian?
Thanks. Agree. Persuasive. I mean, this is to me a no-brainer. It's about safety and doing the right thing by our employees. But I guess the question you may have answered, and I apologize I missed it, but is the policy now as we hire any new firefighters on that automatically they would be required to, or would get them to sets of turnout gear?
Ideally, that would be great. Sometimes it depends. We try to, again, when we hire someone, we're trying to get them into an old set that's here. But it is an added expense. So it's already in the ballpark of $20,000, $10,000 to, it's about $10,000 to outfit a firefighter currently, not including their radio. So when you add another new employee, or you add a second set of turnout gear, that's another $3,000 ish on top of that.
Thanks. And I guess I appreciate trying to reuse it, but I think, as other folks have said, that this was persuasive, and I think it's again doing the right thing by our firefighters and protecting them, not just for their day-to-day activities, but basically for their lifetime. And all the publications out there, and you highlighted it in terms of the carcinogens and risk of cancer. I think we have to look at it closely, just make sure that we're taking care of our firefighters and making sure that they are protected.
The other reason I guess I would hesitate to purchase two sets of turnout gear at the same time, that also means that they both expire at the same time. Whereas if we stagger them a little bit, if we run into an issue, it buys us a little bit more time to.
Okay. Thought you got to allude it to me, and that if you wait 2 years, I'd have to get a bigger size. So.
It was
you cut out Ian.
Silence there.
Oh, I said if it's. I thought you were trying to get back at me, and if you wait a couple of years, it's you'd have to get a bigger size. So.
I'll say it again. Sorry, Jason. Go ahead.
No, I'm not saying anything.
Yeah, I was going to say there's an awkward silence, Ian, that you've created in the room. I don't want to waste time here, but I want to echo Ian's comments. I mean, I'm sitting here saying we need this yesterday, so very persuasive, as Jody said as well, and clearly thought through in terms of balancing a critical need with the taxpayers' dollars. So thank you for the presentation, and I hope you bring the same or something similar forward to the meeting, because I think it's one of those presentations which really needs to understand. I know you always do, but so okay.
Thank you.
Yep. Next.
Just give me 1 second to pull up the other one.
I'm still laughing at the Capri comment, but or yes, that was a good one.
Most fashionable fire staff in the country.
Maybe if you worked in West Palm, I guess, not so much here in the Northeast.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, and we can see your presentation. Thanks.
Okay, good. I just add one more thing about the deputy's presentation. That if you think back to that, the slide that showed the highlighted areas of where we get the most exposures, it's 100% consistent. If anybody was interested, I mean, this is what I do for a living, so it's interesting. The University of Cincinnati did a study on firefighter and cancer, and I could bore you with all the statistics on it, but it's not boring if you're doing the job. But all those areas that are highlighted are where we get exposed the most are 100% consistent with the type of cancers that we all see, inclusive of thyroid cancer, brain cancer, throat cancer, testicular cancer, and we do get them at a higher. The concerning thing with turnout gear is, and the cancer is, we do get cancers at a higher frequency. It's not super higher than the general population. Where the true statistic lies is, we die at a greater. We have fatal cancers at a much larger percentage rate than the general population. And within our own organization, since I've been here, we've had I'm 6 people I can think of right off the bat that have already had cancer working here. So I appreciate your support on that capital project. Moving on to the fire engine. So we presented to various town committees to replace engine 2. If you know the history of our apparatus replacement here is we have a robust maintenance program. I currently have 2 certified diesel mechanics. They were certified before they worked here. That we did. One is Carl Roach, one is Dave Dutton. Dave Dutton is one of the safer firefighters that we hired, and that was part of our smart hiring plan, so we could help to maintain our many $1 million worth of apparatus. Because we have them on our staff, we get a greater longevity out of our vehicles. We have an assistant town manager that came from an abutting town, and she can probably attest to the difference where some towns around us that are not as busy trade their vehicles in at 15 years old, and we get about 20 to 25 years. And the one that we're going to talk about right now is engine 2. So our current engine 2 is a 1996 Pierce Enforcer. It is a Class A pumper, and that Class A will be important if we talked about ISO and what that means. It has a 1,500 gallon per minute pump, 750 gallons of water. And a thing that's important to know about this truck, it's been here longer than me. I started in 1999, but the important part is this was an emergency purchase. So in the 90s, the fire chief, prior to Chief Perrin, was a mechanic, and he did a lot of like full engine rebuilds and stuff. And when he retired, those vehicles quickly failed, and at one point, the town was left without any engine companies. So all 3 of them were out of service. This apparatus engine 2, which the DPW was gracious in 2015 to do some body work for us, so it doesn't look that bad, was an emergency purchase because we had no apparatus left. The selectmen, I was told, convened on a weekend, on a Saturday, to effect that emergency purchase, and they bought that truck off of the floor at the Chiefs Convention in Springfield. So when the convention was over, it came right here. So the specifications in that truck really historically have not met the demands of this community. How do we know necessarily when it's time to replace apparatus? And obviously there is a standard, because in my line of work, there's 165,000 pages of standards for just about everything. But really, every community is not the same. So you can't just say it's time to replace a fire truck because it's X years old. Obviously, a fire truck in Worcester is going to be used a lot more than a fire truck in Brookfield. So at 10 years, like in Worcester, you could pretty much tow the vehicle away where they could get a lot greater longevity out of it. Where do we fall in that? Somewhere in the middle. But combined with our preventative maintenance program and the fact that we have mechanics and staff, we have gotten 25 years out of engine 2. I highlighted an NFPA standard, which is 1901 in section D.1. If you want to revisit this and confirm my data, that I'll skip to the end here. Apparatus that were not manufactured to the applicable NFPA fire apparatus standards or that are over 25 years old should be replaced. Most fire apparatus should be 15 years frontline and 10 years in reserve. And we kind of fell into that somewhere. It was really close. I don't have the exact numbers, but engine 2 has been our reserve pumper since we took delivery of engine 4 in 2016. Next. So current engine 2 is obviously it's 25 years old, so it's not perfect. We have been challenged. We do annual pump testing on that. Every year it's come back with deficiencies. Now the truck does, because it's in our reserve state, we do rotate it through so it gets used, because if we just leave it and sit, then it's probably going to deteriorate a lot more rapidly. But if we were to run this on a consistent basis every day, I'm convinced that the pump would fail, as did engine 4 when we replaced that when I first became the chief. And we had to do a quick purchase on that. We already have some motor issues, and the problem with the motor issues is the motor's 25 years old and the availability of parts is scarce. The last time that something broke on that truck, I believe they had to ship it here from Australia, if you can believe that. We've had some corrosion issues. Some of those were taken care of. Some still exist, particularly around the pump panel. There is a host of NFPA standards that obviously come with a new truck that this truck does not have. And because we made an emergency purchase and we don't have 15 fire trucks and 7 ladder trucks. Compartment space is a premium to us, and we are not capable of carrying everything that we need to when this truck goes frontline, which does during times of we get in an accident or we have a vehicle maintenance issue or even for preventative maintenance. We've put a committee together already because a lot goes into designing our apparatus that's appropriate for your community. So in August of this year, the deputy and I convened the committee of the mechanic of one of the mechanics and several firefighters, and we've come up with a quote that we're or a ballpark quote. We won't have a firm until we go do a pre-build, and some preliminary drawings from a particular manufacturer that we've had great success with. We did meet with 5 or 6 different manufacturers, and all of the prices were consistent and right in the same ballpark around where we're at now. This would be an example of a drawing of what we're looking at. When we did the final inspection for Rescue 1, we were really sold on this company. If you know anything about, or if you pay attention to our fleet at all, Rescue 1 we bought and took delivery of in 2018. It's nothing fancy. We don't do a lot of bells and whistles. We really focus on longevity and durability of our apparatus, and we put a lot of thought into that, and I think it's paying off. The current rescue that we have now has probably been out of service for maintenance issues, except for preventative maintenance, probably only 2 days since 2018. We have really taken a liking to that brand. While we were at the plant doing a final inspection, we visited a nearby department that also made a pumper, which is this department I highlighted here, Loveland. And this is similar to the truck that we are looking for our community. So we'd be looking at a 2021, also a Class A pumper, 15 gallon a minute pump. We are looking to get a little bit more water. We're just not going to be sure until the engineers take a look at it than we currently carry. I know we have a robust water system in town, but we are frequently called to I-495 and the Massachusetts Turnpike, which are obviously limited access highways without any water up on them. Some of the new vehicles that are out there are requiring more water to extinguish them when they are on fire. And if you've paid attention to the DOT statistics that have been provided to us through the various projects going on up there, 1 in 4 vehicles is a large truck. And we do truck fires fairly frequently. And also we have a foam trailer if a tanker turns over that we need to support. So we can get a little bit extra water. That would be helpful. It's also planned to have obviously a full complement of ground ladders and some light rescue tools. So where's your money going to go if you support this article? So the truck itself is $705,000. We put a computer in every single piece of apparatus now that connects to the dispatch center, and it also allows all of the fire trucks, the police cars, and ambulances to communicate through that mobile data terminal. It also connects to building department files, and we have a site file in there. So when we are operating on scene, we can get a lot of pre-incident information. The radios with the installs for that truck are about $10,000. Hose and appliances are $20,000, and a variety of hand and power tools are $5,000. The existing equipment on the current engine 2 is also 25 years old, so that is why we are looking to upgrade that equipment. The current truck does not have a computer. The current truck does not even have air conditioning, and the radio is we bought for that truck. We were replaced, but they have not been replaced since 2002.
No.
That's really what I have to offer you on that. Do you have any questions for me?
Ian?
Sorry, I never lowered my hand. I don't have a question.
Okay.
Sorry.
I'm not seeing any questions.
Sorry, I have 2 quick questions.
Yep, go ahead.
My apologies. First, I'm wondering, is there anything that predicates how many pumper trucks you actually need or community needs?
Yep. So when I talked about in my original presentation, we talked about the insurance services office. They do have an evaluation of our community every 5 years. That report should be coming back any day. They look at three things. They look at the capability of the fire department, the capability of the dispatch center to be able to transmit, receive and transmit information. And they also look at a component of the Department of Public Works, the water department, and they evaluate things like water supply. Are they maintaining our hydrants? On what schedule are they doing flow testing? And developed out of that report is they don't really look at residential occupancies. They look at commercial occupancies because they're traditionally larger. And based off of the information that they get out of dispatch, fire, and public works, and the size of the buildings and what's in them in our community, they use that information to determine how many gallons per water the Westborough Fire Department should be able to flow. So when I talked about in the slides, the new truck is a 1,500 gallon per minute pump. My frontline truck is 1,500 gallons. My second due-out engine is 1,500 gallons, and the rescue is capable of flowing 1,000 gallons. So that's 4,000 gallons per minute. One truck is a reserve. It's usually our oldest one that is nearing the end of its life, and that would be able to fill in for it if one goes out of service. So that's how we determine how many trucks we need. We need to be able to flow water.
And then my last question. So DPW kind of talked about a lag time for these pieces of equipment. So if you're looking, you gave us the timeline to the pricing being good till like July of this year. I'm assuming it takes a period of time to build, maybe a year to build.
So it'll take. So this manufacturer, from the time we do the pre-build, so if we go to town meeting hypothetically in March, and you approve that, by the time we can schedule a pre-build, it will be April or May. Then from the time we leave the pre-build, they will redo the drawings, and it's a 370-day build time from there. I probably should have talked about that in this presentation. So I had started a stabilization account for fire apparatus at one point, and I was clear that as the chief, I was not going to reap the benefit of that stabilization account. But the next chief, when this cluster of replacing 3 engines, a ladder, and a rescue went to replace them, that stabilization account should be pretty full of money. Right now, there's, because I said I wouldn't be able to take full advantage of that, about half of the money that we need sitting in that account. The other half we would need it from free cash. And I know that we had talked about pushing some articles off, but just so that you understand the impact of that, and you call any apparatus manufacturer you want. The price increases every year in July. There is, and not just our industry, we're hearing this from the plumbing industry, a variety of industries, the cost of steel going up. I was told by this manufacturer, actually by all of them, that the price of any truck of any one of the trucks in that ballpark range, you could see a minimum of $45,000 increase after July 1st, if it's not ordered by then. If it's ordered before then, we would get this price, and we would not owe any money until delivery of the truck, which would be 370 days from the pre-build.
Thank you.
Beth?
Sorry, my mic is open. So I guess one of the questions I have, we're talking about pushing town meeting back. How much does that endanger your timeline? If town meeting,
it's really not to sound selfish. It's not my timeline. It's the taxpayers' timeline. It's really their money.
The new fire truck.
July 1st. If I can place an order, so my committee is ready to go. If we go to town meeting on June 30th, I am green lighting my dealer. I'm going to green light the salesman, and I'm committed on that day. So it's really up to the taxpayer and the town when town meeting is, and if they want to affect this purchase.
Well, so town meeting can't be beyond June 30th. So if town meeting gets pushed, it's not going to impact the cost of this article or others. I think what the chief is trying to express is that if this article gets pushed to October, it would be a $50,000 increase in price.
Well, my other concern is that this truck, with its longevity, is a risk between now and its replacement showing up. And so that was sort of the other half of the question is, adding a few months here and there to the truck, you feel comfortable it's going to last until we get to the
I'm going to have to make it last. Yes. And that is a bad habit of mine. I've actually had sidebar conversations before with various people in the community, and I try to stretch. So this is the downside of me trying to stretch your dollar. I try to keep, I have mechanics and I have a robust preventative maintenance program. I try to stretch the longevity out on these apparatus, and because they're expensive.
Right,
and
right.
I take spending that money personally, and maybe I should do that because I'm responsible to the taxpayer. But at the same time, on the other side, I have to be careful of the other side for their safety. So I'm at the end of the life on the truck.
Okay. I definitely support the purchase of the truck. I'm a little concerned you're pushing your timelines.
That's
Okay. Sorry, Chief.
She's right.
Okay. Just in the interest of time, if Jody, go ahead. Maybe last question for the chief.
You're on mute, Jody.
This is not about the engine. This is general feedback on the presentation. Is this an appropriate time to offer some?
Are you going to reference the Capris?
No.
Yes. Go ahead, Jody.
I'm more of a knickers guy.
I am persuaded on the truck. I am sitting here paging through the narrative in the budget book on the fire department, which is very good. What I don't see is a chart of performance measures, and I think, we just had the luxury of looking at one for the police. But in the future, maybe next year, it might be interesting to see a chart of performance measures. Could have things like the number of calls, the number of incidents, the nature of the incident.
Excuse me, Jody, I don't mean to interrupt, but I am interrupting. On page 138.
I missed it.
It's there.
There it is. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. Perfect.
Yeah, and actually a couple of the things you just called out.
Thank you for that. That's great.
Yep. Okay. Super. Thank you. Chief and Deputy Chief, I want to thank you on behalf of all of us for a very thorough presentation, even with a few laughs on what is a very serious topic, and appreciate you, bringing all that information that I think makes decisions pretty easy, in my opinion. So, anyway, thank you very much. With that, you're off to your day and fighting fires, no pun intended. And we'll turn it over to the schools.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Wow, how is everybody?
We're good.
Ready to go.
I know, it's a long day for you. I don't know how I like the last spot. But
it was better when we were all together in a big room, but we're next year, right?
I know. No, I hear you. Maybe next year. So it's a pleasure to see all of you, and I've appreciated the conversation today. I've been floating in and out, and always enjoy hearing from my colleagues and fellow departments, the way they come at budgeting and the work that all of us have shared. And you heard from Jeff and from Pat and Chris and Christy. I think, we're at a place where collaboratively our teams have worked very hard to overlap, to look at the budget process and to recognize the overall impact to the taxpayer. When we come to town meeting, we want to present a sense of clarity that our budget meshes with and recognizes the overall delivery to the community, both for high quality service, but also for the larger infrastructure of the rotation of capital projects, looking at the debt cycle, understanding the tax impact. All of those kind of quality conversations, I think, have continued to become more and more enhanced through the interplay of this type of joint budget hearing, as well as just the planning work that the school committee and I do with Christy and the department. So I will look towards, I'm going to think about sharing my screen. I'm trying to think about what will give you guys the best look. I've been working so much in Zoom. I feel rusty too because we vote our budget early. We give Christy the number and then I put the presentation aside. So last night I was like really feeling out of depth again in my detail of numbers and just the backup of conversations. So I'm hoping you'll be patient with me today as I kind of walk you back through the process. Let me share my screen and get set up here so that we can.
And Amber, as you're doing that, I think we were joined. I think I saw some members of the school committee join as well. I just want to recognize them. And and you also have Irene here, correct?
I do. Irene is here, and I think most of the school committee.
Okay. I just wanted to recognize and welcome them to the meeting. Thank you for joining us.
Great. All right, I'm going to share my screen and just make sure. Let me know when you can see.
We can see it if you go into presenter mode on that. I think it'll be larger. There we go.
Yep.
At least my aging eyes, that'd be great.
Yeah, here we go. I'm going to try to take it out of, give me just a second. I'm going to wait until it loads on my side. I'd like to take it out of. All right, well, I can't see you guys, but I'm going to step through it anyway, and then when I exit, we'll be able to. All right, there you are. I'm just going to bring you over with me. Give me a second. All right. Just want to consolidate these so I can hopefully see you while I present. I don't think so. All right. So we'll dive in. This actual budget presentation is kind of a consolidation of a variety of presentations. I think it's easier for all of you as you're trying to make sense of other people's budget process over time and returning and kind of coming in and out of so many dense budget processes. Try to keep them the same for you. So this one's actually a selected conglomeration of the one that I did for Finance Advisory Committee and across the trajectory of other presentations. So as we step through it, I'll try to keep it as a fairly tight presentation, and then we'll work off of discussion items and open it up to conversation, and I can kind of move through some other slides. I'll start with a review timeline of the actual budget development. I'd like to share the goals we utilized quickly. I want to revisit FY21 and the impacts and reductions made to that budget, which kind of roll forward and impact into budgeting for FY22 as well. And then we'll look briefly at our capital items and discuss those as well. So we've really worked over several years, as I know you already are aware, but we always have some new members that we've really tried to develop a transparent budget process that provides ongoing clear snapshots through multiple presentations and meetings so that you're getting the budget as we're actively developing it and looking at it. You'll see its revision process, and then you'll see my recommendation, and then after my general recommendation, which you see occurred on December 2nd, there's a gap there where questions are coming forward from school committee members. We're continuing to go back in and reflect, and all that moves forward to the final voted budget, which then happened on the 16th, and then we send that number forward to Christy. It also helps her in her budget forecasting to see the trajectory that we're already talking about those, and so she kind of sees those numbers developing as well. We also are meeting actively with our AFC liaisons, and they're asking questions, and I think then carrying information back and forth. So I think this year and last year more than any other year, utilizing our goals to ground really hard budget conversations about where we would make reductions, where we would defer expenditures, how we might reduce positions and consolidate them, had to really be driven with the leadership team and school committee from these really core values, really trying to center on the maintenance of excellence and service delivery on the ground to students, while respecting the relationships we share with not just those students and their families, but our faculty, our contracts, our work with them and their working circumstances, as well as our responsibility to our community members and the town at large. Managing costs and impacts, both for ourselves and the impact across the larger budgeting framework at the town level, and really trying to be strategic in our forward-thinking vision for how we can push costs and defer things and manage strategically in ways that are creative such that we can maintain that excellence in service delivery while, as Pat says, taking responsibility for every dollar we're spending and recognizing the responsibilities that brings. So we always do a snapshot of our budget history over time. And, for those of you that have been in these service seats a while, you saw the escalation of some of that budgeting across the growth in our enrollment and the management of our fiscal sites being really behind space-wise, which was kind of a crisis stage in our early stages, moving towards what looks hoped to be beginning of stabilization of both enrollment and capital needs. And then we've kind of faced these 2 years of complications with COVID. So what I will do is a tight summary of FY21. You get a snapshot of our teachers' lives here in that photo, if you can see it. I don't know how clearly you can see it, but this is two of our teachers working with one class completely remotely. And so you can see there, she has all their little pictures cut out so she can see their faces, and she can hold up little sticks and keep track of who's who while she's also able to interact with them live. And they've been immensely creative. It's a very challenging time. And, while we all know it's an imperfect process, I'm really immensely proud of our team. So in this FY21 budget, the one we're living in now, this was to really, in many ways, cope with much of what we knew was going to be in front of us. The first stage of that budget, really we articulated that we were facing the beginning, the year one of the salary contract settlement, which made a substantive really commitment to our teachers to get their salaries realigned to those from our surrounding communities. We talked in depth with AFC, and I know Select Board as well, that we had worked very collaboratively with our teachers while we were under that growth and enrollment pressure and kept their salaries growing really reasonably at such a rate that it actually put us substantially behind in some ways with some areas of salary in like communities. And this contract was the first step to trying to bring us back into alignment. We also were facing a long-standing both need and interest in a transportation change and a new contract. And we actually contracted with a new company. And as everyone, again, who was with us for the ride knows, that was a $1 million contract hit. And we did a lot to try to absorb that. So the first stage, we foreshadowed the transportation contract. And then in the second stage budget, we saw the number, and the school committee pushed us back to the table to try to absorb that impact and to mitigate that transportation. And we used some offsets and some cuts to do that. And I'll show you a snapshot of that. And then, of course, we all know that the final stage of the budget was the COVID impact budget, where we took substantial cuts to recognize the loss of revenue on the town, working with Christy and working with school committee and all the boards. And then also creatively knowing that we had the deferred town meeting to find a way to bring the tuition-free kindergarten forward with some cost savings we had in transportation at the end of 1920 to cover the warrant article that is paying this year for kindergarten salary that would have come into the budget and been covered by warrant articles. And we can talk a little bit about that as we move forward. So when you look at that impact, the FY21 budget was hovering around 3.48, ballooned to 5.38 with the transportation contract. We pushed it back down to 4.31, and that was the voted budget coming out of school committee. They then pushed us back to the table, and we cut $563,000 and change out of this particular budget. Some of those costs weren't ones that we thought needed to come back in because they were actually squeezing on the contract around services we could lower. We got rid of that, like that kindergarten bus and the mileage cut. Those aren't costs that need to be recouped. They're actually the real savings that just mitigated the impact, and we went back and revised the anticipated contract impact. But the technology cut, the full use of circuit breaker, and the one-time offset of community ed have impact at a budget level kind of that then moved forward into this year as well. And that brought us to the 431 that was the adjusted budget that we anticipated bringing to town meeting. And from there, we all worked together to then manage cutting another 706,146 from the FY21 budget. These were substantial cuts. And I think it's important to note these because the base budget for 22 does not return these. So the teacher salary was, we deferred some hiring until January, and we committed to bringing in teachers at the base step and hiring at a lower level against 7 positions we needed to replace, gaining that savings. We cut an administrative salary in the special ed, and we eliminated 6 positions in the paraeducators and did some consolidation. Those are not returned in this current budget. And the cuts, we deferred the hiring of a custodian until January. We have now hired that, so that was a savings within 21 that now moves forward in the regular salary item. So you see cuts here to curriculum and technology taking a really substantial cut of 150,000, where we didn't order equipment and did some deferred projects to take that cut, and then eliminated a variety of projects and didn't order some supplies and facilities. And that's what brought us to the place where we then had this budget that was brought forward, kind of our COVID impact budget, similarly to probably you heard from Christy, and this was voted unanimously at the town meeting. So that summary really brings us to the trajectory of the development of the FY22 budget, but also living within the continued impact of the concerns around loss of revenue due to COVID at the town level, and our own loss of revenue internally towards revolving accounts that are usually, places where we gain income against contracted use of buildings and things. So we're facing those cuts as well, or loss in revenue, but then also the town. So that kind of laid the landscape. So we started with a level service budget. This is a level service budget from those COVID cuts, the voted budget at town meeting. It contains just contracts as voted. It has no new positions. It basically pays the salaries of the contract and contracted services. Those contracted services being electricity, gas, bus contract, those types of, some contracted services we do for OTPTs, as opposed to having them hired in-house. So base contracted services that are all currently at play. And you'll see that essential to rebuilding the base of technology, which is our lifeblood, even not when we're really in a COVID crisis, has suffered over a $210,000 cut, which really throws the pacing of managing and maintaining the escalation and ongoing care of technology across the district. And then lastly, the impact of the rotation of the salaries of kindergarten coming into the salary line item now that we are closing out the tuition kindergarten revolving account. And you'll have more detail on that as we look forward in the budget. So you can see here the base operational budget in kind of a simple table. You can see, just to illustrate, that all the buildings were level funded with no increases. You see one $400 district-wide correction in a number that Irene wanted to make sure was accurate to year budgeting. The $101,000 of special education is actually the gap in circuit breaker, and we're going to talk about that next. It's not any new cost. You see the zeroing out of fine arts and curriculum development, and you see the only new funded item is to restore 50,000 out of that 250 to try to stage a recovery for technology. You see everything else is flat, and then you see the rollover of the transportation budget with the new contract increase and a cut to facilities. So that gave us the base that then brought us forward. So there's 3 core things that I've mentioned that I just want to re-highlight that, lead to the percentage increase of the FY22 budget. The gap in circuit breaker, which Irene will highlight and step you through. The K salaries. Of the 13 positions that represent the delivery of kindergarten services across district, 8 were added into the FY22 salary line item for a total of the $706,069. 5 we left remaining on the revolving account, and I'll talk more about that. And then you see the increase in the technology, bringing it to like 857,000 and the $111 that you'll see illustrated when you look at the base number. I'm going to skip through here for a second and then I'll go back. So you see here that under tuitions, there's that circuit breaker gap number, the 101. You see the transportation contract rollover, the salary line item. That salary line item increase is carrying those 8 positions of the kindergarten, which we, transparently were clear would be coming into budget this year, with the anticipation that we would see the Chapter 70 increase. And we've been talking all morning about the fact that it did. We weren't anticipating when we did our alignment that it would all show up this year, but might be happening over 2 years. There's been so much uncertainty over it. I'll talk more about that. You see the contracted services and the technology. And again, the reduction in utilities for the overall increase. So that was the FY22 as my preliminary recommendation before my final recommendation. And I'm going to back up for a second. And I'd like to keep moving through. I mean, circuit breaker can be a bit of kind of a rabbit hole in terms of discussion. So Irene, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to step through circuit breaker. I think a lot of people understand it and we can come back. I'll use this slide. And if there are questions about it when we're done, we'll hop back and Irene will give you the detail on it. But just for time and kind of smoothness of presentation, I'm going to keep moving. So this was the budget that I presented on December 2nd, anticipating that before final recommendations that this was the number that we saw just at the base rollover. So after we do all those numbers and we look at that as an iterative stage of the budget, we step back, looking to the deep responsibilities we face, as I prefaced coming into this, with our role in the community and our responsibility to provide high-level service to the families and students in Westborough. Facing the challenge of sustaining that excellence in service delivery while we recognize the challenges of these things. Our collaboration with the town during these unknown fiscal conditions has been ongoing. Anticipating those loss of tax revenue, the unknown Chapter 70 funding, which has kind of looked like it would be all over the place with regard to the kindergarten number they were going to use, and the unknown enrollment number they were calculating against this year, with so many students going to private school or holding their kindergartner out. We really thought we would see a bigger loss to Chapter 70, or at least not as large a gain as we had anticipated. Leah was carrying 800,000, which was the number we had gotten. And I think that came to fruition, but we're kind of still analyzing it because then you saw that the Student Opportunity Act, which Baker then moved forward in, I think that's where we saw the biggest increases against the realignment of how they're actually calculating it based upon the Student Opportunity Act. I'm not sure that it's based on enrollment numbers, and I think we're still kind of giving that an analytical look. But we knew as well that we have the capital expenditures coming forward, both ours and the ones that you've already heard about, and town increases that we know we've been recognizing and paying attention to as they paid attention to ours during the escalation of our enrollment growth. We see in the studies for employment studies that have been done both for fire, police, and at the town level, increases necessary to maintain service deliveries against the changes in the town needing to be faced, and those positions have now come forward in their budget. And so recognizing that, as well as the other two things, the end of potential COVID emergency funds, there's just so much unknown around, what kind of funding will continue to come forward to help us to manage the crisis. And it just has a true high level of impact to our budgeting, which is making it very uncertain. And then lastly, our call to be strategic, like what can we defer and how can we kind of take all of this and make final recommendations. I think at the table of the admin side and looking at a final number to put in front of school committee, we really recognize the most concern being just the unknown fiscal tax base in the town, and our collaboration needing to understand that, as well as the hardship people are facing on their own financial side due to work issues. So we went back into our budget before I was going to make my final recommendation, and we cut an additional $400,000. And we tackled that by reducing some summer programming while being reassuring that we felt we could still achieve the base of services that we need to, and hoping that there will be some COVID funding, I think, hopefully made available for summer programming. We moved one of the kindergarten positions. There were 8 and 5. We pushed one of them back into the tuition revolving account and held some funds. Not knowing what was going to happen with Chapter 70, we actually broke the rotation of the kindergarten closing of tuition account into 2 years, half this year and then half into FY23, kind of staged the increase of that salary impact. We then went back into services, trash, electricity, and facilities. Trash and phones and electricity specifically, where we usually provide a 2% increase anticipating cost increases, we basically cut those back out and level funded those. Furniture, we carry a very, very modest amount of money to supply furniture across 6 buildings and 4,000 students daily use. They take a beating. We cut 20,000. We kept 10,000 available for emergency funding of furniture need across district. That's a strategic example. Like, we can defer that. You can't defer that a long time. And our furniture was in an abysmal state, and we've really crawled back from that. And so it's strategic to take a break, but we need a lot of furniture renewal across all 6 buildings. Actually, you can eliminate fails because we'll pick up furniture there, and then we can cascade some other good furniture. So we're always really looking to maximize the life of furniture and its use, and we move it around in buildings. But you do have to continually refurbish it with new furniture. So lastly, we went back in and cut facilities projects and did some deferring and cut supplies. And then we closed out a revolving account that had held $150,000 that went back quite a while, that had been held from a time when there were school choice monies collected that actually are no longer part of practice. And so that account had stood, and we zeroed it out and leveraged those funds to reduce the overall budget request by $400,000. You see, then we took that $400,000 and we leveled it across the operational budget, eliminating we applied it there against the special education circuit breaker gap and some other areas. You can see we took other reductions across the operational budget to bring the overall request, which was voted and approved by school committee for FY22, to a 4.94% increase. And that is the number that we submitted to the town that I believe Christy should have presented in her presentation today. So when you look at that, you want to step back again, and in looking at that process, we need to understand recovery and impact from the reductions that have been taken over the last 2 years. When you look at this budget, we've cut near, if we do rough numbers, $1,600,000 from this budget over the last year and a half. And at the same time that we have our own revolving accounts that usually are bringing in offset funds for us for services through community ed, athletic gate fees, facilities use fees, and student activity fees, all of which have suffered losses, while we additionally have pulled upon reserves of community ed to cover some costs this year. I think we're incredibly proud of all of these reductions you see, all of the cost-saving measures, and the use of revolving accounts to manage what is an incredibly challenging time for the town and for the schools. So I'm going to stop there. And I am going to open it up for discussion and check in. And then from there, what I'd like to do is I can go through and do capital articles. But I think, as you saw the others do, I think it's better if we break it in two. So I guess I would open it up for conversation at this point, and I'm going to try to navigate so I can see you guys.
Amber, so just, I can manage the raised hand piece, so you don't have to worry about that. Did you want Irene to talk about circuit breaker?
Yeah, why don't we, just so that we cover it, I can take her back. I agree. Let me back up real quickly here.
There are usually questions there, so.
Yeah, there usually are. Thank you. I think it's easier to do it on its own. So Irene, let me turn it over to you and have you present that.
Okay. Hello, everybody. So this is a summary of how we develop the general fund offset, or not so much offset, but the general fund budget for the SPED tuition expenses. And so we start with the students that we know today. And generally we'll put a little percentage on there as the schools can raise their tuitions mid-year. And so to be on the safe side, we do a percentage. And then we divide it up between collaboratives, public, which we have no public students in public out of district, and then our out of district costs. So the total on that is 2.9 million, just over 2.9 million. Then we look at our circuit breaker reimbursement amount. So if you remember, we can keep and retain 1 year's worth of circuit breaker revenue and carry it forward and use it in the next year. So that allows us to know specifically what reimbursement we have coming in this year to use for next year, and that's 1.2 million. Above that is the 1.73. That's the dollar amount that we put in for claims, and then the state determines how much of that claim we can get reimbursed that's allowable, and it was 70% this year. So that leaves us with 1.211073. So then we go down to the third box and we take our out of district. I apply this circuit breaker only to the out of district. It just makes it cleaner. So that out of district amount of 2.74 that I mentioned at first up above, less we have a grant, we have a SPED grant that we offset it, and we split that grant up between salaries and out of district tuition. So the 156,385 is the tuition amount of the grant. So we apply that as a reduction. And then the circuit breaker of the 1.2. So that leaves us with 1.374477, which we need to put into the general fund budget because there's no other offsets that we can put against the out of district tuitions. So if you go to the last box, I bring down the collaborative of the 194, no offsets against that, and then carry down from the offsets put against the out of district, and the net amount on that is 1.374478. So then you add the two together, and the total out of district line item in the budget is 1.568849. So that's the exercise that we go through in order to get to that one line item. Do you have any questions?
Just that the difference is, again, against the cost impact that was in last year's budget was the 1.467. So that's how you get, the automatic kind of differential between last year's cost and this year's cost in the 101, which is the number I've carried forward that you saw in the presentation. Why don't we take questions on circuit breaker first, and then we can kind of open it up.
I'm not seeing any right now, but they may come back around. So
And I'm certainly, after the meeting, I'm certainly open to answer any questions as always.
So I'm going to move this forward here to, I guess I'll leave it here for discussion. I can hop around in slides.
Actually,
Shelby,
Amber,
yeah, go ahead.
sorry, this is Ian. Sorry, Shelby, for jumping in, but
Yeah, no, go ahead.
can you just go back on that? I think I understood what Irene just went through on SPED, but then take us back to the number there at the bottom to where it is in the presentation then.
So go ahead. So last year when we went through this exercise based upon the allocation we received for circuit breaker, the remaining cost that we had to put against the budget in FY22 was the 1.4 million. And this year we have 1.5. So from year to year, that's where we pick up the uncovered cost, which is basically a budget increase.
Okay, so the budget increase is the 101,042.
Yep. And you see that.
Sorry, what goes in the budget though is the 1568849.
Exactly. Yeah.
But the impact year over year then is okay. So the 1568 is what we see total in the budget, but the impact or the delta between last year's and this year's is that 101,042.
Right, and when you look at it here, see here.
Perfect.
See there,
Yep.
you have last year's number. That's why this is a good one to see. Here's last year's number that we just had. This year's number. So this increase, it's not. That's what that is.
Perfect. Yep. Thank you. That's what I was looking for.
All right, Shelby. Since I can't see anybody, that's the one thing I don't like about the Google. I can't see you guys, so I'm just gonna let you manage the questions and.
Yeah, I mean, we have the budget book, so I think if everyone is comfortable, you can take that down, and so you can see everyone.
That would be great. I would like that. See if I can remember how to do that. Hold on. I know I've been in so much Zoom. I'm like losing my touch here. Hold on, I got it. Give me a sec. No judgment.
Well, no one's brushing their teeth, so you're okay.
Honestly. All right, that should be. All right, am I done there? Okay.
Yeah, good.
It's good to see you all again. All right.
Okay. Lots of information. Thank you both very much for the presentation. Obviously, we all have our budget books. Ian, you have your hand up again, or is that from before?
Oh, that's new.
Okay, go for it.
Actually, first one is kind of related to the special education, but more of a question. So I know as the borough program and the Sugar Shack was, and that program was put together, not aligning the two, but really I'm really more about the borough program. There's some discussion about our ability to, I guess, take in special ed students from out of district in, and maybe as a revenue source for that. And I guess any other programs, has that been successful at all? Or is there revenue offsets we're getting from out of district coming into programs that we're offering in district?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. So in the history, typically like public school to public school, there will be sometimes some modest sharing of service delivery. And, we have had across the years, although not many in my time, I think 2 students where we did some cost sharing service exchange with another district where we had a particular service a student needed and we did some managed exchange. But when you look specifically at the design of the borough program, in our thinking, I think we do anticipate that program will and can take in students from out of district because it's a uniquely different design program. We wanted to get the program to a place where we felt, one, that we could market it and provide service that we felt was very robust, such that we were ready to accept tuition. The COVID situation right now really has shut down large branches of that program for us. I mean, even the way that we bring in, say, graduates of the program to work in the store, we're not doing that currently because we don't want to mix students that are out of program with students that are in program. Beyond all of that, though, yes, the answer is we anticipate, and even perhaps next year, if we would be so lucky, but certainly projecting forward into FY23, the chance to offset the bulk of that program with some tuition students.
Great, thank you. That makes total sense. Shelby, if I could, one other question, totally switching around, but a question on enrollment, because this is one that we've been talking about for years now in the enrollment study that we had, and I know we do have COVID impacts from this year, so it's very difficult to look, I guess, year over year, but it is projected slightly down. I'll call it flat from last year to this year, but I guess,
yeah.
How does that, because I don't have it in front of me and I should, but how does that look versus the projection we have? Are we in where they expected that we've peaked now and now we're at that plateau, or is this enrollment number drastically different from expectations from the enrollment study?
No, that's good. There's a kind of a variety of questions there. I think enrollment is projected to basically be flat, which is a first. It's like when we did our initial count, when Daniel did his presentation on enrollment, it indicated we might be down 18 students overall, which, again, like last year, we brought in 250 new students, but we had that many leave, and so we went up like 60 students. And so, you have this, it's always, it's a iterative model enrollment. But the first question around the original projected study, it looks to be that we're hopeful that the trend is that we're beginning to level off. We're not seeing the amount of growth that we had in the first 4 years that I was here. So last year's growth, and I think anticipated growth next year, they had thought we would go up, I think, 30 students in that original study. But right now we're projecting, again, when we show you the rollover, we're showing you just with no new students that we anticipate that, the alignment of our, how kids will roll through grades. And we look at that up and down and we move staff around. But we're hopeful that, I think the study had us projected still to be making modest growth for another 3 years, but it is tapering off. And so at this point, we're hoping that the staffing we have, again, there's no new positions in this budget, will have space to absorb any new students as they arrive. We're all very hopeful that that's stable growth at this point, and we won't see the additions to staffing that we had year over year. So right now it's modest. In Daniel's initial presentation, it looked like we might be down 18, which we considered flat enrollment because we've never seen that. And that we would do some internal shifting of staff, moving either between buildings or grades, or shifting people around and come in with no new positions and be able to manage the district.
Perfect, thank you.
Mike Peretti?
Amber, thank you for the presentation. When I looked at the enrollment, I looked back 2 years, and over 2 years, we're down about 100 students, round number. My calculation says 94. If we're flat, if you're considering this year flat, and you think we're going into a flatter trend, do you think that's an indicator we might be going lower if we look at the last 2 years?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. Thank you. Well, obviously it's a strange year. For example, like when Daniel did his presentation, what we talked about is right now we're facing an unrealistic, as it's happening across the state, which is why Chapter 70 was so unpredictable for people, which is that everybody's seeing this odd depression in enrollment, which is not typical to their standard enrollment. Because I would say we're missing, and I could pull up, let me just pull up the numbers here so I can look at it for a minute. Hang on, I've got my stuff when we looked at the number of students, I don't think he had it in this presentation, we're facing an odd depression of like the number of students. I think we have like 65 students homeschooling this year. So we fully expect those guys will just roll back in next year, but some might stay. We have some people that put their student in private school this year, especially our kindergarten families and some of our private, and then we have some people hold their kids out of kindergarten. So what's happening across districts nationally, but also at the state level, is that our enrollment numbers are kind of falsely depressed this year. So I don't think the 100 we're down is indicative of what our true enrollment is. You know, we use our number as 4,000 right now, and I think we anticipate that when we open in the fall, we'll be at about that number.
Okay, just one other question. What's the average number of adults per classroom that we have on a normal basis? Forgetting COVID right now. How many adults do we have in a classroom?
Well,
on average?
I mean, I would want to, that's an interesting way to pose the question. I mean, I would want to make sure I give you accurate information. Depends on the class. So for example, in most classes, you have one teacher and their students, and you have other adults who are coming in and out during the day who provide secondary service delivery either to one student, a small group of students, and in some classes where we're embedding intensive students, you'll have two teachers all day. You'll have a teacher, you'll have a sped teacher, and oftentimes you might even have a para, depending upon the complexity of the class. ELL service delivery for students who are language learners come in and out of classrooms. But the standard delivery of how we staff classrooms is, for example, at elementary level, it's 13K classrooms and 13K teachers. And the others are piloted through those programs. At your high school classrooms, standardly, it's one teacher teaching their subject and moving through their schedule. So
the reason I ask is I'm trying to get a sense of what the ratio is.
Yeah. Well, the ratio, I mean, there's different, I mean, again, really good questions. It would be, ratio of, like, if you look at our class size, it follows a range. So, we use the school committee guideline for establishing the range we use for, I'm just going to pull it up so I can look at it. As an example, the guideline will be kindergarten will hover between 16 to 21 as the general guideline. So the ratio for K, and then that's K1, and then the delivery will go up by grade as you think kids gain independence, such that for 7th through 12th, we can have classrooms as large as 24 or 25. At this 4th to 6th grade, we'll run classes between 20 and 24. So, I think the general ratio sits within those guidelines.
Okay, thanks.
I can break them out more for you, and I'm very happy to. And I think the best way to look at it, though, is to look at it by ratio by program. So, for example, it'd be better for me to say, what's the general ratio? And we do have that, where you can say, what's the number of special education teachers servicing the number of kids who require special ed? Or what's the number of ELL teachers servicing the number of ELL students we have? And I can provide that to you if you'd like.
No, I don't think you need to go through that trouble. I'm just trying to think through the effect of ratios and enrollment on staffing.
Yeah.
And whether or not, if we have to, we can reduce staffing.
Yeah, no, that's a great question.
And I guess I think I need to put a little more thought into it. So I'll
Yeah,
stop
no,
there.
yeah, I mean, I certainly, yes, we're always looking at keeping our staffing within guidelines and as tight as possible to provide a high quality service. We reduced, as an example, we already have taken reductions. We eliminated an admin position, and we eliminated 6 para positions last year and did some consolidating. And we also then, reduced some other positions in terms of percent of allocation, like from 1.0 to 0.8. So we reduced those services down as part of the cost saving measures that we did during budget development and during the reductions that, have us pretty tight in those arenas. I mean, there's some areas where I certainly would never, I just have to be honest, this year and into next year, of all years, maintaining staffing, and the school committee knows that I represented this to them as well when they asked about staffing. Given the mental health issues that we think students are coping with and which will require supports for recovery, as well as substantial loss of learning across an array of student skills, I'm hopeful that we'll have advantageous class sizes and an ability to utilize that staffing to help cover ground to make it up. So, this year and into next year of all years, maintaining staffing is pretty essential for us. I think the last piece on that, Mike, and not to go too far with it, but we also have no idea what we're going to open under. So we might still need to keep a remote class. We have no idea what's going to be happening because young children can't be vaccinated. So the unknowns for us right now are pretty crazy. So if we have a core of students who can't return, we have to provide public education for them, and we might well need to staff some remote settings, which would cause staffing increases for us that right now are being caused by COVID coverage, that's helping us manage that. So, at this point, there's just so much complexity at play.
Well, that's opening another can of worms, and that's another discussion for another time.
Yeah. Well, it's the bulk of our money, though. So I really respect the conversation, though. I mean, it's where the money is. So we're a people business, and the money is in the people, and there's a lot of them. So I think it's a really important discussion, and I value you asking it. So I totally agree with you.
Okay.
Alan?
Thank you. The school department has taken out, many, many additional costs because of COVID-19. PPE, technology, staffing, cleaning, a whole wide range that we've heard about through all these meetings over the last 10 months. And I know that the ability to use the CARES Act grants was extended past the December 31st, 2020 deadline, but that money's still finite in the amount, and a lot of those costs, and I know there's been great cooperation between the school department and the finance team and other department heads with expertise in getting the grant money to cover those costs. But looking forward, what's the level of, knowing that we're expecting more funding from the federal government, but we don't know how much or if or when it might happen, what's an assessment of risk as far as ongoing COVID costs with respect to the fiscal 22 budget?
No, that's a great question. So, first of all, I want to say thank you to Christy and Leah, who have been true thought partners in ongoing management of working with Irene and I around, and Paige Thomas from our office, around all of the COVID management of grants. So thank you. You'll see a range of costs that, in some cases we've been able to bulk supply. We thought we'd need more gloves than we used, and we're still waiting. Then you also have some back orders that are still going to arrive. So we'll be fine through the year, and we're hopeful that we'll have some of those that will cover us into fall in terms of PPE gear. I think the kind of costs that I think will impact us next year, which we're starting to project now, which we'll just have to absorb, filters of your HVAC systems are probably the most substantial cost, which will continue. And right now, we utilized COVID funding to purchase filter replacements because they basically, one, they're expensive. We have 6 giant buildings that run 24 hours a day with thousands of people traipsing through them. It's a high demand focus, and we agreed to double, to basically have the rotation of how often we changed filters, to double up how quickly we change them. We usually change them twice a year. We're changing them 4 to 6 times this year. So I think what will be interesting is how we maintain that. I anticipate that for another full year, that will be a cost that we will have to manage. It'll come out of the supplies, and there'll be other things we won't purchase. So that's one. I think others, it's really, as I just mentioned, regarding staffing, how we open and what we have to provide to students, what the state requires of us is still completely unknown. And I'm not sure that we'll get additional funds. So, I mean, to be honest, it's going to be postured forward as we find out.
Okay, thank you very much.
Melanie?
Sorry. Yeah, I'm wondering, can you answer to some of the revolving counts at the back of the book? Specifically, there's some that are grossly overfunded when you look at minimum required balance.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm wondering, are there plans to do something for that with that overfunding versus, tapping into the general account?
So we can look at those, account by account. Irene will pull them up. I can see her pulling them up now. All of them have a base amount that they have to maintain because they cover salaries, and we can look at them as kind of best to almost go account by account. We do draw upon those revolvings, and there's a delineation for each of them for what those uses are restricted for. So we apply them. Like, for example, we standardly take $150,000 offset annually against operational costs across the buildings from community ed. And Irene layers that across the budgeting for electricity and cleaning costs. And it's, the offset to their impact at the building level. But we carry at least, and Irene can give you the base amount, have to maintain $1 million plus, I think it's almost $2 million in that account for the annual salaries that have to be paid out of there. And we have to maintain them to pay salaries beyond the operational intake of funding for that account for 6 months. I think there's some weird guidelines on it that we maintain. So some of them will look like they're carrying large amounts, but we annually kind of roll through it and then bring in more revenue to offset for the following year. There are some where over several years though, Melanie, we did acquire building them up so we had them to use for projects. So for example, for several years we didn't pull on gate fees because we set aside like $10,000 a year for 3 years. So then we utilized that as part of the offset to the cost when we did the field renovation. So, we do, it's part of that strategic management and deferring costs over time to let those know that we'll use them on projects. We use them to resurface the tennis courts, for example, in a maintenance rotation. So you'll see sometimes Irene will note projected projects that we'll pull on and what year we're going to do it. So I don't think that those amounts are over whatever allocated right now in terms of revenue, but I think I would want to be more specific and look at account by account.
One in particular is the activities fee. So it says minimum required balance of $120,000, and this shows an ending balance of $371,000, which is pretty substantial. When you look at, there's nothing, the summary of what the account stands for and the uses for it. A lot of this stuff is not happening right now due to COVID.
So, Amber, if I could answer that somewhat. So that activity fee, the fees come in for music and for athletics.
Right.
And so the revenue doesn't always follow the expenses. So this is a snapshot in time. Whereas for music to expend funds, we have to transfer funding out of there specifically to the music revolving account. And we have not done that this year. And so when that happens, there are large instrument purchases, which could reduce that. So, and then there's also band uniforms that sometimes get purchased out of there, choral uniforms, and so forth. So it's not always every year a large purchase is made, but when it is, we need that funding in there.
Okay, then that kind of ties into, on page 109, you have what's classified as activity fees. Same thing, it's the correlation, it's kind of the write-up of that printout. I'm just wondering, because I've lived in several school districts, you don't charge general fees in this district for students.
Oh, we do, no, you're right. We don't do a bus fee. There's a lot of fees we don't do. We don't do a base fee, like we don't do a parking fee and stuff like that. I've worked in a lot of districts too, where they charge you for everything. We do charge a student activity fee for petition and athletics,
Right.
and club fee. So that's where that account feeds from, and then that pays all the stipends for clubs and that amount as well, for a lot of that coverage. But there's other fees, no, that we don't charge. We don't charge bus fee as an example.
Right. And we've never considered looking at those options.
I mean, we always look at it. We actually raised it a couple of years ago. I mean, in my time here, we've raised it once. We're not looking to charge families for public education. It's philosophically not a belief that the school committee has endorsed. Free and equitable public education is our service, and we've kind of functioned from that premise. We provide a lot of scholarships. There are students that face the hardship of not having access to those activities if we are charging for them, and so we're very judicious around charging a fee for public education.
Okay. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, and again, I don't want to give the sense that, like, when we were looking at the bus as an example, the bus increase, there was a circulating discussion about whether or not the fees should be charged to manage some of that offset. So it is certainly a discussion that and again, it also depends on who's sitting on school committee over the years, but it certainly is a discussion that does come forward, and we leverage fees when we need to, but we also do a good amount of scholarships out of those and forgive fees a fair amount as well. Other questions?
Yep, Alan?
Just one quick additional comment on the activities fees. It's my understanding that many of the sports seasons have been delayed. So for example, football, where the costs would normally be in the fall, those are now in the spring. And so they wouldn't be reflected here yet as far as those expenditures.
Well, the expenditures will be really reflected through the closing. Oftentimes we don't close out paying of coaches and cost and expenditures until the close of the season. So yes, football, volleyball, all of those are running fall 2, which will start. But we also cut all the student activity fees and club fees in half this year. We reduced them by a portion because we acknowledged that 1, families were facing fiscal issues, and 2, and this is to the revenue side, not the cost side too, but just to mention as well, clubs were, running in a less robust capacity. So we limited those fees this year and reduced them. But yeah, most of those costs, a lot of them come in at the end of the season. So we'll see another draw on that account.
Okay, thank you.
That's to get to play.
I'm not seeing other hands raised. Do we want to transition to the warrant articles?
Sure. Let me go back over here. And it certainly has questions. Like, we had a long, robust discussion with AFC around almost this exact presentation a while ago. So I'm hoping that you're feeling like there's familiarity around aspects of this, but I'm certainly happy to follow up more and send backup information later if things occur to you guys. Let me just pull this over here.
As always, we appreciate the budget books and the detail and the walkthrough. It's helpful. As you were talking about the FY21 budget, it was like, oh my goodness, remember when, and what a long, strange trip it's been, as someone once sang. So.
Yeah, I kind of feel the same way myself. I looked at the numbers and I'm like, oh my gosh, when was this? It feels like a lifetime ago.
Right.
All right, let me just do no. All right. Oh, all right. So I want to recognize and acknowledge, I think, the development of a really thoughtful and new capital process. And let me just get into present mode. Sorry. We've really enjoyed the process of realigning the capital articles to bring forward both, like we've always kept our own 5-year rotational plan of large projects, like cycling back to what we were saying, like in the years when we were looking at resurfacing of tennis courts, like all the rotation of projects, we keep both ones happening in-house out of the facilities budget, but then capital articles that need to come forward as warrant articles and through the capital expenditures committee for discussion. But the reconceptualization of the process has been, I think, really strong this year, such that we now have a much more well-conceptualized long-range plan of capital projects for all of the infused projects across the town. Because I think you can't think of capital year to year, you have to think of capital long-term. So these represent, and I didn't get to hear all of the presentation, so I'm not sure how much you've heard. I think the select board has heard a lot on the capital process. I'm not sure how much AFC saw the revisioning of it, but these capital projects represent the 3 that received appropriate notation of marks in terms of readiness to come forward, while we recognize that we could take other projects that can be staged into the future. With 6 major buildings across town, and we said this around furniture, the buildings are open 7 days a week. The buildings are used, the materials are used, and kids are hard on furniture and on equipment and on facilities. And so with 6 large buildings, I think it's important, I think Chris Pant said this very well, you're looking to do preventative maintenance and care of your facilities such that you're always getting the most advantageous dollar, and working with, you want to be preventative versus reactive, where you're doing emergency repair and coverage. And I think we really crawled back from working within our capital framework as thinking of it as emergency recovery. This fell off, it has to be fixed. This, boiler is literally failing and needs to be repaired, to a more projecting forward and much more preventative planning. And I think that's essential given their large ticket items. These are 3 that are coming forward that represent the ones that the capital committee felt should be on the warrant this year for discussion. So the softball field is an interesting project in the sense that it's been discussed. Certainly, I've been here, this is my 7th year, and when I got here, we were talking about the abysmal state of this softball field, and that it was not a playable field of quality, that it does not match the quality of the rest of the facilities we have. And, it's circulated through discussion that really this is a Title IX issue, in the sense that at a certain point, providing equitable and quality play surfaces is a requirement of our service as public educators. We, for those of you who know as well, worked very, very hard over multiple years, 4 years in conceptualization, to do the repair and improvement of the fields at the high school. That project had immense reach for us, with a lot of fundraising, use of revolving accounts, back to Melody's comments, where we were able to anticipate pulling from gate fees, student fees, setting those funds to help with the repair of the fields. And we just couldn't reach to do this part of the project. It was just that much more additional money. So it's kind of hovered out there. And I think it's like anything else. Like you paint one room in your house and then suddenly you see all your other rooms look really bad. This softball field just looks that much worse when we've made all these other improvements. Right next door, you see the upgrade to the tennis. And it's just time for this one to be completed. The cost is such that it will provide for the installation of the field dugouts, backstop, safety fencing, and includes the incidental price to complete all of it. I believe it's time for this project to be completed. I know it always feels strange, but it's an example in a year of fiscal crisis. Everyone's like, well, why do you want a softball field? This is what's happened year over year, where we just defer. And, you know, I don't know that next year is going to be a better time either. So this article represents a piece of the public schools that we believe needs to be repaired. So I'll do all three, and then we'll bring them forward for discussion. And for those of you on capital, we've talked about these. Similarly, the high school gymnasium partitions. Now, we take incredibly good care of our facilities. Our custodial team and our maintenance people, we hear over and over again when we get assessments of our buildings that we, to Pat's comments earlier, get the life's blood out of our equipment, out of our facility, out of our supplies. This gym gets constant use by the whole community. And these two partitions have outlived their life. The company that services them is basically refusing at this point to service them because they consider it a safety liability that they won't take on. These partitions are two large closing walls in the two gyms. And we run multiple classes. We run classes that use the wall in the coursework for stretching, for throwing balls against. So, you know, they're actively engaged regularly. And the request, actually, I'm surprised. I know it looks like a big amount, and it is. I was surprised. I mean, you see them, they're huge, that we can do both of them for this cost of the $297,805. And I think the longer we put it off, our facilities manager feels that a piece is going to fall off and hurt somebody, which is, you know, we have had pieces fall off. So I consider this a risk and a high demand project for us to move forward. The last of the three projects, this is a borrow article, and I feel like we've been talking about the Hastings sprinkler system for a long time, and it's a complex process, as was the Hastings piece of renovation and improvement that we did there when we added the preschool wing. We've been back to town meeting now. This will be, I believe, the third time for us to actually anchor the funding necessary to provide the safety coverage of a sprinkler system at this K-3 building. The original article, when we came to town meeting, we previously acquired the 760 in October 1, 2019, and we've been out to bid twice, and the bids came in at approximately double the cost. So the additional 750 will bring us to the 1,510,000 to actually sprinkle the building. And I think for those of you who've listened to the range of discussions around this, the secondary issue is that, and we're actually getting some second opinions on pieces of this about what gets triggered that we can and can't replace in the building. Because once you do enough renovation in a building and you hit a certain percentage, or if you trip ADA compliance, you hit other expensive costs where you have to do other changes to the building. But at this point, parts of our ability to go in and do renovation are capped until we sprinkle the building. Now, we're asking for a second opinion on that. And I think regardless, this article represents the need for us to complete the safety benchmark for this building and go ahead and sprinkle it. And we have half the funding sitting there that we can't access until we get the secondary part to cover the bid. It's currently out to bid such that we will have a hard number that we hope by the time we come to town meeting, maybe we will be voting the exact number with bid in hand to do this work. So those are the three, and I guess I would again open it up to discussion. I'm going to quit sharing my.
Sign up by heading to theworld.org/newsletters.
All right.
I see Hank Smith with a hand raised.
Yeah, interested in the funding sources we have in mind. The article's not specific. I've also, my mind, I can't remember whether we funded the original 750 out of free cash or whether we funded it by our borrow. But I would suggest that normally for $1.5 million expenditure, which is what we have, we would normally do the $1.5 million as a borrow. And maybe that's, I personally be more comfortable if we did the $1.5 million borrow and then wherever the funding came from before, put it back into free cash.
Do you want me to answer that?
Yeah, I was going to say,
Who's this? Whoever's the appropriate person.
I was going to hand it to Christy because I saw her taking her mask off. So it's yours.
So in March of 2019, we funded $627,000 out of overlay surplus. And then in October of 2019, we funded an additional $133,000 out of free cash. So if you were to borrow the entire 1.5, then the money would go into free cash.
Yeah, if I might comment, we've had the conversation earlier that we have in mind to we have to do something to replenish free cash. And again, typically this would have been a borrow because it's a really major long-term investment.
And Christy, I believe that this is on when it came, and I should know this since I sat in CapEx, but I think we planned for this to be borrow in the coming out of the capital planning committee.
Yes.
Yeah.
Correct. That is correct.
Yeah.
And as Amber has mentioned, because when it was bid both times, we only got one bid. And it was at the same time that all the schools were out to bid for services like this. We think that this particular time that we should see a fairly competitive bid, and we've been told that a number of people have taken out papers for this bid. So we're hopeful that that we'll get a representative bid this time of what it's really worth, which should be much closer to the original estimate than what happened twice in the past.
Yeah.
And I do believe that that the recommendation has been to borrow this.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So just as point of clarification, we're saying borrow the whole, what Hank said, return the 758 to free cash. I mean, the 758 and then borrow the whole?
No, I believe the first part was borrowed. And that in fact, we did authorize the original engineering, et cetera, out of it. But to us, it doesn't make any difference how we get the money. So that would be up to the town to decide what to do and how to do it.
Yeah. I think Christy has an update on this for us.
Yeah. So the original 627 was overlay surplus. I had said the 133 came from free cash. That actually was from it actually did not. It was borrowed for the Hastings project. So that 133 would have to go towards this project, but you could borrow the balance and return the 627 to free cash.
Thank you, Christy.
I mean, it might be advantageous again, like to Steve's comment. I mean, I think that's the collaborative process by which we're comfortable to leverage the funding organization. However, it's most advantageous to the town. We can prepare the article for town meeting. As you process the rest of that discussion, you continue to work on it, what makes sense. But while we also track what the real number will be, so that would inform the motion. So I would agree.
Hank, does that answer your question? You all set?
Yes, it does. I understand.
Okay. Jody.
You're muted. Jody, you have to unmute.
Thank you, Amber, for the presentation. I just want to give you kind of a high level sort of gut check of my first reaction to the asks. And I am persuaded that we need to realign those salaries to stay competitive. And that's had a big budget impact, but I see absolutely that's an important thing to do. So the bottom line budget number that's coming in on the budget is a 4.94% increase at this point. We never know how that's going to shake out until a little later, but it's a $57 million budget that's coming forward for, we get high quality product and process out of our schools. So then when I turn to the capital requests, I have a question for you and probably the capital committee. I am thinking about discretionary funding versus funding that's very compelling and probably mandatory. And the sprinkler system we've been hearing about for years. We knew that this was a project that was going to have to be done, and so this doesn't surprise me. It kind of becomes a question of how to get it done. And I understand why you're asking about it. The gymnasium partition, this is the first time I've ever heard of it, as a coming expense, but it's sort of persuasive that we might have a safety issue on our hands here. I also don't know how much you're using the gyms now during the COVID era, so that was another kind of question that I have packed in there. The high school softball field, I haven't seen come down the pipeline before. It feels to me like that's more discretionary than the other and less compelling. Especially given, that we've got, pushing up a 5% budget already. I'm not quite sure, given the other, the importance of salaries and the importance of spending in other places, why this would be the year we'd pick to address the high school football field. So that's kind of a stack of questions, but basically, have we seen these two asks for the football or for the softball field and gymnasium partition before? And where do they fit in your priorities?
So thank you. Great questions. I mean, I think I agree. I mean, discretionary spending is always an interesting discussion point because it also has to be weighed against the way that the care of facilities gets deferred to a place where you then, have an issue that's even more expensive and more costly. I understand when we look at playing fields, they often will fall into that sense of, well, we can wait one more year. And I think we have. I am concerned about the optics and also not even just the optics, but the reality that it's a differential in the quality of service between our men and our women, I have to say. And I do think that in terms of discussion, we've carried this project on our internal list. We actually had it carried originally in our hopes for the athletic facility when we redid it. But, the cost of that project escalated such that we then reduced our scope. So I think in terms of school committee work, it's been discussed. I mean, I think we forwarded it in capital discussion in one of our other, it's been on our 5-year list, and part of the new discussion at the capital committee, they're hearing more of that content, whereas before they might have just known that we needed to think about it, but they weren't weighing in on whether or not it should be a warrant article or not, because they used to think it would just defer to a warrant article. So the quality of discussion around knowing which ones we thought we were going to maybe bring forward as warrant articles, where the school committee was aware of them, but to the larger purpose of the capital committee or AFC, I would agree with you. I don't know that we've created a context where we've unpacked the capital discussion of what we've been thinking, oh, we'll do that in 2 years or 3 years. So I think we've closed the gap on that, whereas now the capital committee is looking at what we think we have to do over the next 5 years, every project we have. But I would say that's a gap that I would acknowledge. I don't know how much we've talked about it with people. Internally, we have, and certainly school committee was aware of it when we were looking at the field. To the point around the cost, it also feels like a big number, I understand, but that kind of work to do the grading and to lower those the get the field quality replaced so that it's playable, but also to get the dugouts properly positioned, because they have to kind of work with the grade out front, is a little more expensive than I think people anticipated. We're hopeful that'll come in lower, but we'll see.
I guess, Amber, my other question was on the school partitions. Are you, during COVID, using
Thank you. Sorry, I forgot.
as much as you did before?
Yeah, no, I forgot. Thank you. So the partitions, we use the gyms every day. We're in school full time. Only a small handful of our high school students opted not to return. We've been open since day one, and we're running classes the same way we always have. They're just smaller. But we still divide the partition and close it regularly for running practices. We're also running all of our sports as an adjusted schedule in this COVID model. So the thing where you see a reduction in use is in night activities where we're renting it out and having other people use it. Like, well, not renting, but rec being able to use it, and all the basketball where it gets a ton of use to close that thing regularly. But the partition is open and closed 3 to 4 times to 5 times a week, so people can use the gyms for classes. And I do consider at this point, it's clearly been classified as a safety issue, and the company that services it is refusing to serve it anymore.
Thanks, Jody. Thank you, Amber. Hank, is your hand still up? Nope. Okay. Mike Brady.
Thanks, Amber, again for the presentation. And Jody, I think you framed the issues very nicely between discretionary and must-have kind of spending. I just want to speak particularly to the softball field. I know Title IX does allow for some exceptions under certain circumstances, and I think the time we're going through is a significant circumstance that would fit those with that allowance. And we've been out of compliance with Title IX on this field for at least 7 years, as you said.
Yeah.
I guess from a standpoint of discretionary spending and optics, as you put it, I think spending $200,000, even though it's, in the grand scheme of things, it's not a big number, does create a perception that may be more negative than positive. And I guess I'm saying, why are we doing this now? I agree in principle it's got to be done. But why do we need to do it now? Yes, I heard your argument that the more we defer, the worse it becomes. But if we can believe that we are looking at least at the light of the end of the tunnel, why not another year on this same field? We don't even know, maybe you can answer it, if we're going to have a season. We don't even know how often that field is going to be used this year. I would recommend, I can't support this as it stands right now for the FY22 budget. And I would recommend you defer this. And I appreciate the fact that capital equipment folks have put this at the top of the list. But I also know that arguments can be made to allow that kind of thinking to happen. I guess the other question is, why is this more important than the rim around the high school building? That's in danger. That provides.
That's I so no. Sorry, go ahead.
Let me finish. I know we put those off, but there's a safety issue there. Why is it more important than the leaking roof in the high school? If we put that off, that can just lead to more and more problems, including some environmental issues. So I am, as I said, not going to support this in the AFC as it stands. And I would like to hear the rationale for why this needed to be brought forth now versus some of the other items.
Thank you. Do you have other pieces or?
Well, I also wonder if, with respect to the gym issue, did we look at any alternatives beside replacing what we have with the same material? Did we look at drop-down curtains, netting? I know other schools that I've been in don't necessarily have the same situation, but they've used alternatives to divide their gym that are substantially cheaper.
Yeah, no, great question. Why don't we take them one at a time? I guess I'll take the easier one, which is I feel the use of gyms for the number of students and the kinds of work we're doing, and running double practices for volleyball and basketball at the same time, and the indoor use really requires that it be a wall. And I think I acknowledge that I've certainly worked and been in gyms and school districts where we've used curtains. I think they're more appropriate in an elementary setting, and I think because of the difference in noise level and activity level than at an active high school where you're sometimes even running 2 full rec basketball games at the same time, and the divider of the wall is both necessary to be able to have a playable game, to limit noise, and to also maintain the distance in terms of the balls, hitting the wall and stuff. So I think that the wall and its current use, given the demand on those 2 gyms, is the appropriate facilities intervention for the quality of service and use that we bring to it. I think you also get an immense amount of longevity out of the wall. Those curtains often don't hold up because they are a cheaper cost and a lower quality of soundproofing. But I hear your concern, but I also think we've long represented too, and again, I didn't represent this article at the Capitol other than Bob did when he brought it to them. Our high school is a huge community use for people well beyond just the schools, and being able to invite everybody in and maintain everybody getting to play, I think the walls have served us well at a community level, and I think their longevity will be incredibly good for the cost. To the discussion of the fields, I totally hear what you're saying. I mean, when we forward articles, we're thinking of all of that. It was more looking at, and again, I don't want to represent this, maybe the Capitol Committee people also can represent the quality of conversation better than I might, but we're looking at 5 years of projects and how to place the rotation of each of them against the total cost expenditure now to the whole capital plan for the year. So in thinking about their alignment of how they applied the rating and then looked at the number of projects they thought they would support coming forward, they were strategically looking at, okay, if we know the rim is going to cost this much, it's better if it's 1 more year out. And then we know that the other projects across the town fit within it's a puzzle. And I respectfully defer to the fact that they participated at a high level in the order of which ones were going to come forward. That's new for us. So we're players at the table of acknowledging that we brought forward our best thinking on a range of projects, and they took some and left others on the table. So this is the one that surfaced as fitting within their capital process that they would support coming forward. I totally understand. I'm not going to try to galvanize a defense for you that says we can't let that softball field sit 1 more year, but it's only going to back up against other costs where they're like, oh, next year it'll be, oh, you have too many articles here. Which one are you going to dump? So it just becomes this cascading option of deferment. So, we'll be participants in that discussion, certainly.
Well, I appreciate that, and I understand the capital process that we went through and how the pieces of the puzzle fit together. But again, from the standpoint of optics, let's just talk about that, because I heard a conversation in the school committee where somebody said, well, this is one of the first things people see when they come into the high school, so it should look good. And I'm paraphrasing right now.
Yeah.
But is you have, as the school committee and the school has the power to pull this back. Why is this more important than firefighting equipment to draw down from the free cash? Why is it more important than police equipment? It's a $200,000 expenditure that we probably shouldn't make this year, and for fiscal 22. And again, you know, maybe people don't like my opinion, but I'm giving it because we have a fiduciary relationship with the taxpayers. I would love to have my house painted, right? If my neighbor will pay for it. So I just think maybe I'm beating a dead horse, but I don't think so.
No, I please no. I mean, we know we have a long-standing process at this town where I acknowledge and recognize that the hard questions and your role is to do just that. And I welcome the conversation. So I totally get it. I think that, and I think your examples, you know, stand to a point of an opinion that we would hear on town meeting floor. You also have to recognize too that in the process, you know, we forward items into the capital process as a school committee looking to bring forward articles and articulate their need. And like you, we see the presentation of the total impact to the fiscal package when we see it for the first time as we come towards the completion of the warrant. So, you know, what the impact is in the total package of articles coming forward and what it will cost the town, you know, we're all participating in looking at. I mean, I think if the school committee decides to pull that article back, they'll have to surface it as a conversation. You know, I think when we exited capital committee, those were the articles selected forward for conversation. And when Christy rolls them into the overall package of impact, then we see what the impact of the numbers are, and then you analyze the optics. So I totally get it.
Okay.
A number of folks have raised their hands or motion. Ian and then Steve as CapEx committee members, please, on this.
Thanks. Yeah, if I could, and then Steve, definitely jump in and help me out or correct me as I know you will. I absolutely understand everything you're saying, Michael. I did want to clarify a couple things. So this is exactly what we went through, and we spent a lot of time with all the departments going through and prioritizing. And I think, as Amber mentioned, there were a number of things the school brought forward that we deferred, and there was reasons we deferred them. And I think we did look at the difference, for example, between the gym partitions, which were an immediate safety threat because things are falling, metal pieces have been falling out of that as they've been closed, and we were very concerned about that, versus the fascia, or whatever you, the right proper term for it on the high school was, and the information that we were provided by the building experts were that this was something that needed to be done, but it was not an imminent danger similar to that it could wait a couple of years for those repairs, that they were not concerned enough that it rose to the point that it needed to be done now. So that was one to address. The second one, when you talk about the roof, we had this discussion as well. And one of the things, they had the roof replacement, and then a year later, they were going to tear out the air conditioning, the HVAC system on the roof, and replace that. And I think as a committee, we said that makes no sense to replace a roof, put an old system back on, and the next year go out and redo it. So if you look now, for next year's capital budget plan is to replace the HVAC system on the roof of the high school, with the following year to replace the roof. Kind of doing it, working it together, what makes the most sense. And I guess finally, just to get back to, I think what was the biggest question here, and just again, from my notes and recollection of CapEx on the softball field, you know, while there was some mention of it coming in that, you know, this is the first thing you see when you enter the school, I heard that, but that was not what the capital planning committee looked at, and would not be one that would sway me. I don't think would have swayed the committee as the reason to do that. It was solely on the fact that this is a Title IX issue and the concerns with Title IX issues. And yes, it's been there, but in light of what I would call our current environment that we deal with, there's concerns about legal ramifications if we don't move forward, something that is identified as a Title IX concern and equitable pieces. So I think it was, that concern that drove it as prioritization in what we did. We can debate that as things happen, but giving you the kind of the discussion again is from my notes and as I remember it, and how that went in. And then the final piece is as we looked at it, as was talked about, and looked at what could fit year over year across all things. That's how this all kind of came together as the package that was introduced as capital spending for this year. So my notes, I'd love Steve's comments as well as a fellow member, because I'm sure there's things I either forgot or perhaps even misremembered, I guess I'll call it.
Steve?
Yeah, Ian has covered most of the pieces that I wanted to talk about, but I think the biggest story is the philosophy of the Capital Expenditures Committee and the financial team of the town. I've been involved with many of these projects for almost 50 years, and the process by which the Capital Expenditure Committee has dealt with things before is that they were in effect allocated part of the town budget, and that's all we ever did. Things that really needed to be done but were big ticket items didn't come forward because they were big ticket items. And until they became a disaster, then they came before the town and we had to deal with them because they were a disaster. This concept of the Capital Expenditures Committee is basically to say what's out there and what are all these things that need to be done. And then as part of the overall philosophy of the way we looked at it as a committee this year, was how can we fund it without impacting the taxpayer? And so the majority of the things that have come forward for the town to see on the warrant came forward as money out of the free cash fund. That is money that the taxpayers have already been taxed and has already been brought forward. And in fact, if these things go forward as being funded out of the free cash fund, then they won't impact the taxpayer at all, and they will disappear off the list and not be necessary to hit sometime when we can't afford them then either. And so the concept of the Capital Expenditures Committee this time is simply say what's out there and how are we going to do it, and therefore fund it in such a way that we get things done, because there's been a list of things, and in fact these three items that are being discussed relative to the school committee were debated by the school committee as well as the Capital Expenditures Committee, because they need to get done, and they need to get done soon. Yes, you could delay them another year, but why would they have any more merit in future years than they do right now? Because they have merit now. If a piece of steel falls out of the running mechanism of those doors in the gymnasium and hits somebody, well, what is the parent going to say to us that we knew these things needed to get fixed and we didn't fix it? And we've known in the school committee by forcing the vendor who maintained these things to try to continue to make them safe. And he's finally said, I can't do that anymore. And I think the discussion here simply is, at least as a member of the school committee, I would vote to continue to offer these things at town meeting because they are not going to impact the tax rate and they need to get done. Thank you.
So could I respond to that for 1 second?
Yeah, sure, of course, Mike.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Steve, my concern with the divider in the gym is not that it doesn't need to be taken care of. It was whether or not we had looked at a cheaper alternative. And I think Amber helped respond. Amber's response helped my thinking about that process.
Well, I hear what you're saying, but the answer to that is if the steel falls out between now and the next town meeting when we have a plan to go forward, what are we going to say to the parents?
Yeah, I get it, Steve. And I get the budget process. I get the capital equipment process. I'm just concerned at this stage with the timing. I understand free cash is not an issue from a tax perspective, but it still came out of our pockets as taxpayers. So again, my concern is more with timing than it is with anything else.
Thanks, Mike. I know Kristen raised her hand and Alan both want to speak specifically on this issue. So Kristen.
Thank you. And thanks, Steve, for the comments that he offered on this. So Mike, I definitely understand where you're coming from. And I just want to be clear that the school committee never, ever said that a softball field was more important than police or fire department equipment. And we brought this forward because we look at all of our projects long term. And we put it now because we're bringing big ticket items forward in the next couple of years. And so we want those big ticket items to go forward. They're so, so important. The high school roof, the HVAC system at the high school, and other things that can't be deferred further. Every year you push something off, construction costs escalate. And we've seen issues with that where we push it off, is to the point where it needs to be totally redone and construction costs have escalated. And we felt as a school committee that if we didn't bring it forward now, it wouldn't come forward next year or the year after because of big ticket items. And now we're looking at least 3 years down the road. And I'm the school committee member that said the first thing you see when you enter the school is one of the first things you see is the softball field. I think that the appearance is just as important as the safety and the equity issues. You know, just how town hall looks from the outside is really important as how it functions on the inside. It's to the overall appearance of our town, the impression that we give to other teams when they come to our schools. And, you know, it's a first impression, and it's important for us to always give our best. So that's why I said that. I'm not trying to say that that is the most important reason. It's really the safety and the equity of that field that is used year round. Our volleyball team, because of COVID, was using that softball field to practice outside. They set up nets outside and we're using it. We have camps that use it all summer and leagues that use it too. So it's not just used in the one spring high school softball season. So those are some of the reasons why we would like to see this move forward. Thank you.
Alan?
Well, thank you, Kristen.
Oh, sorry, Mike.
I'm sorry, Shelby.
No, it's okay.
You know,
this is a good discussion.
I raised the issue.
Well,
not being responded to, and so.
No, but Mike, I think you raised a lot of questions.
I'm done.
No. But this is really good, thoughtful discussion. This is what our taxpayers expect us to have, and I would think that I don't want to speak for Amber. Certainly, I would expect that she expects us to have that. I'm sure she'd like just, yep, it's okay, and we're moving on. But this is important conversation. I'm recognizing we're over time, but I think my sense is from the dialogue is that once we sort of wrap up this softball discussion, that we may be kind of done. So let's have it and let's feel like it was a good discussion and everyone had their piece. Alan.
Okay, so one aspect of the discussion that I have a little issue with is referring to this as discretionary. We've known for 7 years that the playing environment for the softball field is inequitable. And we've known for at least 3, if not 5 years, that the field, the way it's done, and I know there's been some fencing work done over the last couple of years on a patchwork basis, but the setup of the fencing, the backstop, the location of the dugouts, the fact that there's no safe place for hitters to warm up, there's no on-deck circle that's safe. We've known for at least 3, if not 5 years, that the playability of the field is substandard. There are dips in left field. I've seen injuries happen because of the condition of the field. And while you can look at the baseball field and say, the infield could use some grooming and probably a dig out and resanding, The baseball field has dugouts. It has enough room along the sidelines so that the fencing is working. The playability of that is safe. And that's not the case on the softball field. So to me, it's a student health and safety issue. It's a health and safety issue for our community because members of our community and other leagues and other teams use that field as well. It's an equity issue in which we've said for many years right now that women's sports aren't as important as men's sports because we're not willing to demonstrate that there's equity in how we spend the money. And so for me, $200,000, if you don't do it this year, it's right. It's probably, given other warrant articles and other capital commitments, not just within the school department, but across the town, you're probably pushing it out another 3 or 4 years. That I don't see this as being discretionary. I think this is something that needs to be done. I think we're fortunate we haven't been sued, either because of the safety issues or because of Title IX, and that this project should move forward.
Okay. Hank, your hand up was before mine. Is it about the softball discussion or something else? Nope, it's not. Nope. Okay, all right. So Lisa, did you want to comment on softball field? Go ahead.
You.
Or Jody, I'm sorry, Jody first and then Lisa. Go ahead, sorry. Sorry, Jody, I missed you.
We don't need to debate this now, and this might be a third rail suggestion given 50 years of budgeting tradition in Westborough. But in a year where we are, our biggest pressures on the budget are meeting our responsibility to increase the salaries so they're equitable, and to try and cover COVID costs. Is this a year that we could ease off on capital spending for a year? I'm just going to put that on the table. Do we have to spend, this is $1.238 million in capital spending on this page. And I know that the capital committee deals with, I think, $1 million of allocations every year. But is this a year we could consider backing off a little bit on capital spending, being that we're meeting salaries and backfilling COVID cuts? Just going to set that out there for people to think about.
Thanks, Jody. Lisa?
So I really want to reiterate that this has already been a delay. And even if it hadn't come by the capital committee initially, it's been talked about for 7 years. And so it's been a 7-year delay. And I didn't see that happen for a football field. I didn't see it happen for the baseball field. I didn't see it happen for the baseball field when they redid the water flow. I didn't see it when they built those dugouts. At least it's got to be 30 years ago. And the girls' women's softball field has never had a dugout. It's never even had leveling. It's had repeated patches, and it is a danger. And it's an equity issue. And in a time, as you described, is this really the right time? We talk about inclusivity, we talk about equity, and yes, exactly, it is the time. And so this is one of those areas where I think I really strongly suggest that all members who have decision-making process for this project really think long and hard. If you think that not doing the softball field, and I do strongly suggest you take a ride, not because I want it to look nice as you drive in, because I don't care about that. What I care about is that it's safe and that there is equity, that our softball players should be able to get on the field with a deep inner respect that our school system and our community felt it was important enough to recognize that they have equal importance when it comes to athletics in our town, and that their safety is equally important to those of the male population. So I really strongly suggest you think hard about this when it comes to, is this important? Should it be done now? Should it have been delayed 7 years? Should it be delayed another 4 years? I really want you to think about that. And really ask your daughters, ask your granddaughters, ask your wives, because it has been a long time for us to get to where we are, where there's an equity piece that we even had to address anymore. But it has to be addressed. And you can take a drive and look at it for yourself and make your own decision.
Thanks, Lisa. So I have very mixed emotions on this. I share a lot of the views that, Mike, that you shared. Perception in this year, folks saying yes to Steve Durrett's point, it's money that the taxpayers already, spent, but could that money have been used to lower our taxes, right? So those sort of arguments, even though I think everyone on this call would understand that it would not move that number in a material way. On the other hand, disclosure, I played softball. I understand the equity issues. I did play with dugouts. We had fencing. It was fine. But I also, the compelling story for me is it's certainly safety, and some of the observations or comments that Alan made around, the ability for a batter to warm up and all of that. But to me, it's about the 7-year delay, or not delay, the 7-year sort of backlog, if you will, of this project. And much like I commented when the fire chief was before us and even the police chief, is that there are just some things we can't continue to kind of kick down the road because the cost just compounds upon itself. So could we live without improvements to the softball field? Yes, of course we could, right? I mean, but at what cost? And cost, I put in quotes to say that. Real cost, as well as other costs that have already been kind of described here. So I'll also add that as I sit here and literally look out and I see the field, and I have no personal benefit because when I'm in my yard, I can't see it. But I will tell you that I've never seen the field used more than it has been used in COVID times. And Kristen made that point about volleyball, and I think, I don't know, there were some guys using it for some organized sport at some point. I don't know what it was, but I've seen it used by the football team, et cetera, for, practices and track on the other side. So it gets a lot of use because the other person might say, how many girls are on a softball field, right? Give me a break, or on a softball team. And we have to think about this being something that is a facility that is being used by far more than just the high school players as well. And I think we all intuitively know that, but I don't think that can be understated. Kids are on that field all summer long for the, summer programs that are run. So while I would love to be able to say, let's push this out, I don't think it's the right thing in the long-term planning and utilization of capital expenditures for the town. Because as I'm looking at page 228 of our budget book, I'm looking at lots of other expenditures that the schools are putting forward here. And I just, in some of those that to me are really significant, and this will be, we won't be talking about the field if I had to, hazard a guess until 2026. And I just think that sends the wrong message for the free cash that we've already, we already have sort of, so to speak, on the books, if you will. So anyway, thank you for that.
Just for the record, my daughter played on that field when she played for Westborough High School.
And I know.
So
I know.
At
No,
risk of being called a misogynist, I'm not.
No. And I think, again, just from my view, I think this has been an incredibly thoughtful conversation. I don't think anyone here, I think we all operate in the best interest of every member of this community, regardless of their gender or anything, right? So, but we have to push hard on these questions and not just go, oh yeah, okay, check the box and move on. So I think that's what we've done here. I do see some other hands up. I'm going to lower mine so I don't see it. Jody, your hand was up. Are you done? Are you all? Nope, hand is down. Okay. So we'll entertain a couple more questions on these articles, and then just out of respect for other presenters behind the schools, we're going to move on. Melanie, please.
Oh God, I almost hate to say anything because I'm actually an outlier. I'm new enough to the community that I have no attachment to your softball field. However, that being said, to Jody and Mike's point, as a community, when we say that in this time of COVID, mental health services are going to increase at an unprecedented rate, there's nothing in the budget for new counselors, and yet there's expenditures for a field. I think that's kind of the argument. We don't know what's coming, and yet, you know, we don't think, and again, clearly y'all have been fighting this for a very long time, and my opinion means nothing. I think all they're saying is, to Mike's point, the optics maybe of what we may need. We don't know yet. I mean, we still don't know the long-term psychological impacts of sheltering these kids, quarantining the elderly, people not having access to their medication. So these are things as a community you do have to think about versus, you know what, this is what we want and we want it and we're digging our heels in.
Thanks, Melanie. Beth?
I'm going to turn this a little bit on its head because I look at this, I am a math nerd who could care less about softball, but during COVID, I see this as an outdoor community resource when we're telling people to get outside, to socially distance. It's a resource for the community if it's a nice field. And that for during COVID, for that reason alone, this is a good use of free cash to give people that resource because they can't go indoors. So that was my comment.
Thanks, Beth. Christy?
I just wanted not to talk necessarily about the softball fields, but just sort of about the approach to the capital.
Oh, come on.
No, I did play softball, but just sort of the approach to the capital plan or the capital budget for this year in general. You know, certainly this is our first year with the new process, and what we really hope to do is over the next year, maybe the next few years, is to really create a document so that these questions of we didn't know about this need or we didn't know about this project aren't coming up in the future. And so that's really the intent of this new process. And so we're not sort of giving the capital planning committee this $1 million budget that we used to do. And you know, we're working through all of that at this point. But I also just want to be clear too that while our operating budgets and our local receipt estimates and our you know, our state aid estimates are all very conservative because of the unknowns related to COVID, our capital plan was brought forward almost as if it was a normal year outside of a pandemic. The capital planning committee considered them on their merits, all the projects. These are the ones we brought forward. And I think we all understand, and Amber and I have many phone conversations about this, that just because we put it there doesn't mean we might not have to talk about it again. And I don't just mean this article, I mean the public works vehicles and, you know, potentially all the other capital projects you heard about today. So I just want to be clear about that, that we understand that we might have to revisit the entire list of capital projects, just like we did last year, and maybe other warrant articles, depending on what we're seeing over the next few months.
Thank you, Christy. Amber? Amber, if you're talking. Okay.
There we go. Sorry. I love this conversation. I feel like I'm at the dinner table in my parents' house. I think we'll have to probably remove the article just so we get out of town meeting, because if we bring, like we always pick the article that gets talked about the longest, and the school committee doesn't ever want to be that article. So this could be it. Like we could like beat the discussions that have gone on forever. I hope not. But seriously, I appreciate the depth of conversation, and the purpose is to surface our understanding of the breadth of feedback we'll get on an article. And so I think this is really helpful. I think as well that I want to reassure Melanie that, you know, our depth of preparation and care for mental health in the schools is very well in place and staffed well and constantly being held front and center, and it's part of operational budgeting. But I believe that we've built it up over several years, not just during crisis. And I think I would agree with you, are very, very focused on caring for our students. And so a free cash article discussion and related to capital always kind of flows differently, because we don't fund operational budgeting out of free cash. So they're kind of separate conversations to me in that sense, but I don't want to convolute them emotionally, because I would never want anyone to think we would prioritize mental health on any kind of a low level. But I just want to say I've appreciated the conversation. I know we'll wrap up at some point, but I just want to acknowledge that for me, the quality of discussion around our budget, I want to thank you and all it represents to our collaboration, and I've enjoyed to these discussions. So thank you.
Great. Thank you. I should have used my time, but I didn't, to say that I fully support the gym partitions. I think that's clearly a safety issue. It's a space that gets a ton of use, as we've already discussed. And while the price tag just is making me choke on the Hastings sprinkler system, Steve gave me a little bit of relief by saying that the competitive bidding space right now may ultimately bring in a lower number. And you know, when we talk about safety and when we talk about a project, to Jody's point, we've been talking about, it's time to bring that one forward. So we're gonna wrap it up, I think, with Paul on this. So Paul, you have the final word. I feel like, again, you know what,
Yeah, thanks. And nobody's more relieved than me at town meeting when somebody moves a question. So I wish we had that here. But I haven't said anything yet, and I really don't have a for or against thing, but just looking down the road, there's been a lot of discussion and maybe even claims made about how this will solve everything. That when I looked at that footprint, it looked very limited to me to put dugouts. It's limited on 3 sides at least. So I don't know. So I don't want to get down the road and next year find out, no, we couldn't do that. We need more money for this or that. To me, there's that limited footprint. I don't know how dugouts and on deck areas and grading and fencing all get solved within that footprint. But if it's all been thought through that way, fine. But if this is the next, only the first of a long series of chess moves, then I just wanted to raise the issue. Thanks.
Just a comment that, in fact, we have a bid for that exact amount of money to do what was required.
And it solves all those problems.
Yes.
Okay. I don't know how it fits there. How do you have? I don't see it, but I'll see the plans, I guess. Thank you.
You have to be really tiny to fit in the dugout. I'm just kidding. Sorry. Okay. Okay. Are there any other questions for regarding Hank? Yep. Hank's moving the question. I'm kidding.
Hank, you're mute.
A question on overall process. I'm assuming that all the presentations we've seen today will either be posted on the web or mailed out to the participants, so that I don't have to try and remember all this detail.
Yes. Yeah. We can do both. We can post them on the website with the budget, and we can also email them out.
Okay. Great discussion. Thank you on behalf of all of us, Amber, for being here, Irene, and members of the school committee for joining us. Appreciate your time. And as always, a little bit of lots of ping pong in discussion. So it's good. It's all good. Thank you. All right, Christy, who is next? We're not going to break everyone. Just if you need to get up and stretch, please do that. But it is 4:14 where we've blown through our time, but we do have a few items. So let's keep marching on.
Yep, so we have Jen Kirkland, our rec director, and Jordan McCarron, our conservation director, to talk about the 2 Chauncey Lake articles. And so I think Jen is going to start with the article to treat Chauncey Lake. So I think you probably will want them to speak about both articles before you take questions.
I was going to suggest that. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. So I do have a few slides here just to help guide us. And let's see what happens. Right. Can you see that presentation?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. All right, so. All right. So I'm just gonna step you through and maybe refresh people's memories about the algae treatment. I know we had talked to you about it maybe 2 years ago now. Kind of just, like I said, refresh everyone's memory about what the algae treatment is, why we need it, and then Jordan will talk to you about the study that we're hoping to get done. So over the algae problem, or cyanobacteria blooms, if you want to be official, are not new to the lake. If you can see here, Steve had put this together. He found minutes from a 1984 meeting where Lake Chauncey had to be closed because of the algae situation. Typically they occur, in late August, in September. They don't really affect our beach season. And when I say our beach season, I mean when Lake Chauncey is open, when we sell memberships, when we do swim lessons, things like that. Over the past few years, they've become increasingly worse, I'd say. They're starting earlier. And in 2019, we had the worst year of algae, where it started basically right at the beginning of July. Our lifeguards were finding little pockets of blooms. Steve and the Board of Health were out. They thought they were busy then, right? Coming out a lot to help us to figure out if, what they were saying was algae or not. And then finally at the end of July, we had to close the beach and cancel swim lessons because we did in fact have one of these toxic blooms. So what are these blooms? They naturally occur in fresh water. If you ingest them, you can get pretty sick. If you get it on your skin or in your eyes, you might have, kind of a skin rash or eye irritation. We worry more about pets and small children ingesting the water because typically adults know not to drink water when they're swimming, but it's not great. We don't want people in the water when these blooms are out there. So this is just a picture of what a bloom might look like. So in 2019, after that summer, we I sat down with Steve in the conservation department about what we could do to help prevent these blooms or stop them from happening. And we worked with Solitude Lake Management to come up with a plan. Solitude Lake Management, we've worked with them for years and years. They do our annual weed treatment at the beginning of the beach season. So they were great, and they walked us through a bunch of different options. And the most realistic option for us was to do the enhanced copper sulfate. It is a proactive response, so you're not waiting for a bloom to start. You start in typically May, as early as you can. So they had said May or June, the earliest or latest, to kind of get the copper in the lake, and then they would put a little bit of this enhanced copper sulfate in the lake every month through October to prevent blooms from starting. So this we knew was not going to be a long-term fix, but it would be enough to get us through the next couple of years with minimal interruption at the beach. So copper sulfate is very safe. It's a naturally occurring earth element. Copper is already in our lake. Towns use it in their drinking water. The city of Peabody does, to help control algae in their drinking water supplies. Like I said, it's very safe. It's approved by the EPA and Mass DEP for aquatic applications. And like I said, Solitude, we've worked with them for years. They have all the appropriate licensing to do this kind of treatment.
So the treatment plan would consist of doses of enhanced copper sulfate starting in May through the summer through October. They would also test the water quality and sediment testings throughout the program, throughout the year, to help guide the program and help, with future management of the lake. We did do this treatment in 2020. In terms of if it was successful, I would say that it is. Like I said, it's a proactive approach. So it's not like, oh, we had a bloom and then we did this copper sulfate and the bloom went away. But I spoke with Steve in the Board of Health. He received no complaints of algae blooms. The beach was closed this past summer because of COVID, so we weren't out there as much as normal, but I did try to go out at different times throughout the summer to just kind of check to see if there was any algae around. I didn't see any. We still tested the lake, or Ray over the Board of Health still tested the lake every week for bacteria, and he didn't see any blooms this summer. So I would say overall it was a success. The beach was closed, but people were still using it. So it wasn't a matter of, that the wood was there. Did that make a difference? So I think the beach was still pretty busy, so that didn't have any effect on it. And again, like I said, this is not a long-term solution. We knew that. And when we first discussed this with the Board of Selectmen, Conservation Commission, and our Rec Commission, we did explain that this was kind of a temporary solution and that we would move forward with a study of the entire lake, which I think is where Jordan will kind of take over. So I don't know if you want to stop here and questions about the algae treatment, or how you want to do it.
Yeah, I think we'll keep going. We'll hear from both. I think that's what Christy suggested, because they're so closely tied.
Perfect.
Great. Thanks, Jen. Good afternoon, everyone. So this is obviously in response to, I think, discussions that have gone on for a long time, and obviously before me. I think most recently, last February, there was a meeting of the Board of Selectmen where the Conservation Commission participated, and there's a clear desire on the part of the town to understand the cause of the algal blooms better, and look at some long-term and more comprehensive treatments. So what we've proposed in Article 8 is what's called a nutrient management evaluation. As an overview, this would essentially complement the water quality sampling that Jen just spoke of, and would complement the treatments that have already been done and that Jen's proposing to do this summer. This would be a year-long comprehensive study of both the internal and external nutrient cycling in Chauncey Lake. So looking at the phosphorus that exists and other nutrients that exist in the lake and that naturally cycle throughout a season, but also looking at where nutrients are coming into the lake from the watershed. So the objective is to develop a plan to mitigate and reduce the likelihood of future algal blooms. I think saying that we could eliminate them is not factual. I don't think that's something that we can guarantee, but the idea is to mitigate, reduce, and really be able to plan for and thus be more accurate in our prescriptions. So we look at this nutrient evaluation as a phase 1, and depending on the results and the subsequent recommendations, a more in-depth study of the watershed may be recommended as a phase 2. And obviously, there are recommendations that are come out of this that the town, I think, would want to commit to. So this is really just understanding what our issues are and then moving forward from there. A realistic timeline or time frame, if a town meeting passed this article, we would want to start immediately. Reviewing existing water quality data for the lake, both from the state, because they actually own much of the lake, and also the town of Westborough, and then actually doing water quality sampling for the entire season. So as the water warms, nutrients begin to cycle, and you want to be able to capture all that data starting as early as April and going through the whole season into October. Looking at things like phosphorus, dissolved oxygen, and actually sampling the bottom sediments. And then ideally, the evaluation would then be complete over that next year, and we'd be set, or we'd be well positioned for this time next year for a town meeting 2022 to potentially propose some of these near-term recommendations that would come out of this plan. Jen, if you can go to the last slide.
Yep.
Thanks. Can you move that little bar that says, oh, you can just hide it. Thank you. There's a couple of deliverables here. The first, obviously, is a nutrient evaluation, is just sampling data and analysis, understanding what our nutrient load is in the lake, what its cycles are, what the timing of everything is. Then there would be some recommendations and cost estimates to sort of guide us on the best long-term mitigation. I've just listed a couple of possible recommendations. Again, this is new for us. Both Kim Foster and I did research on other towns, and we've received some guidance from a reputable consultant on what would go into this study and what this study might be able to provide for the town of Westborough. But one possible recommendation would be to proceed with alum treatments as opposed to copper sulfate. Copper sulfate, and I'm not an expert, but basically, it attacks and sort of deactivates active phosphorus in the water column, whereas alum is going to bind and precipitate and drop it to the bottom, and then basically inhibit future phosphorus release, because it's not only what's coming into the lake from the watershed, but also just what naturally occurs in the lake and is being cycled as the water warms throughout the season. And they both need to be addressed and understood. And so another possible recommendation could be this sort of higher level watershed analysis, where you're looking at sort of structural stormwater BMPs, areas where we might be able to get water to infiltrate into the ground instead of through the system and into the lake. And also non-structural stuff where, as an example, that might be changing the frequency or timing of leaf cleanup so that you get less leaf debris into the storm system and then less phosphorus leach down into the lake. So there's a number of things that could come out of this that would give us information on how to sort of more efficiently and responsibly manage the lake. So the current status, again, I said we're receiving guidance currently from an experienced firm to determine what the best approach might be for Westborough and how we formulate, a scope of work. We've looked at other examples at I believe Crystal Lake and Newton, and then a couple of towns on the Cape that I spoke with their natural resource directors on what they do, because a lot of towns have lakes, and they spend a lot of resources on trying to keep the water clean and understand what the inputs are. Kim and I are now working on developing an RFQ, where then we, ideally select a consultant and develop a scope of services. And again, we look to target 2 to 3 qualified firms and then kind of go from there. So I think that's it. So I think, we could take questions, either Jen or I.
Great. Thank you very much. Just switching screens here. I see Hank has his hand raised. Hank, whenever you're ready.
Yeah, I got the icon messed up again.
That's okay. No worries. I thought I was on mute talking to myself, so. All right, Walter?
Yes, thanks for the presentation. My question would be, is if town meeting is moved to end of May, how does that change the study, which I think wanted to start earlier in the spring, and even potentially the treatments? I don't know, it sounded more reasonable for the treatments, but the study sounded like it was when the ice melts thing.
That's a great question. I've actually inquired. Christy had posed that question to those of us that have articles before town meeting this year, and I've posed that to this consultant that we're receiving guidance from. My sense is they probably could start collecting data whenever, but they may need to sort of like bleed into next season to capture that early season data, which I think would then push back the actual evaluation that we get. So I don't know if I have a good answer, but I think ideally we're capturing data as soon as, nutrients become active in the lake, which, could be as early April.
Okay, yeah, that was my one question. I think Lake Chauncey is a real gem of a thing for our town to have, and investing a little in keeping it in better shape is a good concept.
Thanks, Walter. Hank? Okay, don't worry. All right, wave your arm, Hank. I don't want to keep calling on you if not. I'll just make a quick comment. The Board of Selectmen, as we entered into summer, had lengthy discussions, to my recollection, about the opening of the beach. Jen, you and the commission, Recreation Commission came before us, I think, a couple times. It's not only a beautiful spot, but it is a spot that is utilized by a number of our residents who don't have the benefit of a private pool or a community pool or something like that. So I think it's critically important that we maintain this body of water so that it's safe for all. And given the increased use that we're seeing over at the fields or the former state hospital and the growth of that part of town, I think it's critically important. So fully supportive of both of these articles. Okay, I'm not seeing any hands raised. This is like our quickest presentations of the day.
You got us at the right time.
Yeah.
No, just sign off while you can. Don't even just.
We're worn out, right?
Yeah.
No,
Long day.
And again, I think that making sure we have those presentations and that they're part of the budget, would be helpful, just so we have reference to them.
Yeah.
Shelby, I could just say one thing that the study, right, is like phase one. So I think there's a lot of support for an initial look at what's going on in the pond, but then we would look for more support moving forward to implement any of these long-term recommendations. Because, alum treatments, they're not annual, but I think they're more expensive and sort of more involved. And then, if the idea was to do a more comprehensive sort of watershed view of what's going on with the lake, obviously that would be an additional financial resource that we would need. So I just want to make that point.
Jordan, now you brought it up, but you may have mentioned it, I missed it. Do we have any sense of if a phase 2 study, how that compares to phase 1? It's obviously more intensive. Is it double? Do you have a sense of anticipated costs?
I can give you just a ballpark based on the research we did with other towns. But it's like double, roughly. So,
okay.
I hate to be on the record saying that, but
No. But I think it's important to understand, if you're going to do phase 1, you sort of should assume that you probably are going to end up in phase 2. Right. So.
Right. Yeah. And I think all towns are different, and but that's right.
Okay. Ian, please.
Thanks. It did raise a question for me, and I think I know the answer to it. But Jordan, you mentioned is that the majority of the pond of the lake is owned by the state. A lot of the state land borders it, and could be a lot of the phosphorus maybe coming from the fields, the farm fields, and fertilizer treatments or whatever. But I guess the question is, do you think there's any chance that we can talk to the state and have them help fund the study, since they're an owner too?
I think that's a great point. I think we should do that. Definitely. I think we would look to any consultant we hire to do the nutrient evaluation to communicate with them on sharing data, right? Because the part one is going to be evaluating what's already known about the lake. I think that's very reasonable request. So I don't have a good contact, but I can certainly find that out, because I think, I would think that they would be interested in having a study done as well. So that's a good point, Ian.
Thanks. Yeah, we can probably talk. Christy, I'm sure, can help out too, and I'm definitely reach out to our legislators who are always great to help us get to the right people.
Right. Thank you. Yeah, I will follow up with Christy then.
Andrew.
Thank you. I was thinking about the state as well, but I was also wondering about the possibility of engaging Del Webb, who has a vested interest in a quality body of water and real estate that they're working very actively to try and sell. I'm thinking they might be a sponsorship or if not a direct supporter, you know, it'd be something to ask them about for financial support potentially.
I'm not sure if I'm supposed to respond to that. I think that's a good idea as well. So I guess I maybe take guidance from Christy or how to do that. I think the state I can certainly reach out to, but the developer there, I'm not sure. I'll just need some guidance on how to start that conversation.
Yeah, Andrew, I think you're seeing a lot of us sort of nod like maybe. I think that's a pretty nuanced discussion, given that they're in. My view is they're still in very much of a build out. Which yes, they want to maintain the beauty of the lake, but they're very much in a build out and still have some fairly significant mitigation to pay to the town at this point as part of that build out. So anyway, but I think it's a point well raised, and you know they might be a willing partner. Who knows?
And there's the study, but then there's also the after the study and the longer term prescriptions come out of this that will need funding as well. So there's opportunity there too, I think.
Right. Yeah. Enough said. Okay. All right. I don't see any other hands raised. So Jordan and Jen, I think are we all set? Am I missing? Is there another article?
Nope. All set for us. Thank you so much.
I'm just toggling back and forth between screens. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Okay, Christy. Mask off.
I had left this sort of open for other article discussions, but I think given the hour, if you know, that's up to you. I'm happy to answer questions. We had received a list of questions from the Finance Committee, and I think we answered most of them, but maybe we'll just speak to the couple that we didn't. I think they're pretty quick, if that's okay. Yes. Okay. So one of the questions was about the Council on Aging outreach workers. We spoke to that. The golf course and the rec department changed. We spoke to that. One question we got was future capital projects and the debt strategy with the potential library coming. How does that impact the debt strategy? The answer is it doesn't impact the debt strategy. It's outside, but it is outside of the debt strategy, just like the 1.5 million that we're talking about borrowing for the Hastings School project. The sprinklers would also be outside. So I think when we propose the debt strategy, we tried to be very clear that that's only inclusive of articles through the March 2019 town meeting. So the FAILS project. The debt strategy did not take into account anything that had not already been authorized. So let's see, the assessed valuation projections, John spoke to that. The new police officers and what that will look like. We did speak to that, and we'll certainly be back with a new sort of restructured plan for implementation. There was a question about the state aid projection, that it's $2 million, it's projected to be $2 million less in 2026 than in 2021. That's specifically related to the reimbursement we get through MSBA, so that will fall off. We talked a little bit about OPEB, and then we talked about a grant writer. So the only other question that we received was about the tax title account in the finance department. So Leah can speak to that. Are you on?
Yeah, I got it. Thank you.
There she is.
Oh, it's because we're
Hold on. There.
there we go. We have multiple feedback. So the reason for this increase is due to the treasurer collector's office. Unfortunately, during this time of COVID, we have had a number of people that have not paid their taxes. Normally, we have approximately 37 to 40 delinquent taxpayers at any given year. And we currently have, I believe, about 84 delinquent parcels. And unfortunately, the town does have to secure the lien. It's not something that we want to do, but the town does have to protect itself for people who haven't paid their taxes. We've sent multiple letters out to folks if they haven't paid their taxes and asked them to contact the treasurer collector's office to try to come up with a payment plan, or just, to give us what's going on in their lives that they're not able to make payments. Some people, it was pre-COVID and they haven't made a payment in all of 2020. But again, it's an unfortunate part of being in the treasurer collector's office and collecting taxes, but we do have to secure a lien when people don't pay their taxes. So as you might know, there's advertising costs, there's legal costs, there's filing costs with the registry of deeds. And so that's what is reflected in that budget. Have I gone on mute? No.
No, you're fine. I see some hands raised. Paul?
Easy for me to say, but the fact that it's outside the old debt strategy doesn't mean, will there be a debt strategy part 2?
Christy, you're on mute, even though it says you're not on the screen here.
Whatever you pressed last time with Leah.
Now they're both on mute.
Go ahead. Shut yours off and just talk. They can see you. Okay. Just talk.
There was no plan for a debt strategy part 2. We tried to be really clear, and the verbiage is in the debt strategy, that anything that comes up that's outside of the debt strategy that wasn't considered within the debt strategy needs to seek alternative funding sources, or just increase the borrow. So in terms of how we put forward the debt strategy, it was very specific to the amount at the time. So, I don't know if you want to add to that.
No, that's it. The debt strategy was the debt strategy, and if you had other projects, we were looking for people to come up with their own plan, or understanding that it would have to come out of taxes.
The reality of it is that so the debt strategy, when we put it forward, is we show that for multiple fiscal years in the beginning, so we're still within those first couple years, that we would not be able to maintain the FY2020 level of the debt service. And that going into, I think it was FY24, we would then start to capture some of that savings that we could put towards the principal payment. Mm-hmm. And so if you add things into the debt strategy, it's just prolonging that amount of time that you're paying more than FY20 levels. So it doesn't, aside from continuing to short-term borrow, it doesn't give you sort of the early payoff that the debt strategy was the goal of the original debt strategy. So
it also doesn't go away, and it has to be dealt with by the taxpayers and all you folks. Not like, I don't know.
I muted mine.
Thanks.
Paul, do you want to just repeat that? Sorry.
Oh, I was just saying, is it okay now? Okay. That doesn't make it go away. I mean, I don't know, we still get the same taxpayers, the same town government, all you guys, we all have to deal with it. So I don't think we would just separate it and think of them as two different things. It's all debt, but that's more a comment. I think you've already explained it. Thank you.
Christy, we can't hear you now. I don't know why.
Okay, go ahead.
It doesn't go away. And we definitely recognize that. I mean, certainly the library if it's a borrow, which I'm sure it will be, and then if we do this 1.5, that's a borrow that we have to deal with, and it all goes into the debt budget. But the debt strategy was specific to using that capital improvement fund and working with the money that we had already borrowed. And so, yes, absolutely we have to deal with it, but just because we incorporate into the debt strategy doesn't mean it's going to be cheaper. We use that debt strategy to show that if we were able to sort of stick to that over time, we would be able to pay off more quickly. When you keep adding to that, it just doesn't achieve that same goal. So.
Okay, Walter.
Yeah, so I guess my sense would be that was the 2019 debt strategy, almost like in capital letters or something in it, because a debt strategy seems to me like a more generic like philosophy, but that the specific thing you're talking about was a point in time. Okay, I have a completely separate question. I got this really nice book and it had a glossary, and one thing I learned was this OPEB, and I always thought, I knew it was post-employment benefits, but I assumed it was more like costs of pensions and things, and it doesn't include that. So then I guess it just sort of surprised me that things besides pension benefits would be such a big number. So I was hoping to understand what else is it that we owe people when they don't work for the town anymore besides a pension.
So our retirees are eligible for retiree health insurance, and they also have, and so are their spouses, and then the retiree is also qualifies for a very small basic life insurance policy. I think it's $5,000, and the town pays 65% of that.
Yeah, so the big number there is the insurance, I'm guessing, not the insurance policy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sean?
Hey, thank you, Shelby. So with the valuations, from that question earlier, I don't think my question was specific enough. In the estimated projections, the commercial valuations go down dramatically starting in next year, and I'm wondering sort of what was the cause of that?
John, yeah.
Yeah, so I think what we're seeing, obviously, is there are many different segments that are really getting hit hard. I mean, the DoubleTree, for example, is closed, so the value of hotels in that whole industry has changed dramatically. We're seeing office space, no one knows what's going to happen with office space. And so a lot of especially the multi-tenanted offices are taking a dramatic hit in terms of any sort of investment, and strip plazas as well. I mean, it's sort of, the economy relative to commercial property is really being hit hard. And some of that is through uncollectibles. These expenses that are accruing in uncollectibles is dramatic. And I've been in touch with a number of the property owners this week, specifically to strip plazas, that are, they're hurting. I mean, one of the challenges is it was so strong leading up to this, and the values today are pre-COVID. So these people who are paying the tax bills are paying based upon pre-COVID values. Now we have where COVID impacted it, and you have the investor community really being very specific as to what they're willing to invest in, and the economics of these buildings being a problem really, and especially if leases are turning over. I mean, the list is long, and the assessing community is, I don't want to say holding our heads, but holding our heads a little bit because it's unfettered territory. And so I'm spending a lot of time on the phone trying to understand where the investors are, who's paying their rent, and where it's going to hit. I mean, trying to project values, you could ask Leah, I mean, my crystal ball was really foggy. I tried really hard. And after I said, I don't know, like 50 times, and, while I was working the phones, it's a difficult thing to project. I mean, fortunately for us, we have strong industrial, which has been holding it steady. Industrial was very strong prior to COVID. I think industrial was up about 9.5% on average. For property owners weren't real happy, but Olympus will help, Amazon will help, Astellas will continue to help because those property values are really being real. So we do have some offset, and I'm hopeful that some of this will come back.
Gotcha. But I can see in your projections, you're definitely, you can't assume that it will come back, right? It's sort of.
Yeah, I can't assume. And the challenge is the effective date for those values is January 1st. So I'm going to use 2020 as a market for the analysis. And what happens in 2021 is really a fiscal 23 valuation impact. And so, I mean, really one of the challenges, what I hear over and over, is uncollectible rent is a problem. And no one wants to invest in a building that has uncollectible rent. And that's what they're seeing out there.
And thank you.
You're welcome.
Not seeing any other questions. Oh, yes, I am. Andrew.
Hi, and this is apropos of nothing we've touched on yet. And we have talked a little bit about the landfill sanitation budget when we talked about the hazardous waste date. But on page 174 of the booklet of the budget, the proposed budget, we have one of those rare instances where the department request is different from the manager. And I just want to make sure what it is we're advancing and voting on. The difference being the $23,000 cost for the hazardous waste day, which the department requests, but the manager has not put in her budget.
You're right. So that's the department had requested had put forward putting hazardous waste day back in. We wanted to show that they had made that request, but our recommendation was to leave it out, just based on wanting to do, understanding the need to do a multi-year restoration of the cuts that we had made related to COVID. So the total budget recommendation the number that would be included in that is the manager recommendation.
Okay, and that's probably a rule for any other place where there's a difference.
Yep.
Thank you very much for helping me understand.
Yeah.
Jody?
And of course, there's a follow-on question. What do people do with their hazardous waste in the years that we don't have a community hazardous waste?
Yeah, there are other sites that people can go to. I don't have sort of the detail of that.
But we could help.
I'm sorry.
Oh, Board of Health, you say, can help educate our citizens.
Yeah. So so the Board of Health that put it that hosts it. It is an expense. We do have people standing. People out there working that, as well as the company that comes in to run it. But there are other places. So I think your point's well taken to make sure that Board of Health is making it clear where people can go in lieu of the town hosting. Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, so the downside of some of those, although they're great services, is that there is a cost to using them. So for some people and there's a location transportation issue, but okay. Any other questions? You can't push it past 5 o'clock. Come on, Anyone?
Okay.
I don't have any questions.
Yes, go, Christy.
I just figured I should talk for 6 more minutes. No, I just wanted to say that the department heads that we didn't bring today just have smaller budgets or not as many articles, but obviously everyone remains available to speak before the Board of Selectmen and the Finance Committee, including myself and Leah and Kim. So just let us know.
Well, I know it was a long day for all of us. I thought it was excellent, great dialogue, and although we certainly ran long, I think it allowed for great conversation and sharing of questions, and certainly learn new things and have new ideas. So, Sean, do you have any closing remarks?
Oh, yeah. Thank you very much. I thought this was very effective. And, although now we may have time beyond the March 13th date to get everything done, I think this does help us eliminate some of the meetings we would typically have and that we'd hoped it would when this date was first decided upon last year. So thank you all very much.
I think it worked well, and even though it was virtual, which I was worried about, how is this really going to work? I think we did a great job. So, oh, Melanie, and your pup is like, take me out, get me out of here.
She's saying it's 5 o'clock.
That's right. I know.
Wrap it up. It's 5 o'clock.
Right.
It's dinner time.
It's dinner time, right?
Eating time at the zoo.
Thank you for acting as mediator. I thought you did a great job.
You're welcome. It's I'm gonna go for a job interview someplace. Maybe it's like a new skill set. Okay. I will. Sean, do you want to adjourn your committee, and then I'll do that?
I move that we adjourn this meeting of the Advisory Finance Committee.
Thank you. Second. Right. A quick go around. Ms. Board.
Miss Board, yes.
Yes. Ms. Blumberg.
Blumberg, yes.
Ms. Hensley.
Hensley, yes.
Mr. Roush.
Roush, yes.
Mr. Leslie.
Leslie, yes.
Mr. Hugel.
Yes.
Mr. Bradley.
Bradley, yes.
Mr. Beretti.
Yes.
Theo, yes. 9-0. Thank you.
Great. And before I call for a motion for the Board of Selectmen, I want to thank Westborough TV for being with us all day. They're like our silent, amazing partner. They've been with us since 8:30 this morning, and I hope that the public watches all of it, or at least segments that interest them, because Mike, don't laugh. Because there's just, this is where critically important information is conveyed, and it really would help folks to understand as they're sitting on town meeting floor, how did we get here? And might even make it a shorter meeting, which some people would like, not me. But,
Well, Shelby, we'll know if people watch it if they ask for the fighters and Capri calendar.
Oh, wait a second. That's a new revenue source.
Absolutely. I'm always thinking about revenue sources.
You know what?
And I'm thinking, include a toothbrush.
And a toothbrush.
Ask the chief to write a grant for it.
Exactly.
I keep wondering if we could all have like a whiteboard behind us with a sponsor on it for these big meetings. So.
Oh,
I can't believe I have to put the word Capri into the meeting minutes. That's all I know.
You guys were doing great work. Thank you everyone for your time. I'll take a motion.
Motion to adjourn Board of Selectmen. Selectman Johnson.
Edinburgh, second.
All right, roll call vote. Selectman Johnson.
Johnson, yes.
Selectman Edinburgh.
Edinburgh, yes.
Selectman Hashmi.
Yes.
Selectman Marshall, yes. 4004 being present. Everyone have a great night. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Cheers.